Welcome to the Deep Dive, where we take complex, often profound source material and really extract the knowledge nuggets that redefine our understanding.
Hello.
Today, we are undertaking a spectacular philosophical journey. It's a deep dive into Chapter 10 of the Bhagavad Gita.
This section is known as Vibhuti Yoga,
which translates to the yoga of divine glories, right?
Yeah.
Or divine manifestation.
Exactly. And, this is a chapter that's really designed to be a fundamental shift in perception for you, the listener.
How so?
Well, we often compartmentalize the divine. We think of it as existing in a temple, a church, or some celestial realm that's far away.
Separate from us.
Completely separate. And Vibhuti Yoga provides a powerful correction to that idea. It's a roadmap, really. A shortcut. Teaching us how to recognize that everything magnificent, everything excellent.
Everything awe-inspiring.
Yes, everything awe-inspiring in the cosmos, from a towering mountain to an abstract concept like wisdom, is simply a reflection, a fragment of a single, infinite, supreme source.
Okay, let's unpack this right from the source then. Starting with shlokas 1 through 3, which really set the tone and I think the stakes for this entire conversation between Krishna and Arjuna. Mm-hmm. What's truly striking to me is that this profound teaching is rooted in a highly intimate and, loving motive. This isn't just abstract philosophy being tossed into the wind.
No, not at all. The source material emphasizes the purity of Krishna's motivation. He specifically says he is sharing this knowledge, and he calls it his supreme divine word, the Paramam Vacha.
Okay.
He's sharing it out of a desire for Arjuna's welfare, his hita.
So it's personal.
Deeply personal. Mm-hmm. This knowledge isn't for the cynical or the intellectually arrogant. Mm-hmm. It's granted specifically because of the immense love and devotion, the bhakti, that Arjuna holds.
So the spiritual message right out of the gate is that the flow of this supreme knowledge it's reciprocal. The sincerity of the seeker is what unlocks the guidance from the divine.
It is. And this highlights a key principle of spiritual life. The source of true spiritual insight is the divine itself, and it's granted only when the seeker approaches with surrender, abandoning that intellectual pride that insists on figuring everything out using only limited human logic.
I see.
And Krishna immediately follows this by establishing why this knowledge has to be given by him rather than just discovered by others.
That brings us to Shloka 2, which is incredibly humbling. Krishna states that even the highest celestial beings, the devas, and the greatest sages, the maharshis, they don't know his true form, his origin, or his greatness.
Right.
Why is this impossibility of knowledge so crucial for you, the listener, to grasp?
Well, what's fascinating here is the philosophical depth. Krishna identifies himself as the Adisvara.
The primal cause.
The primal cause, the one who was unborn, Ajanma. So, if he is the source, the progenitor of all creation, including the gods, the sages, all of it, then by definition, those created entities are limited.
Their effects, not the cause.
Exactly. So if I, as a created being, try to use my created mind and my created logic, my parka, to grasp the very source that created those tools.
The logic circuit just breaks down.
It breaks down, precisely. Logic, tarka, can only take you so far. The true reality of the Supreme Being is unknowable, Ajnaya, to those who rely only on the intellect, because the intellect itself is a manifestation.
So this is what sets up the requirement for bhakti, for devotion.
It has to be. You must approach the divine not just with your mind, but with your heart, seeking a profound, essential realization, tattvata, that transcends just, academic study.
And what's the reward for the person who achieves that profound realization? Shloka 3 details an incredible promise. If you can genuinely understand Krishna as the unborn, Ajanma, the beginningless Anadi, and the supreme lord of all worlds, Loka Maheshwaram, what happens then?
This is the ultimate promise of liberation, of moksha. The source says that the person who truly grasps this truth becomes free from delusion, free from ignorance, and is liberated from all sins or bonds. Sarvapaipai pramochiyat.
And the logic there is?
It's elegant. If you understand that the source of your existence is Ajanma and Anadi, not subject to birth or death, you break free from the illusion, the maya, of the material world, which is defined by birth and death.
It sounds like this knowledge doesn't just improve your life, it completely alters your fundamental reality. It gets rid of that existential fear that's rooted in impermanence.
It does. It acts as an immediate spiritual progression. The moment that truth is internalized, you're no longer defined by the limited cycle of actions and consequences, but by the eternal nature of your origin.
That sets a magnificent philosophical foundation. Now, Krishna moves from the transcendent, the unknowable, to the deeply immanent and recognizable reality. He establishes himself as the supreme source of all existence and qualities.
And this is key.
Not just the good stuff. Let's dive into shlokas 4 and 5, where Krishna lays out an absolutely comprehensive catalog of human attributes.
This list it's exhaustive. It covers everything that defines the human experience. The mental, the moral, the emotional, the circumstantial, and the critical point, like you said, is the inclusion of the dualities.
Okay, let's review that foundational list from shloka 4. We start with the virtues we all actively seek. Intelligence, buddhi, knowledge, jnana, freedom from delusion,
Shama, truth, satya.
Control of the senses, dhamma, and control of the mind, shama. These are like the pillars of self-mastery.
But then the source immediately lists the inevitable pairs, the dvanvas of human existence. Happiness, sukham.
Sorrow, dukkam.
Yes. The urge to exist, or baith, tapava, and destruction, or death, fear, bhaya, and fearlessness, apayam. By claiming to be the source of both the virtue and the perceived vice, the joy and the pain, Krishna just utterly removes the basis for human ego.
Okay, this is where I want to introduce some friction. If every attribute, every circumstance, including sorrow and fear, is granted by the Supreme Being, doesn't that remove the moral imperative? I mean, why strive for excellence or happiness if sorrow and fear are equally divine gifts?
That is the essential, profound question of this chapter. And Krishna is not negating moral action. He's transforming the motive for that action.
Yeah.
By declaring himself the source of both sukham, happiness, and dukkam, sorrow, he forces us towards samatha, equanimity.
Balance.
You strive for virtue, not because you believe the virtue is yours alone, but because it aligns with dharma. And when suffering comes, you accept it as a divine circumstance, which minimizes despair.
So the realization is meant to promote humility and acceptance, not passive resignation.
Exactly.
If I achieve great intelligence buddhi, I should understand that it's a fragment of divine intelligence manifested through me, and so I avoid pride.
Right. And if you face deep sorrow, you understand that the force of sorrow, dukkam, is also a divine manifestation, and you face it with equanimity rather than resentment.
Humility becomes the natural consequence of this recognition. It's an instruction to abandon the ego.
Regarding both achievements and sufferings, yes. Realizing everything is a circumstance or a quality granted by the divine.
Shloka 5 then rounds out this human experience with virtuous and societal attributes. Nonviolence, ahimsa, equality, samatha, contentment, tushti, austerity, tapa, charity, dhanam.
Fame, yasha.
And even infamy or disgrace, ayasha.
And that inclusion of ayasha, disgrace, or infamy alongside yasha, fame, is, I think, maybe the most challenging concept for the modern listener.
Because we're all driven to seek fame and avoid disgrace?
Of course. But the wise person accepts both with the same equanimity, recognizing that public perception and reputation, too, are transient manifestations of the divine play. They realize that clinging only to the positive aspects it's just living in delusion.
That is a tough pill to swallow. To recognize a public failure or a moment of shame as equally rooted in the divine source as a moment of great success, it demands ultimate spiritual discipline.
It demands supreme samatha. If you approach life with that balance, you become immune to the whipsaws of public opinion, and that allows you to focus on internal righteousness rather than external validation.
Moving on from individual attributes, Shloka 6 then broadens the scope to cosmic generation. Krishna reveals his role as the foundation for the universe's operative structure, specifically naming the ancient progenitors.
Yes. He transitions from the micro-manifestations, our attributes, to the macro-manifestations, the whole creation mechanism.
Right.
He names the Saptarishis, the 7 great sages, the Chatvaro Manava, the 4 ancient ones, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, Sanad Kumar, and the 14 Manas. And the key phrase here is that they were born from his nature and mind. Madhvava Manasajata.
So this emphasizes that the creators aren't independent. They're conscious projections of the divine will, generated directly from the divine mind to populate and guide the world. It's like inception.
It solidifies that Krishna is the original cause, the one source from which all lineage, all knowledge systems, all inhabitants, and all moral order springs. The universe isn't a chaotic accident. It's an ordered projection from the Supreme Mind.
And these progenitors are the chief officers executing that projection.
You could say that.
This overwhelming establishment of Krishna's origin provides the perfect conceptual bridge into the next section. The practical path of unwavering devotion, or bhakti yoga, which is detailed in shlokas 7 through 11. The question becomes, How do we internalize this vast, all-encompassing truth we just discussed?
The philosophy has to become methodology, or it remains just intellectual decoration. And Shloka 7 gives us the method, the power of recognition.
Okay.
The individual who truly understands Krishna's glories, vibhuti, and his mystic power, yoga, attains abhikampana, yoga, unwavering devotion, and steadfastness.
Let's dwell on that distinction between simple knowledge and profound realization. You mentioned the word tattvata before. How does that deep, essential realization differ practically from someone who just reads the Gita and intellectually agrees with it?
Well, academic agreement is head knowledge. It's temporary, it's fragile. Tattvata is heart knowledge. It's transformative conviction. Look, if I intellectually know that the sun is the center of the solar system, that's just knowledge. But if I realize, tattvata, that everything magnificent, the air I breathe, the intelligence I use, the love I feel, is fundamentally rooted in an infinite, personal, divine source, my entire relationship with reality shifts. My devotion becomes unshakable.
Because you realize you're dealing with infinity, not some limited regional deity.
Exactly. And that deep realization then feeds the foundation described in Shloka 8, which is really the Mula Mantra of Vibhuti Yoga. I am the source of all. From me, everything proceeds. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mata sarvam pravartait.
And the wise, realizing this truth, worship him with intense love and feeling.
Pavasamanita.
This is the synthesis point. Once you truly internalize that he is the source, it changes your approach to every single action. Life ceases to be an individual struggle against random forces and becomes an opportunity for loving surrender and service to the source of those forces. The source material calls this profound realization the hallmark of the truly intelligent person, the Buddha. And the practical result of this realization is beautifully detailed in Shloka 9. It describes the daily life of a true devotee. They are fixed in him, Nikita, their lives dedicated to him, Nadgata Prana. But the key point here is that their devotion isn't solitary.
No, it's communal.
They enlighten each other, bodhayanta parasparam, and continually speak of his glory.
This is the ideal description of satsang, the association with truth and truth seekers. True spiritual joy, tishanti karamantika, comes not just from individual meditation, but from shared contemplation and discussion. They find supreme contentment and bliss in perpetually discussing and remembering the Lord's virtues, his play, his glories.
It paints a picture of a spiritual community where the core activity isn't just ritual, but this continuous, joyous communication about the divine. They're finding satisfaction not in material gossip or worldly achievements, but in the spiritual association with truth itself.
And this continuous, intense, loving dedication triggers a divine response, which is the gift of Buddha Yoga in Shloka 10. This is the critical moment of divine reciprocity.
Okay, this needs a thorough explanation. The knowledge that leads to liberation isn't just something you achieve through intense effort alone. It's a gift from the divine.
It is.
For those who are constantly engaged in devotion and worship him with love, hajatam pritipurvakam, Krishna grants Buddhi Yoga. What exactly is this Buddhi Yoga? How does it differ from the Buddhi, the intelligence we talked about earlier?
The Buddhi in Shloka 4 is ordinary worldly intelligence, the ability to think, rationalize, discern, which can still be misapplied. Buddhi Yoga is something much higher. It is spiritual insight, divine intuition, the inner compass, yenamam upayanti te. It's the intelligence that specifically enables the devotee to reach him.
Give me a real-world scenario. How does Buddhi Yoga manifest in a decision?
Okay. Imagine a business person facing a major ethical dilemma. They can take the path of maximum profit but compromise their values, or take the path of less profit but maintain absolute integrity.
A classic dilemma.
Right. Worldly Buddhi might calculate the risks and rewards of the unethical choice. Buddhi Yoga is the immediate, clear, internal voice that guides them away from the compromise, not through fear of punishment, but through a profound, intuitive clarity of purpose rooted in their devotion. It's the ability to discriminate between the real and the unreal, granted by the Lord himself.
That makes it a practical, internalized moral guidance system. And finally, Shloka 11 beautifully describes how this gift manifests internally, dispelling the very darkness of ignorance that keeps the soul bound.
Yes. Out of sheer compassion, or anukampa, for his devotees, Krishna resides within their hearts, atmabhavasta. He doesn't just send a message from afar, he personally destroys the darkness born of ignorance with the brilliant lamp of knowledge, Nandapena Bhasvata.
That metaphor of the lamp, the Snanadipa, is incredibly powerful. The Lord, residing inside the heart, takes responsibility for lighting the internal lamp that eliminates the veil of Maya and reveals the true self.
It confirms that spiritual awakening is ultimately an internal process initiated by the divine. The spiritual quest is arduous, but once the devotee fulfills the condition of unwavering love and continuous remembrance, the final crucial step, the destruction of ignorance, is taken care of by Krishna himself. He is the ultimate internal guide, the Antaryaman.
We transition now to section 4, where Arjuna confirms what he has heard and then makes a crucial request for detail. After hearing this vast philosophical truth, Arjuna's mind is clearly transformed. In Shloka 12, he offers this powerful acknowledgement, listing a magnificent series of epithets for Krishna.
And this response is more than just polite agreement. It's an acceptance of the highest reality. Arjuna calls Krishna the supreme Brahman, Param Brahma, the supreme abode, Param Dhamma,
The supreme purity, Pavitram Param,
the eternal divine person, Purusham Shashvatam Divyam, the primal God, Adidevam, the unborn Ajam, and the all-pervading Vibhum.
These titles cement the idea that Arjuna now understands that Krishna is not merely an avatar or a historical teacher, but the absolute ultimate truth, the source and cause of the universe.
And in Shloka 13, Arjuna strategically grounds this revelation in accepted spiritual tradition. He notes that this divinity is confirmed not just by his personal experience, but by great sages throughout history. Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa.
That's an important validation.
It's extremely important because it reassures the listener that this teaching is rooted in established Vedic wisdom and confirmed by respected spiritual authorities.
But even with this profound acceptance, Arjuna maintains a beautiful sense of humility and mystery in Shlokas 14 and 15. He accepts everything Krishna has spoken as completely true ritam many, yet he acknowledges that neither the gods nor the demons understand Krishna's true manifestation, his Vyakti.
And that combination of acceptance and recognition of transcendence defines true reverence. Arjuna is saying, I accept your words entirely, but I also acknowledge that your full reality is beyond the comprehension of even the highest celestial and demonic entities.
He confirms that only Krishna knows himself.
Right. Only Krishna, the best of persons, Purushottama, and Lord of beings, Bhukesha, truly knows himself by himself. This is the concept of Svayambhu self-manifestation. Only the divine truly knows the full scope of the divine.
This realization of transcendence leads directly to the practical request that frames the second half of the chapter. This boundless thirst for divine nectar in Shlokas 16 through 18.
He's not satisfied with the general description.
No, he wants the detail. He asks Krishna to fully describe his divine glories and yoga power, specifically asking in which specific forms he should constantly contemplate Krishna kashu kashu ka pavishu chintyosi bhagavan maya.
This is the moment where the abstract becomes concrete for the devotee, and his passion is evident. He says, my satisfaction in hearing your nectar-like words is never attained. Nasti mimritam. This spiritual thirst illustrates that once a devotee experiences the bliss of spiritual knowledge, the desire of material satisfaction just vanishes, replaced by an infinite craving for more wisdom.
And the request itself, tell me the specific forms, is incredibly practical for the spiritual seeker, isn't it? It gives the devotee concrete, tangible objects and concepts to fix their minds on, rather than trying to meditate on an abstract, infinite reality that's impossible to visualize.
It's the ultimate teaching tool. Krishna has established that he is the root of everything. Now he is offering the specific visible fruits of that root, which are easiest to recognize and meditate upon in the material world. It transitions from vast philosophy to accessible contemplation.
Which finally brings us to the centerpiece of our deep dive, Section V, the Catalog of Divine Manifestations, the Vibhuti spanning Shlokas 19 through 38. Krishna begins with an important caveat in Shloka 19, confirming he will share only his principal glories, pradhanyata.
Because his full expanse is endless. Na astyantavistarashmi. He is transparently admitting the limitation of language. He's saying, look, I can't possibly tell you everything. My glories are infinite, but I'll give you the most significant example so you know where to look in the world around you. This brief indication, udishata prakto, is merely a map, not the territory itself.
And the fundamental principle, Shloka 20, is the bridge that holds this map together, the concept of divine immanence.
I am the soul, Atma, seated in the heart of all creatures, Sarva Bhutasaistita. I am the beginning, middle, and end of all beings. Adishka Madhyamka Bhutanam Anta Ivaka.
So, he's reestablishing the truth. Krishna isn't a remote deity.
Not at all. He resides within the heart of every single creature, driving creation, sustenance, and dissolution. He is simultaneously the source of the macrocosmos and the inner consciousness of the micro-individual.
Now let's dive into the actual catalog, focusing on the most potent symbols, starting with the celestial and natural forces, the ultimate power symbols. In the realm of the solar deities, the Adityas, Krishna is Vishnu,
The preserver and protector.
and among the forces of light, he is the radiant sun, Revere Rashmiman.
The sun is the ultimate visible manifestation of power and sustenance. It's the source of all life and energy on earth. By identifying with the radiant sun, Krishna makes it clear that wherever you see life-sustaining power and illumination, you're seeing a fragment of his glory.
It makes the act of watching a sunrise a meditative practice.
It does. And the connection to natural stability and cleansing forces is also strong. In Shloka 24, among mountains, he is Mount Meru.
Symbolizing steadfastness, divinity, and spiritual height.
And among water reservoirs, he is the ocean, Sagara, representing immeasurable depth and infinity. Meru is the unshakable axis of the cosmos. The ocean is the terrifying immensity and stability of the divine. Whether you look at the stability of the highest mountain or the vast eternal depth of the ocean, you are contemplating a vibhuti.
He also identifies with the purifying, transformative forces. Among the Rudra's deities of destruction and transformation, he is Shankara Shiva.
And among the Vasas, the elemental deities, he is Agni, fire Pavaka.
So this confirms that the processes of destruction and purification, which can be scary or misunderstood, are also divine.
Absolutely. Shankara represents supreme purity and contemplation. Agni represents the power of transformation, the sacrificial fire that converts material into energy and eliminates impurity. Contemplating Agni as a vibhuti means recognizing that every process of cleansing and burning away the old is inherently guided by the divine.
Okay, moving on to the spiritual and theological category, the manifestation of divine knowledge itself. In Shloka 22, among the Vedas, Krishna is the Samaveda.
This choice is very significant. The four Vedas are intellectual treasures, but the Samaveda is specifically associated with harmony, music, devotional chanting. By claiming the Samaveda, Krishna links devotional practice bhakti yoga directly to the core of Vedic wisdom,
suggesting that the accessible musical path of devotion is the sweetest, most profound manifestation of scriptural truth.
You can see it that way. And he identifies himself with the ultimate spiritual sound in Shloka 25. Among words, Jaram, he is Om Ekamaksharam.
The foundational sonic energy of the cosmos.
Yes, the vibration from which creation emanates. For the spiritual seeker, chanting Om is not just repeating a sound, it is a direct vibrational contemplation of the Supreme Being. It's the most primal and accessible sound form of the divine.
That leads perfectly to the highest form of ritual practice. In Shloka 25, among all the complex, often expensive yajnas or sacrifices, he is Japa Yajna.
Chanting, remembrance. And this is a crucial practical instruction for us today. Krishna is saying that the easiest and highest path to liberation is the continuous remembrance of the divine name through chanting.
It's superior even to the elaborate fire sacrifices.
Because Japa Yajna is accessible to absolutely everyone, regardless of their social standing or material means. It democratizes the path to spiritual attainment.
Let's discuss the embodiment of knowledge and devotion among the sages. Among the Devik sages, in Shloka 26, he is Narada,
the eternal devotee who promotes pure devotion.
And among the perfected beings, the Siddhas, he is Kapila Muni,
the founder of Sankhya philosophy. So we see the divine manifesting as both pure, spontaneous devotion, that's Narada, singing the Lord's names, and as structured philosophical self-knowledge, that's Kapila. The takeaway is clear. The path of the heart and the path of structured spiritual understanding are both divine, and both are necessary for the world.
Now we shift to creatures and objects, the physical symbols of power and permanence. This is where we see the divine in the natural world. In Shloka 30, among beasts, he is the lion, Makindra.
The lion is the quintessential symbol of physical power, majesty, and most importantly, fearlessness, Apayam. By identifying with the lion, Krishna is instructing the seeker to cultivate absolute courage and self-confidence, recognizing those qualities as divine forces within us. When you act with integrity and strength, that is his fragment of glory manifesting.
And among creatures known for service and endurance, among the greater Nagas, in Shloka 29, he is Ananta, Sheshanaga, who upholds the cosmos.
And among birds, he is Garuda, the vehicle of Vishnu. Ananta symbolizes infinite patience and foundational service, the tireless energy required to uphold creation. Garuda represents speed, spiritual flight, the rapid ascent of knowledge. Again, Krishna is using the highest examples in nature to instruct the devotee on the qualities they should strive to embody.
Tireless service and the swift acquisition of spiritual wisdom.
Exactly.
Let's talk about a fascinating paradox. The manifestation of devotion even among the opposition. In Shloka 30, among the Daityas, the demons, he is Prahlada.
This is a powerful inclusion. Prahlada was born into a lineage of demons, yet maintained unwavering devotion to Vishnu against all threats. He symbolizes that devotion is not limited by circumstance or birth. It can flourish anywhere, even in the most adverse, hostile environments. His steadfastness is a profound vibhuti, a divine manifestation of absolute perseverant faith.
Okay, moving on to governance and moral order. In Shloka 27, among humans, he is the king, Narathipam,
representing leadership and justice.
But he is also the ultimate enforcer of that order. In Shloka 38, among punishers, Damayatam, he is danda punishment or justice itself.
This establishes a clear hierarchy of moral authority. The divine is not just the source of the king's power, but the source of the system of justice that the king must uphold. Justice, danda, and the maintenance of societal discipline are direct manifestations of the Supreme Being's nature. They aren't external subjective laws. They are rooted in objective divine order.
This leads us naturally to the concept that overpowers all. In Shloka 30, among things that conquer or calculate, Kalayatam, he is Kala.
Time.
Time
is the ultimate, inescapable controller of fate, the destroyer of all. By identifying with Kala, Krishna emphasizes his absolute controlling power over the material dimension. Nothing is outside the purview of time. This vibhuti serves as a constant, sobering reminder of the fundamental impermanence of the material world and the urgent necessity of spiritual action right now.
Let's explore the philosophical and abstract manifestations. This category helps us understand where the divine resides in our intellectual life. In Shloka 32, among intellectual knowledge, Vidyana, he is Adhyatma Vidya.
Spiritual science. This is the definitive statement on intellectual hierarchy. While worldly sciences, physics, medicine, economics are useful, the ultimate knowledge is Adhyatma Vidya, the knowledge of the self and the supreme.
Why is it supreme?
Because it is the only knowledge that enables one to transcend the cycle of birth and death. It alone leads to moksha. Therefore, all other forms of knowledge are merely tools subordinate to this ultimate spiritual science.
And when this knowledge is applied in communication, in Shloka 32, among debates, Pravadatam, he is Vada.
Vada is intellectual honesty. It is the type of reasoning and debate that aims purely for truth, clarity, and knowledge, not for conflict, point scoring, or self-aggrandizement. When people engage in honest, truth-seeking debate, that clarity of purpose is Krishna's manifestation.
Let's look at the linguistic and temporal concepts in Shloka 33. Among letters and syllables, he is the letter A, Akara, the basis of all sounds.
Right, the foundational sound from which all language springs.
And among compounds, Samasika, he is Dvandva, the dualistic compound.
The Dvandva compound is incredibly profound here. It represents the inherent dualities of the manifest world hot-cold, success-failure, joy-sorrow. By being the Dvandva, Krishna confirms that he is the fundamental substratum underlying the very mechanism of contrast and complementarity that defines our reality. He holds the tension of all opposing forces.
If Krishna is the Dvandva, is he suggesting we embrace the suffering or just recognize the divine source of that suffering? Does this acceptance remove the impetus to fight injustice?
That is the ultimate practical test of samatha. Recognizing the divine source of suffering does not mean we cease fighting injustice. It means we fight injustice without internal agitation or hatred for the opposing force. We act, knowing that the outcome, whether success or failure, is ultimately controlled by the divine. The action is done out of duty, dharma, not ego or attachment to the result.
Shloka 34 then brings together life, death, and the essential qualities that sustain the human spirit, specifically the qualities manifested through the feminine principle.
He is both death, the harvester of all beings, Mityuvas Sarvaharashkaham, and the origin of what is to be, Udhavash Kabhyashachatam. He is the entire cycle. But the inclusion of the 7 divine virtues manifested among women is remarkable.
These 7 virtues, Kirti, fame, Sri, prosperity, Vak, speech, Smriti, memory, Metta, intellect, Dhriti, fortitude, and Shama, forgiveness.
The source material stresses that these 7 virtues define internal power, balance, and stability necessary for success in life, both spiritual and material. They are the essential nourishing qualities of the Divine Mother, manifested through the feminine principle. When you encounter a person exhibiting extraordinary intellect or unparalleled fortitude, that resilience is a fragment of the divine power granted by Krishna.
Let's also touch on the virtues associated with warfare and success, which must have been highly relevant to Arjuna. Among those who seek victory in Shloka 38, he is Niti,
morality or righteous policy.
And among armed warriors in Shloka 31, he is Rama, the ideal man of righteousness.
This provides Arjuna with clear instruction. True success and true victory do not come from brute force alone, but from Dharma and Niti. Righteous policy and ethical conduct are the only paths to genuine lasting success, and Lord Rama embodies duty and self-control, making him the perfect vibhuti for any warrior, physical or spiritual, who seeks to uphold justice.
We have to highlight the final abstract vibhuti in Shloka 38, among secrets. Guyanam, he is Mauna.
Silence.
Silence.
But Mauna is often misinterpreted as merely the absence of sound. Here it refers to the silence of inner contemplation, self-control, and the preservation of spiritual energy. The source notes that silence is the biggest secret among all profound mysteries. When the mind achieves true, unagitated silence, it enters a state closest to the unmanifested divine. It is the vessel for Buddha Yoga.
And finally, the personal identity section in Shloka 37, where Krishna refers to figures directly involved in the dialogue. He identifies himself among the Vrishnis as Vasudeva,
himself,
and among the Pandavas as Dhananjaya, Arjuna himself.
This self-identification with Arjuna Dhananjaya, the conqueror of wealth, is perhaps the most touching vibhuti. Why Arjuna? Because Arjuna embodies the qualities of the ideal seeker: humility, fierce dedication to Dharma, and the burning desire for spiritual wealth. By identifying with his devoted disciple, Krishna is telling the listener that the pure, motivated seeker is a direct reflection of his glory in the world.
So we have completed this massive, extensive catalog, moving from the celestial to the abstract, to the humanal, pointing back to a single source. Now we must transition to the powerful conclusion of the chapter, Shlokas 39 through 42, which summarizes the entire philosophical impact.
This section shifts from the granular details of the vibhutis back to the overwhelming nature of the Vibhu, the Supreme Being.
In Shloka 39, Krishna stresses that he is the seed bijam of all beings. Nothing, whether moving charam or non-moving akram, exists without him. This finalizes the concept of the unavoidable source.
This is a definitive statement of cosmic biology. If he is the bijam, the seed, then every manifestation, every atom, every galaxy is merely an elaboration of that seed's potential. Therefore, nothing in the universe has a truly independent existence outside of the divine. Every single thing you perceive owes its reality to the source.
In Shloka 40, Krishna explicitly reminds us that his divine glories have no end. Not antosti mama divyanam vibhutinam. The entire detailed catalog we just explored was merely a brief indication of the tu udishata prokto of his vastness.
This prevents the spiritual mind from becoming complacent. Even after grasping dozens of supreme examples, the seeker must remain humble, realizing that this is just a glimpse. It confirms the inherent limitation of language and human intellect in describing the infinite.
And then comes the definitive practical criteria for recognizing the divine in the world, the rule of thumb provided in Shloka 41. This is arguably the most applicable verse for the learner seeking to practice Vibhuti Yoga in daily life.
Absolutely. This is the definition of a Vibhuti. Whatever is glorious, Vibhutimat, powerful, beautiful, prosperous, Shrimat, energetic or forceful, Rudidam, know that it is sprung from merely a fragment of his radiance or splendor. Mama Tejam Jasambhavam.
So, if I see a work of staggering genius in art, or witness an act of supreme courage, or observe a technological innovation that radically improves life, instead of just admiring the artist or the engineer, I should immediately recognize that this excellence is a divine fragment manifesting through them.
You shift your perception from the finite achievement to the infinite source. It's a mechanism for continuous devotion and contemplation. This practice eradicates the ego associated with any excellence we possess or observe, promoting humility and deep reverence for the source of all power. If you are successful, you recognize that success is Hishamat, prosperity flowing through you. If you encounter incredible beauty, it is his Tejumsha, a fragment of splendor.
And finally, the ultimate philosophical climax arrives in Shloka 42, which summarizes the breathtaking scale of the Supreme Being. Krishna asks, of what use is all this detailed knowledge to you, Arjuna?
And then he reveals the truth.
He sustains this entire universe by a single fragment of himself, Ikanshena.
This final verse is the ultimate synthesis, the crowning revelation of the chapter. Krishna is stating, the complex machinery of the cosmos, the countless galaxies, the cycles of birth and death, the vast catalog of glories we just spent an hour detailing, all of this infinite power and structure is maintained by just one small part, one fraction of my being.
It perfectly captures the duality we've been exploring. Krishna is intensely immanent, present everywhere, in the heart, in every object of glory, but also overwhelmingly transcendent, vast, and unimaginably beyond his own creation. The entire universe is just a small sliver of his reality.
The source material forces the listener to grapple with this fact. We are sustained by his ekanshana one part. If the entire manifested universe, which seems infinite to us, is only a fraction, then the unmanifested full reality of the Supreme Being is truly boundless, transcending all measures we could possibly conceive.
That is profound. So let's bring this back to the learner. We've established two main undeniable takeaways from this deep dive into Vibhuti Yoga.
First, we learn the path to humility. All excellence, power, virtue, and creation that we perceive in the world, from the Samaveda to the lion, from justice to time, are not independent achievements, but merely temporary, recognizable fragments, vibhutis, of a single divine source. This recognition demands humility and removes the destructive force of ego.
And second, we confirm the path to spiritual progress. True spiritual knowledge and liberation are not earned solely through hard intellectual labor, but are granted directly by the Supreme Being, the gift of Buddha Yoga, only to the devotee who approaches with unwavering love, continuous contemplation, and genuine surrender.
And the relevance is an immediate spiritual application. How does recognizing the divine in the lion's courage or the king's justice change your perspective on success? It means that if you are highly capable, you should use that capability in service, recognizing it as a fragment of divine splendor temporarily manifested through you. You stop associating that power with personal pride, and that leads to deeper contentment and continuous growth.
And we leave you with this final provocative thought based on Krishna's ultimate revelation. If the entire complex infinite universe, all the galaxies, all the life, all of time, and all the wonders we can never fully measure, is sustained by only ekanshana, one small fragment of the Supreme Being, then what staggering, unimaginable vastness must the full, unmanifested form of that supreme reality contain? Think about the magnitude of the 99% of the divine that remains completely beyond our grasp.
That truly is the definition of infinite.
Until next time, keep digging deep. Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we take the densest, most profound source material available and deliver the insights that genuinely matter. We turn deep knowledge into fast, actionable understanding for you, the listener.
Today, we are undertaking a monumental task. We're plunging headlong into Chapter 11 of the Bhagavad Gita, known as the Vishwarabhadarshana Yoga.
The yoga of the vision of the cosmic form.
Exactly. And this is arguably the single most overwhelming, most visually spectacular spiritual revelation in, all of Sanskrit literature.
If you've been following Arjuna's journey with us, you know the setup is just perfect. In the last chapter, the Vibhuti Yoga, Arjuna finally reached a place of intellectual certainty. He accepted in his mind that his friend and charioteer Krishna wasn't just a great man, but was the source of everything, all the special, magnificent, and divine things in the universe.
And he accepted Krishna's words as paramam guhyam, the most secret knowledge. He understood it was all about achyatma sambitam, spiritual matters.
Right, so that intellectual acceptance was crucial, but I guess it was still just theory.
It was. Arjuna's initial crisis, that delusion, the moha, that was holding him back, making him see Krishna as just his human cousin, that was destroyed by the power of Krishna's words. He heard the truth, and his mind for the first time was clear and stable.
But the mind's certainty is one thing, and the soul's experience is something else entirely, isn't it?
Worlds apart.
So, our deep dive mission today is tracking Arjuna's journey through that ultimate transition. We're moving from a purely intellectual conviction to a direct, terrifying, and frankly, overwhelming spiritual experience that just redefines reality itself.
And it's so important for the listener to grasp. This is not just some ancient mythological story about a man seeing a big vision. For the seeker, for you, this chapter answers a core philosophical question.
Which is?
Why did the ultimate power reveal this universal, all-encompassing form in the first place? And what does this vision really teach us about the unvarnished nature of reality?
It almost feels like Arjuna is saying, okay, I believe you, but can you prove it? It's this incredibly audacious curiosity that's driving the whole thing.
It is. And we have to frame this revelation not as mythology, but as a teaching about the true unified structure of existence. The idea that the entire universe, both the moving and the non-moving, the karakaram, is contained entirely within the divine. It's the ultimate statement of spiritual oneness, just delivered through the most dramatic visual possible.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning of the chapter with Arjuna's opening words. They really do set the stage for where he is psychologically.
They do. Shloka 1 opens with Arjuna confirming that the moha vigataha, that state of being deluded or confused about fundamental truths, has been utterly destroyed.
So the fog has lifted.
The fog is completely lifted. And he confirms he received the paramam guyam, that most secret knowledge, which he now understands pertains to yatma samvitham.
Spiritual wisdom.
But not just theoretical wisdom. It means practical, applied spiritual wisdom. Knowledge about the true self.
Can we linger on that term, moha? It's usually translated as delusion, but it feels like it's heavier than just being wrong about something.
Oh, it's much heavier. It's the fog of confusion that paralyzes action. It's that internal turbulence that prevents clarity.
Like when you can't decide between two things that seem equally important.
Precisely. Moha is that mental state. Arjuna was drowning in it when he thought his family ties were more important than his dharma, his duty as a warrior. Krishna's words, the paramam guyam, acted like a powerful antiseptic. They just cleansed all that confusion away.
So he's intellectually clear. The doubt is gone. His mind is stable. He's reconciled the horror of war with the spiritual truth Krishna's explained. But if his mind is so clear, why does he still need to see the form? What's the difference between hearing the truth and needing to witness it?
And that is the critical distinction between theoretical knowledge, what they call jnana, and experiential knowledge, anubhava. He has the blueprint for the galaxy, but he hasn't actually stepped inside the structure. Knowledge gives you certainty, sure, but experience gives you realization.
And he's ready for that realization now.
He's now stable enough to handle the reality of it, but he requires that ultimate proof, that direct sight, to make the knowledge absolutely indelible.
And he confirms this stability in the next verse, Shloka 2, right? By acknowledging the cosmic mechanics of it all.
Yes. He understands that creation, the pavapyao, and destruction, the samhara, of all beings come directly from Krishna. And that Krishna's ultimate greatness, his mahatmyam, is unchanging and imperishable, avyam.
So his acceptance of these cosmic cycles, that things are born, they live, they perish, all guided by the divine, that's the proof that the delusion, the moha, is truly gone.
Absolutely. He's no longer bogged down in the small human picture of who kills whom. He's now seeing the vastness of time and creation.
That's an immense intellectual leap. I mean, to go from battlefield ethics to the universal physics of life and death, all just because he heard the truth directly from the source. The conviction must be absolute.
Which brings us to the moment of, I'd say, maximum spiritual audacity in Shloka 3. With that unshakable foundation of faith, he makes the bold request.
He addresses Krishna as Purushottama,
the Supreme Person, acknowledging his highest status, and then he says it. I believe everything you have said, ivamadaithathatavam, but now I desire to see.
Drashtumi hamera. I wish to see. The urgency in that desire for direct sight, it just drives the entire chapter. It's the ultimate yearning of any seeker.
It is. It's the transition from shraddha, which is faith and conviction, to the demanding of darshana, direct vision or experience. He wants to witness the Aishwaryam Rupam, the majestic, all-powerful form. But
then, just as quickly, in Shloka 4, he pivots from this audacity to profound humility. He isn't making demands. He completely defers to Krishna.
He does. He says, if you think I am Shakyam, capable or fit to see it, then, O Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga, show me your imperishable self. He completely understands the gravity of what he's asking.
Let's dwell on that for a second. If you think I'm capable, why is capacity such a prerequisite for spiritual vision? I mean, isn't the divine supposed to be accessible to everyone?
The divine is accessible, yes, but the cosmic form is not. Capacity here refers to internal readiness. We're talking psychological stability, a certain level of ego dissolution.
Because if you're not ready,
if the ultimate reality is revealed to someone still clinging to their ego or to delusion or to fear, the result isn't enlightenment, it's madness. Arjuna is asking Krishna to judge whether his newly stabilized mind can actually handle infinity.
So the key takeaway here for any spiritual path is foundational. Ultimate realization isn't something you can achieve just by your own intellectual effort, your buddhi, or by logic.
Yay.
You can study, you can meditate, you can discipline yourself, but the vision, the full realization, it requires the grace, the kripa of the divine.
Precisely. Human effort prepares the vessel, but grace is what pours in the contents. You can prepare yourself intellectually and morally, but that door is opened by God, not forced open by man. And Krishna, seeing that his disciple is truly ready, now prepares to open that door.
So Krishna agrees to the request, but there's an immediate sort of logistical problem. Arjuna's physical eyes are finite. They evolved to see the battlefield, not the multidimensional structure of the entire cosmos.
That is the crux of Shloka 5 and 8. Krishna confirms this limitation of our physical senses. He says, Natumam chakyas drashtum ananiva sochaksusha.
You cannot see me with these, your current eyes.
Exactly. The physical body, its senses, they're all designed to interact with the material world of limitations, of duality, of decay. The ultimate reality simply transcends all of that.
It's the ultimate scaling problem, isn't it? How can something designed to perceive at most maybe a mile comprehend something that encompasses infinity?
It can't. So the solution is the granting of a new faculty, the divyam chakshu.
The divine vision?
Yes. Krishna says he will grant this special lens so Arjuna can witness the yoga aishwaram, the majestic power of divine union.
So what does this divyam chakshu symbolize for us, for the modern listener? I mean, we don't expect a lightning bolt to give us new eyes.
No, of course not. It symbolizes a radical shift in your cognitive framework. It's a paradigm shift of the absolute highest order. It's the ability to perceive ultimate reality, not through physical sensation or logical deduction, but through a kind of spiritual awareness.
So it's like...
Think of it like switching from reading a 2D photograph of a complex machine to suddenly understanding the underlying physics, the engineering, and the purpose of every single component all at the same time. It is inner perception enabled by divine grace, not a change in your physical optics.
It's about shifting your consciousness to a frequency that's capable of handling infinity. And once that shift is made, what does Krishna tell him to behold?
In Shlokas 5 through 7, Krishna begins the description. He tells Arjuna to behold Shata Shota Sasrasha.
Hundreds, thousands.
Countless, diverse, wondrous forms in every conceivable color and shape. This isn't just one overwhelming image. It is an infinite compilation of all possible forms, all contained within a single entity.
And he sees all the great Vedic deities in there too, right? The Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras.
All of them. The Ashwini Kumaras, the Maruts. This is a radical statement of unity.
Yeah.
It means that every force of nature, every deity, every cosmic power ever worshipped across human history is revealed as just a fractional component, a partial manifestation of Krishna's overarching form.
So there's no independent power outside of him?
None. This resolves the whole complexity of polytheism in a single verse. It says, all the forms you worship are just facets of me.
Wow.
And then Shloka 7 just hammers home that ultimate unity. See here, concentrated in one place, the entire universe, moving and non-moving, Karakaram, in my body. Right. Everything that exists, everything that moves or stands still, galaxies, trees, atoms, thoughts, beings, it's all a part of this divine body. There is no outside.
And now we shift to the eyewitness account. Sanjaya, the narrator, who was also granted this mystical vision by the sage Vyasa, he starts relaying this terrifying, glorious vision to the blind king Dhritarashtra.
And you can feel the struggle in Sanjaya's language in Shlokas 9 through 12. He's trying to describe infinity.
How do you even do that?
You can't, really. He describes a vast, boundless form with infinite faces and eyes, Anakavatra Nayanam. It's adorned with divine ornaments, and it's brandishing countless celestial weapons, Divyaniko Jatayudam.
It's glowing, it's dripping with divine perfumes, a body full of all wonders.
Sarvasharyamayam Deham. And crucially, it faces every single direction, Vishvadamukam. It's omnipresent.
I mean, that description alone should make you just pause. An endless being gazing everywhere, all at once. But the absolute measure of its scale comes in Shloka 12. That comparison has survived for millennia.
It's the ultimate metaphor for intensity. Divisura Sahasrasya caved Yugapaditya.
If 1,000 suns were to rise simultaneously in the sky,
their brilliance would only be comparable to the light of that great soul.
We use the word comparable, but the implication is that the cosmic form is actually more brilliant, isn't it? Or at least its light is of a fundamentally different order.
Oh, absolutely. It's not just physical heat and light. It's the light of pure cosmic consciousness and infinite energy. It transcends measure. It communicates a light so immense, so dazzling, that it signifies not just physical size, but infinite existence itself.
It would instantly vaporize anything physical that came near it.
Which is why Arjuna needed the Divyam Chakshu just to witness it without being completely annihilated.
So what is his immediate reaction? I mean, physically, psychologically, in Shlokas 13 and 14, he's now standing inside the galaxy.
He sees the entire universe, fragmented into all its various parts, yet somehow held together, the moving and the non-moving all concentrated in that single body. And his first human response is just total shock,
Oh.
total awe. He's filled with overwhelming wonder, vismaya, and his hair stands on end, trisitaroma. It's a classic physical sign of profound spiritual awe.
So the intellectual certainty of the last chapter is just. It's replaced by this bodily realization.
Instantly. He doesn't theorize about it. He immediately bows his head in profound surrender, pranamaya shirasaya devam, and he speaks with his hands clasped. The ego is just obliterated.
You can't really maintain the pretense of separation or personal arrogance when you're confronted with the actual source of all existence.
You can't. And that's the real insight for the listener here. True spiritual realization is an immediate, humbling experience. It instantly converts intellectual knowledge into gratitude and surrender, and it leaves absolutely no room for the vanity of the individual self. The profound humility is the necessary price of the vision.
He went from treating Krishna as a pal to seeing him as the infinite foundation of all reality.
And that relationship can never, ever be casual again.
Okay, so that initial phase was sublime. It was about light and unity. But as Arjuna gazes deeper into this vastness, the experience, it shifts, doesn't it? The awe starts to give way to something far more elemental and terrifying.
It does indeed. In shlokas 15 through 17, Arjuna starts describing the mechanics of this divine body, and is a vision of infinite complexity and contradiction. He reports seeing not only all the gods, the sages, the rishis, and perfected beings, the siddhas,
But also Brahma, the creator, on his lotus.
and even Shiva, Ishanam, the destroyer and regenerator, they all contained within Krishna's form.
So he's seeing the entire operating system of the universe running simultaneously within one body. Creation, maintenance, and dissolution aren't separate acts. They're all happening right now within this one boundless form.
And he keeps emphasizing the form's sheer scale. It's infinite. It has no beginning, no middle, no end. Nantam nam madhyam nam panastavadim. The very idea of a boundary, which is what defines human reality, just ceases to exist here.
And the form is crowned, kiratanam, and it's wielding the mace and the discus.
Gadan chakranam. And it's shining fiercely, hard to look at, dazzling like the fire of destruction, the kalanala.
We have to unpack the symbolism of those implements. They're not just random accessories. They tell us exactly what Krishna's function is in this moment. Why the crown, the mace, and the discus.
Each one represents a cosmic principle he embodies. The crown, Kiritanam, signifies supreme sovereignty. He's the ultimate ruler over all domains. The mace, the gadam, is the symbol of dharma, the cosmic and ethical law, and the power to enforce it. It represents the necessity of punishment in order to maintain the universe.
And the discus, the chakram, that feels like the most important one here.
It's the most profound symbol in this context. The discus symbolizes time, kala, and the dharma chakra, the ceaseless wheel of cosmic order and recurrence. A wheel is always in motion. You can't stop it. By holding the discus, Krishna asserts that he not only creates and preserves, but he's the unrelenting engine of change, of cycles, and of dissolution. He's the absolute master of time.
So he's not just a benign creator. He's the enforcer of immutable cosmic law and the architect of destruction.
Exactly. After this recognition, Arjuna makes his formal declaration of the ultimate truth in Shloka 18. He recognizes Krishna as the imperishable supreme truth, Akcharam Paramam Vidintavyam.
The one thing that should be known.
The one thing. He's the ultimate support, the Param Nidhanam of the universe, the guardian of eternal Dharma, Shashvata Dharmagapta, and the primeval Purusha. This is Arjuna giving voice to the realization that he is standing before the metaphysical source of all being.
And the descriptors just keep coming, emphasizing his omnipresence.
In Shloka 19, he's without limits. Infinite power, Ananta Viryam. Infinite arms, Ananta Baham. It's this visual impossibility of total action and reach. And the imagery of his body parts connects back to the elements. The sun and moon are his eyes. His mouth is like a burning fire, scorching the entire universe with its inherent consuming energy.
That intensity, that fire, it leads directly to the psychological backlash. The terror overtakes the wonder. What is the emotional consequence for Arjuna of witnessing this sheer uncontained power?
The scale is simply incompatible with human sanity. Shloka 20 emphasizes the vastness. The form fills the entire space between heaven and earth. Dhyava prasivyo idam antaram. And the sight of the divine in its full unmitigated glory causes universal agitation. All three worlds, the three levels of existence, are trembling with fear, pravyathitam.
And Arjuna confesses his own breakdown in Shlokas 23 through 25. He sees the mouth, the teeth, the fiery gaze, and he says that beautiful line, Gatimna vindame shamam cha Vishnu.
I have lost my inner peace, shama, and my inner courage or stability, Thriti. It's a profound moment of vulnerability. It demonstrates that meeting the absolute truth isn't immediately comforting.
It can be devastating.
It can be, because it reveals the fragile temporal nature of the self. The blazing eyes and the wide-open mouths reaching the sky. They look like the very gates of final annihilation.
So if spiritual truth is supposed to bring peace, why does this truth first bring terror?
Because peace, Shama, requires the dissolution of the ego, and the ego fights that realization tooth and nail. The ego's greatest fear is non-existence, loss of control. The Vishwarupa shows Arjuna that he has zero control. He is an infinitesimal speck in an endlessly consuming machine. That terror is the ego realizing its own impending demise, which is a necessary step before true, selfless peace can be achieved.
And his ultimate response to this existential panic is just an urgent plea.
An urgent plea. Be gracious, O Lord of gods, dweller of the universe. Prasida devesha jaganivasa. He is begging for mercy, not just for himself, but for the entire trembling cosmos.
And Arjuna's plea for grace is answered, but not with soothing words.
Not at all. It's answered with a horrifying clarification of the vision he's witnessing. He starts to see the ultimate fate of the warriors rushing into those flaming mouths.
He sees the Kauravas, but the vision is inclusive. It shows venerable figures like Bhishma, Drona, and Karna, and even his own chief fighters, all rushing toward the gaping jaws of the cosmic form. It's not just the villains, it's everyone.
Everyone. And Shloka 27 contains some of the most graphic imagery in the Gita, emphasizing that this destruction is real and physical. Some are seen caught between the dreadful grinding teeth, their heads crushed and pulverized. Trater Uttamalgai. This is the visual proof that the war and all mortal life is a mechanism of consumption.
He follows this up with those two powerful analogies that convey the relentless, inevitable nature of this fate. The rivers and the moths.
Yes. First, the warriors are flowing rapidly toward destruction, like rivers flowing into the ocean. The flow is natural, it's immense, and it's unavoidable. You can't stop a river from reaching the sea.
Right.
And second, they rush like moths, flying blindly and instinctively into a blazing fire.
Yeah.
They're drawn by their own internal impulses, greed, attachment, conflict to the flame of destruction, and are consumed without even realizing the danger.
This shows that the destruction isn't a random event. It's built into the very fabric of existence. The choices they made, the attachments they held, those are the forces guiding them into the mouth of time.
Exactly. Arjuna is forced to witness the ultimate fate of all beings trapped in the material cycle. They're ultimately consumed by time, and this leads directly to the defining exchange of the entire chapter. Arjuna asks, "Who are you?"
And Krishna responds in Shloka 32 with the ultimate, absolute, unadorned statement. Kalosmi, I am time.
I am time, the great destroyer of worlds, manifested here to consume all beings. This is the core teaching. Krishna is not just the benign creator or the distant preserver. He is Kala, the relentless, impartial force of inevitable decay and termination.
Kala is the ultimate manifestation of God's power in the material world.
It is. It's the force that guarantees change, ensures balance, and dictates mortality.
Let's deepen the philosophical weight of that statement, Kalosmi. If God is time, how does that relate to our human concept of linear time, of deadlines and urgency?
Well, for us humans, time is a limited resource that we try to manage. For the divine, time, Kala, is a divine instrument of action. It's the process by which all things must return to their source. If Krishna is Kala, it means this entire war is simply one point in an eternal cycle of action and dissolution. It takes away the notion that this particular battle is the center of the universe.
And then Krishna delivers the ultimate, unsettling truth bomb. Even without you, Arjuna, all these warriors stationed in the opposing ranks shall cease to exist.
And this removes all moral ambiguity for Arjuna. He's worried about his action is killing, and Krishna is saying, they have already been slain by me maya vayat nihata purvameva. The result is predetermined by the irresistible force of Kala. Their time is up.
This raises a fascinating dilemma, though. If the destruction is already accomplished, if the outcome is fixed by time, what is the point of human action? Doesn't this just foster passivity?
See, this is where we transition from philosophy to applied spirituality. Krishna is not promoting passivity. He's promoting purity of action. He removes the ego's claim to the result. The ultimate goal of life is not to control the outcome, but to perform your duty, your dharma, without attachment. The outcome is handled by Kala.
And this leads to that ultimate call to action in Shlokas 33 and 34. Since the universe has already decided this battle, what is Arjuna's role?
The command is clear, it's profound, and it's universally applicable. Therefore, rise up and gain fame. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a prosperous kingdom. Be merely an instrument, nimittamantram bhava, osavyasachi.
Be merely an instrument. That is such a powerful instruction.
It is the ultimate antidote to the ego's distress. The ego says, I am responsible for the killing, therefore I bear the guilt. Krishna says, no, you are just a tool. The real action is mine. Your job is only to align yourself with the cosmic flow.
This changes everything about how we approach commitment, doesn't it? It requires this fierce dedication to your duty, but at the same time, total non-attachment to the result.
Think about it in a modern context. If you're struggling with an immense project or an ethical dilemma in business, or a seemingly impossible goal, you focus intensely on your efforts, your preparation, your process. But you understand that external forces, market cycles, time constraints, the actions of others will ultimately determine the success or failure. Recognizing yourself as an instrument frees you from the crippling anxiety of having to control the universe.
Your only job is to perform your best, purest action, knowing the result is inevitable anyway.
That's it. And to make this point undeniable, Krishna explicitly names the major figures already designated for destruction: Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, and Karna. He brings the abstract cosmic principle right down to the immediate reality of the battlefield.
It's a moment of unparalleled spiritual clarity. The destruction of his moral confusion is now complete. He's free to act, not out of desire for gain or fear of loss, but purely out of duty, knowing he is aligning himself with the divine will, the force of time.
Having received this absolute truth, that the person he was talking to is both the source of existence and the relentless executioner of Time Arjuna's immediate human reaction is, well, total emotional collapse and subjugation.
Right. Sanjaya notes that Arjuna, having heard Krishna's words, was overwhelmed by a mixture of reverence and fear. He addressed Krishna with a faltering voice, trembling, bowing.
The terror of the vision has now fused with the shock of realizing the true identity of his friend.
And this leads to that cascade of heartfelt praise in shlokas 36 through 40, which reads almost like a universal prayer. He describes the spontaneous response of the entire cosmos.
The world rejoices and finds delight in Krishna, while the asuras, the demons, flee in fear. The hosts of perfected beings, the siddhas, all bow down. This confirms that the divine form, even in its terrifying aspect, inspires awe and adoration in those who are spiritually evolved.
And panic in those who are consumed by ego.
Precisely, and he affirms Krishna's absolute supremacy by recognizing him as the source of all existence, greater than Brahma the creator, the original cause, eternal truth, the ultimate abode.
He recognizes Krishna's identity not just as one deity, but as the comprehensive force field of the universe. He is Vayu the wind, Yama death, Agni fire,
Varuna water, the moon, Prajapati the progenitor. Every major cosmological force is merely a name for one aspect of Krishna.
And because Krishna is omnipresent, spanning all directions and all power, Arjuna just bows 1,000 times from the front, behind, all around. It's an act of worship acknowledging infinity itself.
But the psychological pivot is what makes this moment so resonant for us. The confession and apology in shlokas 41 and 42. Arjuna suddenly remembers the intimacy they shared before this vision.
It's the ultimate oops moment in spiritual history. He seeks forgiveness, Kramaya. He confesses that in treating Krishna as a friend, Sakati Matwa, out of carelessness, pramadat, or just intense affection, pranayan, he casually addressed him as, Hey Krishna, Hey Yadava, which is a casual clan name, or Hey friend. He was totally unaware of his supreme majesty.
Imagine that emotional shift. You spend years treating someone as an equal, sharing meals, jokes, intimate moments, only to find out they are the source and end of all existence, the ruler of time, the terrifying devourer. That casual intimacy is instantly replaced by profound shame and reverence.
He even apologizes for any disrespect shown during relaxation, sitting, eating, or playing, whether they were alone or in front of others. It's such a powerful humanizing moment in the text.
It is. It reminds us that spiritual awareness has to redefine even our most casual relationships. It also highlights the extreme difficulty of maintaining a human relationship with the divine. The divine descended in human form to be accessible, but the ultimate spiritual reality demands absolute reverence. Arjuna's apology is for blurring that line, even though Krishna himself enabled the blurring.
And he summarizes his profound respect in Shloka 43, stating that Krishna is the father, the pita, of the entire moving and non-moving world, the most worshipful guru. And he affirms his singularity. There is none equal to you, let alone superior.
And in Shloka 44, he begs for forgiveness, using these three beautiful metaphors that define protective love. He asks Krishna to endure his faults like
a father to a son,
unconditional authority and protection, like a friend to a friend,
loyalty and forgiveness,
and like a lover to the beloved, deep, enduring compassion and intimacy.
He's using the language of human relationships to appeal for grace from the infinite. He has seen the cosmic form, the highest possible manifestation, but now he's desperate for something manageable, something that offers peace.
He says it plainly in Shloka 45, I am happy to have seen the form, Christos me drisva, because now I know the truth. But my mind is distraught with fear, Bayana kapravyatata manome. The vision was necessary, but it is unsustainable for a human mind.
Which leads to the poignant request in Shloka 46. Show me that four-armed form, Chatur Bhujana, bearing the crown, mace, and disc.
It's so interesting. He doesn't ask for Krishna, the friend, to come back. He asks for the familiar, gentle, protective form of Vishnu, the preserver of order. He wants his God to return to the role of the shepherd, the preserver, the one who sustains dharma, rather than the consuming fire of time.
He needs an accessible, comforting icon to relate to, a boundary to the terrifying infinity he just witnessed.
And Krishna immediately responds to Arjuna's fear. He recognizes that the lesson of terror is complete, and now it's time to teach the lesson of love and accessibility.
His response is crucial, isn't it? It contains the philosophical cornerstone of the whole Bhakti Yoga tradition.
It does. He begins by confirming the exclusivity of the vision in Shloka 47. He says, I revealed this form only through my own grace and yoga power, Atma Yogat, and only because I was pleased, Maya Prasanena.
And he stresses that this dazzling primal form, the Adyam, has never been seen by anyone else before, but the truly revolutionary statement comes in Shlokas 48 and 53, where he lists what is insufficient to gain this vision.
This is a huge deal. Krishna explicitly emphasizes that this vision cannot be achieved through traditional religious efforts, not through the study of the Vedas, so not through intellectual knowledge or scriptural effort,
right,
not through yajna sacrifices or ritualistic actions, not through dana neta charity or philanthropy, and not through ugratapopi severe penance or ascetic self-mortification.
That is a radical rejection of the dominant religious practices of the time, which prioritized ritual and extreme effort. Why is Krishna devaluing human effort in this context?
Because human effort, no matter how intense it is still finite. It is born of the ego, the desire to achieve a result through personal power. You can spend 50 years studying scriptures or meditating on one foot, but the infinite cannot be contained or commanded by finite effort. Krishna is saying that ritual and effort are merely preparatory.
So it's not that those paths are bad, but that they're incomplete without the essential element of grace.
Exactly. It's like studying the theory of swimming for 50 years, reading every book, memorizing every stroke. That's your Vedas, your tapas. You might be incredibly knowledgeable, but you can't actually swim until you get in the water, and the person controlling the water grace, devotion, decides to let you in. God is not bound by human bargains or rituals. The ultimate vision is accessible only through pure, loving surrender and divine grace.
Having established the supremacy of grace, Krishna then quickly offers reassurance.
He comforts Arjuna in Shloka 49. Do not be disturbed by fear or delusion, matevyatha makavi majafala. He tells Arjuna to calm his mind, surrender the fear, and look at the familiar form again.
And the immediate effect is described so beautifully by Sanjaya. Vasudeva, Krishna, reveals his gentle, calm human form, the Samyavaput again, and Arjuna instantly feels stable, conscious, and restored to his natural state, prakritigata.
The crisis is over. The terrifying lesson of cosmic reality served its purpose. It destroyed the ego and the moha. The gentle form returns to allow for the possibility of love and a sustained relationship.
Krishna then returns to the central theme in Shlokas 52 and 54. He reiterates that the form Arjuna saw is Sudardarshanam, extremely difficult to see, and that even the gods, the devas, constantly long for this vision.
This elevates the significance of the experience. It wasn't just a personal moment for Arjuna, it was a cosmic privilege. And then we get the ultimate conclusion, the summary of the path forward.
The final instruction.
Only by Ananya Bhakti, exclusive devotion, can I be known, seen in truth, and entered into.
Exclusive devotion. What separates Ananya Bhakti from just, general religious faith?
Ananya means without another. So Ananya Bhakti is devotion that is singular, focused, and free from any other motive or object. It's loving God simply because He is God, without seeking reward or power or even liberation itself. It's the path of love, which requires a complete internal focus that the paths of action, karma, or knowledge, jhana alone cannot provide.
So, if grace opens the door, Ananya Bhakti is the singular key that turns the lock. And Krishna gives us a practical 5-point formula for living this devotion in Shloka 55. This is the summary of the entire practice of moksha, of liberation.
This is the critical takeaway for you, the listener. This final verse is the practical roadmap. It combines selfless action, devotion, and internal purity into one path.
Let's dedicate some time to each of those 5 qualities, because this is where the actionable knowledge really lies.
Okay, the first quality, matkarmakrit. He who performs actions for me. This is selfless service. It means viewing every single action you do, whether you're cleaning your house, negotiating a business deal, or raising a family, as an offering. You focus all your effort towards the divine, rather than for personal egoic gain. It stops you from being the doer.
Okay, second quality, matparama. He who considers me the supreme goal. This establishes an absolute priority. In a world full of competing goals, career, family, wealth, fame, this quality demands that the divine remains the central, ultimate objective. Everything else is secondary, flowing from that central relationship.
The third quality is madbhakta. He who is my devotee. This is the quality of Anya Bhakti itself. Pure, unadulterated love, loyalty, and remembrance toward the divine. It's that continuous internal connection, independent of whether life is going well or badly.
Fourth, Sanghavarjita, he who is free from attachment. This loops back perfectly to the lesson of Kabbalism from earlier. You act fiercely, that's your karma, but you remain completely unattached to the outcome, recognizing that the result is governed by a force far greater than yourself. It's the spiritual armor against disappointment and anxiety.
And the fifth, which is absolutely essential for applied spirituality and for social harmony, nirvaira sarvabhuteshu. He who is without enmity toward any living being.
This makes perfect sense. If you have genuinely seen the entire universe contained within the divine form, then every single creature, moving or not, is a part of that divine body.
You cannot hate a part of the whole if you truly love the whole. Therefore, true realization fosters universal love and compassion. This final formula synthesizes knowledge, action, and devotion into one single viable path to union with the divine. It brings that terrifying vision of infinity down to 5 achievable daily practices.
What a chapter. It is a masterpiece of spiritual pedagogy. Chapter 11 is the ultimate spiritual aha moment. It takes the abstract concept of God and makes it terrifyingly, cosmically real, destroying all ego and confusion.
But then it immediately confirms that the sustainable, accessible path to peace is through personal loving devotion, not through grand power or some overwhelming vision.
The knowledge nuggets we extracted from this deep dive are threefold, and they offer a complete perspective on reality.
Number 1. The universe is a unified whole, the Karacharm, contained within the divine form. And this has to radically alter our perspective on separation and conflict.
2. The most powerful, relentless, and absolute force in the material world is time, Kala, and this force is controlled by God. Recognizing this frees us from the anxiety of trying to control the inevitable.
And 3. Human effort alone, through intellectual study like the Vedas, through ritual like yajna or asceticism like tapas, is ultimately insufficient for liberation. True realization requires divine grace, which is accessed only through pure, exclusive, loving devotion and Anya Bhakti.
So we end with the question that bridges the battlefield of Kurukshetra to your life today. If the great heroes of the war, Bhishma, Drona, Karna, were all technically already slain, their fate predetermined by the relentless plan of time, what great inevitable plan of existence are you merely an instrument within today?
And how does recognizing that inevitability change your daily actions?
Does it paralyze you, or does it liberate you to act with absolute selfless focus? Think about the nature of time and the power of devotion. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the cosmic form. We will see you next time.
Welcome back to the Deep Dives. If you are anything like us, you often find yourself, drowning in advice.
Oh, absolutely.
One guru tells you to meditate for hours in silence. Another says, serve humanity relentlessly. And a third tells you to just love God wholeheartedly.
And all of them claim to lead to peace?
Exactly. But the noise of which path is best? It can be deafening. You just want a single clear answer, a roadmap that tells you, okay, start here. This is the fastest, least painful way to true peace.
And that is the quintessential human dilemma, isn't it? Complexity versus simplicity. And today we are diving into a resource that is, I think, designed precisely to resolve that.
That's right.
Our mission is to analyze the 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, often known as Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of devotion. It's essentially Krishna's definitive, direct comparison of spiritual methods.
His final verdict.
His final verdict on the most practical and superior path to liberation, or moksha.
We've taken your sources, this incredible commentary and distillation of every single verse, and we've crafted a blueprint. What's amazing about this chapter is that it's not just about ritual worship. Not at all.
No. It's an exploration of the highest forms of divine love and surrender, and it directly compares them against the intensely rigorous, often abstract path of pure knowledge.
The intellectual.
The intellectual path, exactly. This deep dive will give you, the listener, a truly actionable map. The Gita takes two fundamentally different approaches to the divine.
The head and the heart.
The head and the heart.
Yeah.
The path of the formless, nirguna, which is the head, and the path of the manifest, saguna, which is the heart. And then it details this brilliant hierarchy of spiritual practice that, well, it culminates in the concrete behavioral profile of a truly supreme, stable, and peaceful person.
It's incredible. It moves from this high-level philosophy right down to daily ethics.
Right down to your Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, let's unpack this and set the stage.
Yeah.
Chapter 12 is, it's unique because it's the dedicated discussion on bhakti yoga, the yoga of devotion. We've seen devotion peppered throughout the previous chapters, but here Krishna pulls it out and puts it under the microscope. He's offering a final conclusion.
Well, and prior to this, Krishna had laid out this complex interplay of karma yoga, the yoga of selfless action, and jnana yoga, the yoga of knowledge.
Right.
But the very nature of those dual teachings left Arjuna, and by extension all of us, with this lingering question of, well, prioritization.
What do I do first?
Exactly. If the goal is moksha, where should a regular person, someone struggling with daily life, focus their limited energy?
So the purpose then is not just to describe devotion, but to clarify once and for all which method is superior. Is it the intellectual rigor of knowledge, or is it the emotional warmth of devotion?
And the core theme for us right now is accessibility.
Yes.
Is loving personal devotion, which, it naturally engages our human capacity for relationship. Is that easier and more effective than striving for that totally abstract, formless realization?
Which requires shutting down the senses and transcending all thought.
It's a huge ask. And that distinction, the concrete versus the abstract, is what makes Arjuna's opening question so timeless and so powerful.
Right. It all starts with Arjuna's central dilemma in the very first sloka. Arjuna looks at the spiritual landscape and he sees two major distinct groups of seekers.
Two camps.
He starts by asking about the first group, those who constantly worship Krishna's manifested visible form, the saguna form, with supreme faith.
So these are people who focus their worship, their entire being, on the Lord as a tangible, loving person. They use their senses, they see the form, they hear the name, they offer flowers.
It's relatable.
It's very relatable. But then Arjuna introduces the alternative. He asks about those who worship the imperishable, unmanifest Nirguna Brahman.
God without a form.
God without a form, the absolute principle, beyond attributes, just a pure concept. These are the practitioners of Jnana Yoga, focused on intellectual realization and non-dualism.
And Arjuna's question is so concise and pointed. Who are the superior yogis? Ki yoga vittama.
Who's better at this?
Yeah, who's got it right? And I think this is a truly universal human question. It reflects our own psychological division. When we face sorrow, doubt, complexity, when the structure of our life feels shaky, do we seek an external approachable guide? A form, a deity, something tangible to pray to?
Or do we rely purely on internal formless knowledge, trusting that we can realize this great abstract truth purely through immense intellectual and meditative effort?
It's a big question.
It speaks to how we process confusion, and the sources suggest Arjuna's question isn't just tactical, it's an emotional plea. He recognizes the immense difficulty of abstraction. He's looking for the path of least resistance.
Maximum reward.
The maximum reward, exactly. The core teaching, regardless of which path is chosen, is that the worship has to be done with deep shraddha, unwavering faith, and total samarpan, self-surrender.
But Krishna's answer, it immediately, definitively ranks one approach above the other.
It does.
And that brings us to Krishna's initial verdict in Sloka 2, the supremacy of devotion. He gives a straight answer right out of the gate.
He does not equivocate at all. Krishna states that those devotees who fix their minds on him, constantly worship him, and are endowed with deep faith, shraddha paropita,
they are considered the most perfect yogis, sarvatama yogis.
The most perfect. It's an incredible statement.
That's a powerful declaration, especially given the centuries of philosophical debate about the nature of the absolute. He is declaring that divine love and heartfelt surrender focused on a personal God is the highest form of yoga.
It is.
So why? Why is the personal devotional path given this highest ranking?
The key insight is psychological and relational. Bhakti is immediately superior because it provides a concrete anchor for the notoriously unstable human mind.
It gives you something to hold on to.
Think of the mind as a boat being tossed by waves, doubt, anxiety, desire. The intellectual path tries to calm the waves by sheer will. The devotional path, focusing on a benevolent supreme form, immediately throws out a strong rope.
I like that analogy.
That concrete relationship fosters profoundly positive attitudes, which the sources call sakrat makta.
So it's a protective mechanism. The act of dedicating the heart protects the devotee from internal negativity, things like jealousy, fear, and self-doubt.
Precisely. When your deepest love is directed toward an ideal of perfection, your own character is necessarily refined in the process. The path isn't austere, it's joyous.
It's not a chore.
The spiritual ascent is lubricated by love, making the journey feel like a relationship rather than a grueling labor. It develops a natural feeling of self-surrender at masamarpana, which leads to immediate happiness and mental stability, or samsalan equilibrium in daily life.
That distinction is crucial. It's not just about the destination, but the quality of the journey.
Yes.
The path of knowledge is often presented as cold and detached, requiring immense willpower to crush the senses. But the path of devotion harnesses the natural human capacity to love and relate.
And that's why it's declared the most perfect. It utilizes our emotional nature for spiritual progress, whereas the path of knowledge attempts to immediately transcend the emotional and relational aspects, which, as we're about to see, is incredibly taxing for anyone living in a physical body.
Okay, so now that we have the initial verdict, let's give due diligence to the path that Krishna says is the most difficult. The path of knowledge, the path of the formless.
Right.
In Sloka 3, Krishna details the nature of the absolute element worshipped by those knowledge seekers. This is where the abstraction gets truly intense.
This is the domain of Jnana Yoga, the pursuit of realizing the Nirguna Brahman, the supreme reality, without any limiting attributes. This reality is non-dual. It's the ultimate abstract truth of existence.
And the challenge for you, the listener, is to understand how difficult it is to focus the mind on something that can't be framed or conceived of.
It's almost impossible.
Let's slow down and really look at these Sanskrit descriptors, because they define the impossible task that Jnana Yogi sets for themselves. First, it is aksharam, imperishable or undecaying.
Think of it like the fundamental law of conservation in physics, but applied to consciousness. It is the underlying truth that cannot be destroyed, broken down, or decay over time.
Right. And in a world where everything we see, buildings, relationships, our own bodies, is constantly decaying.
Everything.
Trying to fix your mind on the absolutely undecaying is counterintuitive to all sensory experience.
It's completely counterintuitive. Then there is inertijam. Indescribable. You can't define it with language. And avyaktam. Unmanifest or beyond the senses.
So you can't see it, touch it, smell it, or speak about it. How do you hold it in your concentration?
It's like Anirdishem is like trying to describe the total experience of a perfect sunset to someone who has only ever read books about light.
Good analogy.
And Avyaktam is often compared to the idea of dark matter or dark energy in the universe. It's everywhere. It counts for the bulk of reality, yet it is utterly undetectable by our ordinary tools.
These concepts defy the very wiring of our human perception.
They do. And it continues with Sarvatragam, all-pervading, and Akinchayam, unthinkable or inconceivable.
Inconceivable.
Sarvatraga means it is present in every atom, every moment, everywhere simultaneously. Now, Achincham is the real killer for the intellect.
That's the one.
How do you meditate on something you are explicitly told is outside the capability of the thinking mind? The mind, by its nature, requires boundaries and definitions. Meditating on the unthinkable is like trying to mentally grasp the concept of every single number.
Or every possible color combination all at once.
All at once. It just generates intellectual frustration.
And we round out the list with Kistam, unchanging, immovable, and Dhruvam, eternal. The devotee of the formless is essentially striving to align their sleeting, temporary, changing consciousness with an immovable, eternal reality that defies description.
And the focus here is on achieving the goal. Inner peace, absolute mental stability, and equality. Or, samatvahava, rising above worldly duality. That's the reward, covered in Sloka 4. But to get there, the discipline has to be immense.
So if that's the goal, what are the rigorous preconditions needed to even attempt this path of abstraction? Krishna details 3 required characteristics of the knowledge yogi in Sloka 4.
And the first is foundational, Indriya Samyama, complete and absolute control over all senses.
Wow. In our modern world, this is a revolutionary concept.
Yeah.
We're living in an attention economy designed entirely to overwhelm and capture our senses.
Exactly.
Every notification, every advertisement, every piece of streaming content is pulling our attention outward.
And that's precisely why Indriya Samyama is so challenging. It means that the mind is no longer a slave to external input. The sources state that without this profound self-control, spiritual progress is simply impossible.
It's a filter.
It's a requirement that filters out almost everyone. Imagine committing to a digital life where you only allow sensory input that is absolutely necessary for righteous action. That requires monumental, moment-to-moment vigilance against the nature of the current world.
Okay, so what's the second precondition?
Samabuddhi, equality of intellect everywhere. Treating all situations alike, whether favorable or unfavorable, praise or criticism, gain or loss.
The attainment of samadhibhava.
Yes. It requires viewing the constantly fluctuating circumstances of life with total equanimity. We are hardwired to chase pleasure and flee pain.
Of course.
Our internal peace is typically destroyed the moment someone praises us too much, which leads to arrogance, or criticizes us, which leads to resentment or depression. To achieve this equal vision requires a fundamental rewiring of the ego.
It's an incredibly demanding psychological task. And third, the highest ethical requirement. Sarvabhutahidratha, engaged in the welfare of all beings, selfless service.
This is the critical check on the path of knowledge. It ensures that the pursuit of non-dual realization doesn't become a purely selfish, isolationist endeavor.
Right, it's not about escaping into a cave.
Not at all. If the ultimate realization is that all beings are essentially one Brahman, then the Jnana Yogi must necessarily act in a way that reflects the welfare and unity of that whole. Selfless service, paropakar, or benevolence, is the practical expression of non-duality.
So you have to eliminate the ego that separates you from others before you can realize the ultimate truth.
You have to.
So to summarize the path of the formless, you must first achieve complete sensory control, perfect equanimity, and ceaseless selfless service, just to qualify to begin the difficult task of meditating on the unthinkable.
It sounds almost impossibly demanding.
It is. And this brings us to the critical conclusion in Sloka 5, why the formless path is difficult for embodied beings. Krishna clarifies that for those whose minds are set on the unmanifest, the avyakta, the struggle, the klesha is much, much greater.
The struggle, the difficulty, the pain.
And he uses such strong terms like dukkam, difficult and painful, for those who are dehavadvir, embodied beings. Why?
It's a profound statement about our human operating system. We are creatures of form. Our entire sensory apparatus, our eyes, ears, hands, is designed to interact with sakarupa, with form.
That's how we process the world.
It's how we process data. Through limitations. Time, space, size. When the mind tries to conceptualize a principle that is limitless, timeless, indescribable, and formless, it resists fiercely.
There's nothing to grab onto.
Exactly. The mind finds no traction, it slips, it falls back onto forms it recognizes, and that leads to intense frustration and mental pain. It's like trying to grab smoke.
The intellectual effort is immense, but the results are intangible and hard to maintain.
Exactly. The Nirguna path requires intense patience, absolute mental control, managraha, and complete detachment, vairagya. These are traits that develop slowly over years, maybe lifetimes.
And for the average person struggling with rent, family, work,
the everyday complexities.
The path of devotion, which uses the senses and the heart to focus on an approachable form, is deemed the simpler, more effective, and far less painful way to stability and liberation. Love is the shortcut that dry intellectualism cannot offer.
So Krishna is being pragmatic. He's saying, look, I'm not saying the mountain path is wrong, but it's a sheer rock face, and most of you are not equipped for it. Here is the paved road instead.
It's compassionately designed for human reality.
It recognizes that while the goal is the absolute, the method must accommodate our current state of being. The path of bhakti offers an immediate connection through relationship and feeling, bypassing that arduous intellectual climb.
This is the section that I think is most valuable for our learner audience, because it moves immediately from high philosophy to practical strategy.
The latter.
The latter. Krishna recognizes that even the superior path of devotion, path of the heart, might be too much to achieve immediately. So he offers this pragmatic, tiered approach. It's a contingency plan for the spiritual struggler who feels overwhelmed by the ideal.
And this latter is the genius of the Gita's psychology. It says, start where you are. If you cannot do step A, do step B. If you can't do B, do C.
There's no excuse for inaction.
None at all.
But let's start with the ideal standard, though. The peak of devotion, which is covered in slokas 6 and 8. The devotee should surrender all actions to God sarvate karman maisen chanyasha.
Consider God the supreme goal, mat parama, and worship with unwavering, exclusive devotion and nanyaniva yoga.
This is total commitment, fixing the mind and intellect wholly on the divine.
This state is Isvara Pranidhana, the state of absolute surrender. Every single thought, task, and outcome is offered to the divine without reserve. It's an existence entirely dedicated to spiritual truth, where no personal ego remains to claim credit or feel burdened by failure.
And for this ideal, Krishna offers the most profound and active promise in Sloka 7. The guarantee is stunning.
It really is.
For those whose minds are fixed on him, Krishna assures that he himself quickly delivers them from the ocean of death and material existence, the Matusasara Sagarit.
And what's fascinating here is the sheer energy of the divine response. Krishna doesn't just passively await the devotee's success. He takes on the role of the immediate rescuer, the Samudarta.
And the action is swift, Navisira.
Very swift. This ocean of existence, this samsara, is filled with fear, sorrow, endless cycles of rebirth. The promise is that total surrender triggers divine grace, which expedites the process of liberation far beyond what self-effort alone could achieve.
But wait, isn't that a little counterintuitive to the idea of self-effort? If I achieve the highest state of surrender and then Krishna rescues me, doesn't that make the devotee passive?
That's a crucial question.
Isn't relying on a rescuer contrary to the proactive nature of yoga?
The sources clarify that total surrender is the highest form of effort. It's not passivity, it's the active relinquishment of the ego's desire for control.
Okay.
The moment the ego steps aside and says, I cannot do this alone, I surrender, the cosmic energy, or grace, steps in. You do the maximal effort of letting go, and the divine provides the maximal support.
So it's a dynamic co-creation, not a passive wait.
Exactly. The devotee provides the sincerity, and the divine provides the bridge.
That makes sense. Sincerity of effort is required, but grace is the accelerator. But now we move to the practical, tiered approach for those who struggle with that ultimate ideal.
Yes. For the person who tries to maintain total focus but finds their mind constantly wandering, Krishna offers the first alternative in Sloka 9. Practice yoga. Abhisa yoga.
Yeah.
If you cannot steady your mind directly on God, then use sustained, systematic practice to attain that steadiness.
Abhisa, that means repeated, continuous effort. So how does this differ practically from the ideal of total surrender?
Abhisa is about building spiritual muscle memory. You know the ideal, but your mind rebels. So you force a routine.
You schedule it.
You commit to regular chanting, japa, rigorous focused meditation at specific times, or daily formal worship, puja. Even if the mind isn't fixed yet, the continuous effort strengthens the capacity for focus.
It's the difference between trying to run a marathon on your first day,
Which is total surrender.
versus committing to a structured training schedule where you gradually increase your distance.
That's ahilsa.
So you use routine and repetition to counteract the mind's natural instability. But what if consistent, rigorous, daily practice like an hour of meditation or japa is still too difficult to sustain? Life interrupts.
And it does. Which brings us to the second, even simpler alternative in Sloka 10. Action for God's sake. Matkarma parama.
Okay.
If sustained internal practice is too difficult, then shift your focus entirely to dedicating all your external actions to God.
This is the genius of karma yoga applied to bhakti. The shift is from internal contemplation to external selfless activity, but with a devotional frame.
Precisely. You don't need a meditation cushion. You need a job, a family, or a community need. The principle is to perform all your duties, no matter how mundane, selflessly, viewing them as service to the divine.
So if you're a lawyer, you practice law as a service. If you're a parent, you raise your children as a service.
Yes. The sources emphasize that the intention, not the action itself, is purified. It becomes nishtama. This instantly frees you from the bondage of personal desire and leads to perfection, Siddhi, in your chosen field.
It simplifies life by giving all your tasks a singular, unified purpose. That feels extremely doable. My actions are the same, but the internal framing has shifted entirely. Instead of working to satisfy my ego or my bank account, I work as an offering. But even that, performing every single action with a perfect, selfless intention, that must be hard to maintain constantly.
It is. Which is why Krishna offers the absolute minimum requirement, the final safety net for the person who cannot sustain practice or perform all actions exclusively for God. This is the third alternative in Sloka 11. Renunciation of fruits. karma phala tyaga.
Just renounce the fruits of your actions. Act without attachment to the outcome.
And this is a radical psychological prescription. Think about modern life. We are entirely results-driven. We attach our self-worth, our identity, and our happiness to the outcome of our efforts.
The grade on the test, the size of the promotion, the public reaction to our art.
Yes. That attachment is the engine of anxiety. If I spend 6 months on a massive project and it fails, the disappointment is crushing precisely because I was attached to the success.
Of course.
The source material emphasizes that frustration stems solely from failed expectations. When you act, but genuinely and consciously abandon your emotional investment in the result, you attain instant self-control.
You give 100% effort.
And then you mentally let go of what happens next. That detachment, or vairagya, is immediately liberating. It requires very little physical or mental practice, only a shift in mindset before and after the action.
This leads us to the surprising climax of this practical section in Sloka 12, Krishna's hierarchy of spiritual advancement. And this ranking just turns conventional spiritual wisdom on its head.
It is perhaps the most actionable and profound verse for the modern struggler. Krishna ranks spiritual tools. First, knowledge, jnanam, is better than practice, apis.
Okay.
Second, meditation or concentration, dana, is better than knowledge. But then, the absolute top spot is reserved for renunciation of fruits of action, karma phala tyaga, which is superior to meditation.
We have to stop there and analyze that. Renouncing the outcome of your work is rated higher than deep, focused meditation on the divine.
It is.
How can giving up attachment to a result be considered a superior practice to direct communion with the Absolute?
Because of the immediate psychological impact, meditation and knowledge are processes. They require time, effort, and continuous struggle to stabilize the mind. They build future peace.
But detachment.
The moment you choose to abandon your attachment to a desired result, it instantly frees the mind from tension, anxiety, and disappointment. Krishna states, Tyagat Shantir Anantaram renunciation leads to peace immediately.
So if I start a daily meditation practice today, it might take me a year to feel stable. But if I finish a tense conversation and mentally say, the way they reacted is their business, my effort is done, the stress melts away in that second.
It's verifiable, instantaneous relief. The difficulty of meditation is the constant struggle against the mind. Renunciation bypasses that struggle by removing the cause of the agitation.
The desire for a specific outcome?
That deep-seated desire. The sources compare it to a patient with a festering wound. Meditation is the slow process of healing. Renunciation is the moment you stop picking at the wound.
Wow.
The immediate relief is profound, providing instantaneous mental control and contentment, or santosh, regardless of whether your external endeavor succeeded or failed.
This is the ultimate antidote to the anxiety of being results-driven, which characterizes almost all professional and social endeavors today. The message is clear. If the abstract paths are too hard, start with the lowest barrier of entry detachment, because it yields the fastest, most certain peace.
It really does.
That brings us beautifully from the methodology of practice to the resulting state of character. If devotion and detachment are the easiest paths, what does a person who successfully practices them actually look like?
A great question.
And Krishna now pivots from theory to a detailed actionable checklist. The behavioral and emotional traits that make a devotee dear or priya to God.
And this section, slokas 13 through 19, is the ethical and psychological summit of the chapter. It proves that bhakti yoga is not just ritual, it is a profound ethical transformation.
It's a progress report.
It's a progress report on your inner peace.
Yep.
Check this list. And we start with the fundamentals of character and compassion.
Let's look at the first trait, which is the foundational ethical requirement. Absence of negativity. Avetataptutanam. Bears no malice or hatred toward any living being. No jealousy.
And this is more than just ethical nicety. It is radical self-protection. Malice, resentment, jealousy. These are highly toxic mental states that only harm the person holding them.
They're poison.
They are. If your heart is constantly preoccupied with the perceived flaws or successes of others, it is impossible for peace to reside there. The true devotee recognizes the unity of all life, so there's no target for hatred. The absence of malice is a prerequisite for internal purification of thought.
And closely linked to that is the active external expression. Universal friendliness and compassion. Maitra Karu Ivaka. Friendly, compassionate, and kind to all.
Karut is not distant pity. It is active compassion, the felt response to the distress of others. It means viewing others' suffering as your own. This benevolence fosters harmonious relationships.
And in a world that's increasingly driven by tribalism and division,
Oh, absolutely.
the Bhakta is the unifying force, the one who is genuinely friendly to everyone, regardless of difference. When you are genuinely a friend to all, your social existence is fundamentally calmer because conflict has no foothold.
Right. Next, we address the root of self-inflicted pain. Freedom from ego. Nirmama nirhakar.
Free from the sense of mind attachment and possessiveness, and ego, or vanity.
This quality strikes directly at the heart of our consumer-driven culture. Nirmamo means non-possessiveness. The moment we attach mind to a possession, a job title, or an opinion, we become vulnerable to the suffering that inevitably accompanies loss or change. The ego, the ahamkara, constantly seeks external validation. It relies on praise, status, accumulation. The supreme devotee is anchored internally, free from vanity, and thus immune to the crippling pride that leads to anxiety. They understand that everything is ultimately borrowed, which simplifies their relationship with material reality.
And the practical applications of detachment. Equanimity, equal in pleasure and pain, samadukha sukha, and patience, forgiving and patient.
Equanimity is mental stability achieved through practice. The devotee, having renounced the fruits of action, understands that pleasure and pain are transient, unavoidable dualities. They are mentally prepared for loss because they didn't overly cling to gain.
And kwai, forgiveness and patience.
That is the essential social lubricant. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. Holding on to resentment locks the anger inside your own mind. The patient and forgiving mind is automatically a peaceful mind.
And completing this first set in Sloka 14, contentment, santuta sadhyogego, always satisfied, regardless of circumstances. Plus, steadfastness and total surrender of mind and intellect.
Contentment, or santosh, is the spiritual power of sufficiency. The devotee is not driven by the incessant modern pressure for more. They are satisfied with whatever comes their way, which immediately halts the vicious cycle of craving, effort, and disappointment.
And that deep satisfaction is supported by firm resolve, right? Drshaya.
An unshakable confidence in their chosen path. They are not swayed by fleeting doubts or external cynicism.
Let's move to emotional stability and detachment from the world's chaos, covered in Slokas 15, 17, and 18. Sloka 15 gives us the profound concept of mutual peace. The devotee neither causes anxiety or distress to the world, nor is distressed by the world's actions or situations.
This is the two-way street of peace. Yasmanad vijate loko, they are not a source of misery for others. Their speech is constructive, their actions benevolent, their presence is calming.
They're not drama starters.
Not at all. And conversely, lo kanad vijate, they are not easily agitated or bothered by the constant chaos or social noise of the world. They have built an internal fortress of calm that prevents external turbulence from penetrating.
And they must be free from specific dualities. Excitement, haro, intolerance or anger, ama, fear, bhaya, and anxiety or agitation.
This is a comprehensive list of what destroys mental well-being in the modern age.
Sure it is.
It is the prescription for mental health. They are not ecstatic in pleasure, which often leads to emotional crashes. They are free from jealousy and anger, amaran, which tears apart relationships and personal serenity. They are free from fear, bhaya, supported by faith. And they are free from anxiety, udbhagaya, because they are not grasping for future success.
And this freedom is achieved because they derive their stability from within, not from external conditions.
Exactly.
Sloka 17 focuses on detachment from reactions. The devotee neither rejoices excessively, nor hates, nor grieves over the past, nor craves the future.
This is transcending the tyranny of memory and anticipation. They don't suffer from the burden of the past, the shock, the regret, the failure, the perceived loss. And crucially, they do not suffer from the anxiety of anticipating the future, the kanksha.
They live entirely and effectively in the present.
They do. They perform their duty now, and they trust the outcome to the divine, eliminating both regret and craving. This mindset is the ultimate time management tool, forcing the devotee into the highest state of present moment awareness.
And they achieve acceptance of outcomes, renouncing the fruits of auspicious and inauspicious actions, subhashoha parityage. They maintain equanimity, regardless of whether society deems the result good or bad.
Well, they recognize that good and bad are temporary labels applied by the material world. A loss might teach a crucial lesson and thus be spiritually good. A huge win might inflate the ego and thus be spiritually bad.
Right.
By renouncing the emotional charge of both, they maintain a clear, neutral operating system.
Leading us directly to Sloka 18, which is perhaps the most difficult trait to cultivate. Equality in duality. Equal toward friend and enemy, equal in honor and dishonor, equal in cold and heat, and pleasure and pain.
This requires deep philosophical work. How do you treat a harsh critic and a close supporter the same way?
I don't know.
The yogi must see the Supreme Self, the Brahman, dwelling equally in both the friend and the enemy. This understanding neutralizes the emotional reaction. Praise, honor, and fame are seen as fleeting external noise that does not inflate the ego. Insult and dishonor are seen as temporary external noise that does not disturb the internal self-worth. They are unattached, Sanghavivarjita, to the world's opinion of them.
Finally, we examine the qualities emphasizing simplicity and steadfastness in slokas 16 and 19, starting with non-expectation and the pika.
And this is the ultimate self-reliance. If you expect nothing from the world or from others, if you don't rely on fragile human expectations for your happiness, you are never disappointed.
It makes sense.
This quality leads to complete independence and reduces anxiety to zero because the devotee relies entirely on the divine source, not on unreliable external conditions.
And the critical combination of purity and skill, Suchi Dakyam, pure internally and externally, and skillful or expert in one's actions. I find this aspect so encouraging, the spirituality of competence.
It is a profound directive against the stereotype of the unworldly spiritual seeker. Dakhan means expert or competent. Spiritual detachment does not mean being passive or sloppy.
Quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite. Because the devotee is free from anxiety about the outcome, they can perform their duties with maximum focus, clarity, and competence. Purity of mind leads directly to skill and action, making them more effective than those whose performance is degraded by fear, stress, or ego.
They must also possess neutrality, indifferent or impartial, free from mental agony. Katayatha.
Udasina is impartial detachment. It's observing the world's dramas, political, social, personal, without feeling compelled to emotionally entangle oneself in every single event. They are indifferent to the temporary nature of events, understanding the cosmic scale, and being free from mental agony, Gatavyatad, means they have truly transcended the root cause of psychological suffering.
And Saramba Parityaga, renouncing undertakings, giving up unnecessary material undertakings or attachments to the results of actions.
This is strategic simplicity. The modern life is often cluttered with unnecessary efforts driven by materialistic craving, comparison, or status anxiety.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
Exactly. The yogi avoids these unnecessary tasks, these anavashya karma, focusing only on essential duties and spiritual progress. It is about actively streamlining your life to protect your peace.
And in Sloka 19, we see a focus on demeanor. Calmness and contentment, Mauni Santuyo, silent, so avoiding unnecessary speech, and tranquil, satisfied with whatever situation arises.
Mauni means mental stillness. It's not just physical silence, but avoiding idle chatter and conserving mental energy for contemplation. This mental stillness makes them inherently tranquil and satisfied, santushya, with whatever life provides, further stabilizing their mind. In a world of constant communication, the cultivation of internal silence is revolutionary.
And the final two traits, unattached to place, aniketa, having no fixed abode or attachment to a physical home, or being unattached to material possessions. And steadfast mind, the aramatya, a firm intellect, undisturbed by life's ups and downs.
The physical detachment, aniketa, is the symbol of internal freedom. The devotee sees themselves as a guest of the world, not its owner, which reduces the fear of material loss.
Yet their mind.
Their mind, however, is firmly fixed, Thiramatya, in spiritual truth. They are emotionally and intellectually stable, regardless of external circumstances. This detailed list, from slokas 13 through 19, is the ultimate blueprint. These qualities are the tangible, observable fruits of successful bhakti yoga and the truest definition of inner peace.
We have completed the journey. From Arjuna's fundamental question, through Krishna's pragmatic ladder of practice, to the detailed behavioral blueprint of the truly devoted human being. In Sloka 20, Krishna brings the chapter to a powerful close, referring to this entire teaching as the nectar of Dharma.
That phrase, Dhammimatamide, this nectar-like instruction, is incredibly significant. Nectar symbolizes immortality and spiritual sustenance.
Right.
Krishna says devotees who follow this instruction, who possess complete faith, Shiratanna, and who consider him the supreme goal, Paramavakta, are extremely dear to him.
The conclusion reinforces the message. The path of bhakti, the path of devotion, love, and surrender, is the easiest, most accessible, and most effective means to liberation and achieving inner peace for all.
And it's superior because it centers on the heart, emotional balance, and complete detachment, rather than demanding the intellectual superhumanism of the path of knowledge.
It ultimately dismantles the roots of psychological suffering, ego, attachment, and the illusion of separateness.
When the mind is purified and free from these binding forces, the dedication to the divine becomes effortless and permanent. The sources clarify that bhakti is simply a state of mind characterized by complete love, faith, and the active cultivation of the inner qualities we detailed.
Equanimity, patience, non-malice.
All of them.
So, bringing this all back to you, the learner, what is the immediate practical relevance for navigating the complexity of modern life, the stress, the constant information overload, and the relentless anxiety?
Well, the relevance is profound. This chapter is a manual for emotional invulnerability. The antidote to information overload and the endless craving for external validation is anapank, non-expectation.
The cure for modern stress and anxiety is karma phala tyaga, renouncing the fruit of action.
And the solution to social media conflict and emotional volatility is establishing emotional neutrality, treating praise and blame equally, seeing a friend and a perceived enemy alike. You don't need a monastery. You need applied detachment in your daily routine.
This shift in focus from the abstract goal to the behavioral process is the gift of Chapter 12. It provides immediate relief. That brings us to our final thought for you to consider, something to mull over as you integrate this powerful knowledge.
We saw that Krishna ranked the simple act of detachment, renouncing the fruit of action, as superior even to deep, focused meditation.
Which is still so shocking to me.
It confirms its immediate practical impact on mental peace is unsurpassed. It bypasses years of arduous mental training because it eliminates the cause of the struggle.
So the provocative thought is this. What immediate, verifiable peace could you unlock in your life by simply changing the intention behind your next 3 major tasks? Perform them with all your skill, Dukha. Focus on the quality of the effort and the moment they're completed, whether they succeed spectacularly or fail utterly consciously, and genuinely renounce any attachment to the result.
Use detachment not as a lofty philosophical ideal, but as a practical day-to-day tool for instant santi. If devotion is the path of the heart, then detachment is the ultimate shortcut for immediate peace of mind.
Food for thought. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into the nectar of devotion. We hope this roadmap serves you well on your journey to lasting peace.
Until next time. Okay, let's unpack this. Today, we are diving into one of the oldest, deepest, and most fundamentally human questions in all of philosophical history. Who are you, really? And we're talking about identity at a level that's far deeper than your name, your job, or your nationality. Are you defined by the material stuff that makes up your body? Or is there an immutable, conscious element, a silent witness, that is the true self?
That is the ultimate investigative question. And for this deep dive, our source material provides us with an astonishingly precise map to navigate this confusion.
It really does.
We are engaging with the 13th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the Kshetra Chechana Vibhaga Yoga.
The yoga of the field and the knower of the field. Our mission today is to treat this single chapter as, well, the ultimate intellectual shortcut.
I like that. A shortcut.
We're going to use this text to deconstruct the complex architecture of human existence, the intricate and, let's be honest, often confusing relationship between the body, the soul, and the supreme consciousness. Our ultimate goal is to understand the pathway to liberation, or moksha.
And we can only do that by drawing a very clear line between what is temporary and what is eternal.
So where do we start?
To succeed in this mission, we have to start immediately by establishing the core vocabulary, as it's laid out in the very first shloka. The body, this physical, perishable vehicle that we occupy, is called the kshetra.
Kshetra. It literally translates to field or territory, which is just a perfect analogy, right? It's the field of activity, the karmic kshetra, where the seeds of our actions are sown.
Where they ripen and where we experience the results. It's the temporary stage upon which the entire drama of life unfolds.
And if the body is the kshetra, the field,
then critically, the element of pure consciousness that knows the field is the kshetrajna. This is the immortal soul, the Atman.
Observer and observed.
The body is the object of knowledge. It is observed, it is known. The soul is the subject, the true knower of the field. This distinction is, the absolute foundation of all true wisdom.
And here's where it gets philosophically profound and where the scope instantly widens from, say, individual self-help to universal reality. This is in the second shloka. Krishna doesn't just stop at defining your individual soul. He instructs Arjuna, and by extension you, the learner, to recognize him, the supreme being, the para-Brahman, as the supreme Kshatrajna present in every single body.
This is the expert insight we have to grasp right up front.
Yeah.
It's not enough to be a dualist and just say, oh, my soul is separate from my body.
Right.
True knowledge means recognizing that the supreme is the ultimate overarching consciousness that is observing and sustaining all fields simultaneously. It is the consciousness that makes our individual consciousness possible.
So the architecture is triadic. I have my temporary field, the Kshetra. I have my individual immortal observer, the Kshetra.
Yes.
And then there's the omnipresent supreme observer, the Paramatma. That is the conscious source of everything.
That's the entire premise. If you can maintain that three-tiered awareness, you are on the path to realization. The text is offering a complete metaphysical blueprint.
And the conversation immediately moves to deconstructing that temporary field.
Exactly. Krishna promises to explain what the field is, its nature, its modifications, its vikaras, its origin, and its influences. We are going to take the body-mind complex apart, piece by piece, so we can finally stop mistakenly identifying with it.
Okay, so let's move to that. Segment 1. The anatomy of the field, the Kshetra. We started by calling it the body, but the Gita defines the Kshetra as this astonishingly complex, constantly changing apparatus.
A structure designed specifically for material experience. It's much more comprehensive than just biology.
Far more.
It is. The text gives us a detailed, almost clinical inventory of existence, breaking the field down into 24 distinct constituent elements. The whole point of this list is to show you that the sense of I that says I am happy or I am tired is a temporary composite structure.
Like a rented vehicle.
Exactly. And therefore, it cannot be the eternal knower.
I think we need to slow down here, because listing 24 elements can feel a little overwhelming. Let's group them logically and explore what each group really means.
Good idea. We start with the building blocks, the structural foundation, the 5 great elements, the Pancha Mahaphutas.
Right.
These form the gross physical basis of the field. First, earth, Prithvi. This isn't just soil. It represents the solid elements, the mass, the bones, the flesh, the physical structure that gives us stability.
Okay, so that's solidity.
Then water, Jala. That's the liquid elements, our blood, our lymph, the fluids that circulate and sustain life. They represent flow.
Makes sense.
Third is fire, Agni. This is the energy principle. The heat, metabolism, digestion, the transformation that keeps the engine running.
Got it. Then air.
Air, Vayu.
Yeah.
The gaseous elements responsible for breath, movement, and nervous transmission within the field. And finally, space, Akasha.
Which is the void.
The subtle expansion, yes. The room necessary for everything else to exist, move, and grow within the body.
So those 5 are like the biological scaffolding. The hardware, if you will.
The hardware, exactly. But the field is not just physical. It includes these crucial internal components that define our subjective experience and our decision-making.
This is where we get into the subtle body.
Precisely. Which is just as much part of the Kshetra. This internal set includes 3 crucial subtle elements. First, ego, ahankara.
The eye maker.
Yes, the principle of mistaken self-identification, that deep-seated belief that I am the doer, or this body and its actions belong to me. It's the feature that creates our sense of individuality and separation.
Next.
Intellect, buddhi. This is the decision-making power, the faculty that discerns, that judges, and resolves. It's what processes information and leads to conclusions.
Okay, ego and intellect. The third one's a bit more abstract. Unmanifested nature, avyakta.
It is abstract. It's the root material cause, the pristine, unevolved prakriti from which all the other elements evolve. It remains invisible until it becomes manifest.
So it's like the potential of matter before it takes on a visible form.
That's a great way to put it.
But why is it so important to include avyakta in the definition of the field? Why not just stick to what we can see and feel?
Because if we define the field only by what is visible, we completely miss the root cause. Avyakta is the source code of the material universe.
Yeah.
By including it, the text proves that the Kshetra is fundamentally material, from its unmanifested potential all the way to its gross form. It proves the field is a self-contained system.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, so we've covered 8 elements. Next come the tools for interaction with the world, the 10 indriyas, or senses.
Yes. These are the instruments the knower uses to receive input and deliver output. And they're divided into 2 essential groups.
8 input channels.
The 5 organs of perception, Ninindriyas. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. They just gather raw data about the field's environment.
And then the output tools, the tools for expression and action.
The 5 organs of action, Karmendriyas, hands, feet, speech, and the organs of excretion and generation. These are the tools through which the body executes the will.
So that brings us to 18 elements.
Bringing our count to 18. The 19th is the mind, Manas, which acts as the central coordinator. It's the internal processor that synthesizes the data coming from the perception senses and directs the action senses.
Constantly oscillating.
Perpetually. Managing input and output. It's the executive assistant to the knower, so to speak.
And finally, the field has to include the 5 objects that define the sensory experience itself, the Indriya Gochara.
Right. These are the 5 hooks that draw the field outward, defining what the senses are always seeking. Form, for sight, taste, or rasa, smell, gandha, touch, sparsha, and sound, shabda.
What stands out to me here is that this whole definition of the kshetra, the field, is fundamentally neutral. It's just an inventory of material parts and functions.
That's the entire takeaway.
If this is the machine, the Trishajna has to be the operator.
The field is comprehensive, complex, but entirely perishable and material. It's a composite temporary structure. And what defines a temporary structure? Change. Which brings us to the modifications of the field, the vikaras, lifted in Shloka 6. These modifications are inherent to the kshetra, not the katrajna.
So if I were to get in a fight, I might say, you make me angry, or my desire controls me. But the Gita is saying that desire and hatred are just modifications of the field, not of the eternal me.
Precisely. They are reactions programmed into the field volatile states generated by the interaction of the senses and the sense objects. The key modifications that characterize the field's experience are the dualities we live with: desire, Icha, and hatred, Tvesha.
And happiness and sorrow.
And the pair of happiness, Sukha, and sorrow, Dukkha. These are just the temporary high and low tides of the mind-body complex.
So if I spend all my energy trying to fix the desire modification, am I just fighting a leaky faucet in the field? If that's the case, where should I be spending my energy instead?
You should be spending your energy on recognizing that the faucet is leaky because it belongs to a temporary house.
Yeah.
You, the knower, are not the house. The energy has to go into isolating the knower. When the kshetrajna identifies with the field's desire, that's when the kshetrajna suffers. But desire itself is simply a chemical, mental, and physical configuration of the field.
What other attributes are considered modifications of the field?
Well, we have to include the structure itself, the body composition, sankhata, the collected bundle of flesh and senses. Then there is consciousness, cetana.
Wait, consciousness is part of the field. That seems counterintuitive.
This is a crucial distinction. The life principle that illuminates the field, like the light that makes a room visible. That light is a manifestation of the soul's presence in the field. It is not the soul itself.
So like electricity running through a bulb. The bulb glows because the power is there, but the power itself remains distinct from the bulb's materials.
An excellent analogy.
Yeah.
And finally, fortitude or patience, drili. Even the ability to endure, to stick with something, is viewed as an attribute of the field, largely dependent on the strength and composure of the mind and intellect, both of which are kshetra components.
Okay, let's bring the segment together. We have established that everything we usually identify with, our physical structure, our thoughts, our intellect, our joys, our sorrows, even our patience, are merely modifications of the field.
The vehicle, not the passenger.
The vehicle, not the passenger. So the mission of the seeker is to achieve this unshakable realization that the knower, the kshetrajna, is entirely separate and unaffected by this whole dynamic changing inventory.
Exactly.
We've used intellectual analysis to show us what the body is. So the next logical question is, how do we use that knowledge to actually separate ourselves from the field? Isolating the knower doesn't happen just by reciting a list.
No, it doesn't. And that brings us to segment 2. The path to knowledge, or jnana. The text is very clear that true knowledge is not just academic achievement or, intellectual accumulation.
A way of being.
It is. Shlokas 7 through 11 are a profound ethical guide, defining jnana as the cultivation of 20 specific divine virtues. If you embody these virtues, you are knowledgeable. Conversely, any behavior or trait contrary to these is defined as ignorance, ajnana.
So let's look at the core ethical traits that begin this list. The first 2 deal with how we present ourselves to the world. Humility, amanitvam, the absence of arrogance.
And his partner, sincerity, adambidvam, the absence of hypocrisy or pretense. A sincere seeker is internally honest. They don't perform spiritual acts for external validation.
Right. They prioritize authenticity.
They do. Next, we have the most foundational ethical commitment, non-violence, ahimsa, which must be practiced in the deepest sense, not just physical non-harm, but non-harm in thought, word, and deed.
ensuring no suffering is inflicted on any being, and that deep internal commitment that naturally leads to the social virtues. Forgiveness, kshanti.
The ability to remain calm and composed even when provoked or wronged.
And simplicity, Rajavam, just straightforwardness, ensuring there's no diversions between your thoughts, words, and actions.
And we can't overlook the importance of guidance. Respect for the guru, Acharya Bhajana, service and devotion to the spiritual teacher. This is paired with purity, Shakam, which involves cleanliness not only externally, in terms of hygiene, but internally.
Purifying thoughts and intentions.
Precisely. And finally, in this opening list, we have the disciplines of the will. Steadfastness, steryam, remaining firm and resolute on one's spiritual journey, even when difficulties arise.
And self-control, atma vinigraha.
The disciplined mastery over the senses and the mind, ensuring they don't drag the knower back into the chaos of the field.
These 8 traits really create the inner environment where knowledge can even begin to thrive.
But the text immediately connects this ethical foundation to existential reality. It moves right into the concept of detachment and awareness of suffering in Shloka 8.
This is where the intellectual knowledge of the kshetra from segment 1 transforms into practical detachment.
Exactly. The text demands detachment from sense objects, Indriyarthishu Virajam. And why? Because the seeker is constantly maintaining the awareness of the inherent flaws and suffering, the dukkha dashina darshanam, built into the material field.
And that realization is the fuel for detachment, for vairagya.
It is.
Okay, I want to pause on that awareness of suffering, because that can sound deeply pessimistic. Are we being instructed to constantly be miserable or focus on the negative?
Not miserable, but realistic. It's an instruction to maintain objective clarity. The field is temporary, so anything it produces must also be temporary and ultimately lead to sorrow when it inevitably ends. The text defines 4 universal flaws that define the impermanence of the field. We must constantly recognize the suffering inherent in first, birth, second, death, third, old age, jara.
And fourth, disease, vyadi.
Recognizing the trauma of birth, the guarantee of mortality, the loss of capacity in old age, and the body's constant susceptibility to sickness and pain.
So this objective clarity, that the field is a machine that's guaranteed to break down and cause pain, that naturally stops the knower from clinging to it.
It's just the priority. Why dedicate your entire life to polishing a vehicle that is destined to rust away? This leads directly to the concepts of equanimity and non-attachment in Shloka 9. The seeker must practice non-attachment to the mundane.
And this is a point that often raises ethical flags for people today. The text specifically mentions non-attachment to family and home, putra, dara, krihadishu, son, wife, home. Doesn't this imply a kind of moral coldness or irresponsibility?
It's a crucial challenge, and the text provides a nuanced answer. It is not a call for renunciation of duty, but a renunciation of attachment.
Okay, that's an important distinction.
You continue to fulfill your role as a parent, a spouse, an employee. That's karma yoga. However, you renounce the possessive attachment, the emotional clinging that says, this person or thing is mine and I cannot exist without them.
So you still drive the car, but you remember it's rented. That way, when the lease is up, the separation isn't devastating.
Exactly. The action remains, but the possessive identification is removed. This balanced approach is defined by even-mindedness, samachitattvam, maintaining balance, or samabhava, regardless of the circumstance, whether it's desirable, ishta, or undesirable, anishta.
Because both are just temporary modifications of the field.
The wise person accepts that. Then the focus shifts inward towards spiritual practice. It demands devotion and a specific setting for seeking the truth.
Which means unwavering devotion, avyapicharini bhakti.
Exclusive, steady, and unmixed dedication to the Supreme. This devotion is the emotional vehicle that keeps the seeker on the path.
And this devotion is supported by physical habit, the inclination toward solitude, vivikta datashavedvam, seeking quiet places. Why is avoiding unnecessary social interaction considered part of knowledge?
Because the mind is so easily distracted and polluted by the outside world. The text warns against unnecessary social gatherings, aratir jana samsari.
This isn't about being antisocial.
No, not at all. It's about practical spiritual triage. Most social interactions revolve around material topics, sensory objects, and ego-driven discussions, which actively reinforce the illusion that the field is the self. Solitude allows the purified intellect to focus inward on the knower.
And finally, Shloka 11 defines the intellectual posture needed to maintain this knowledge. It's a constant active pursuit, not a passive state.
It demands spiritual constancy, always maintaining stability and an inclination toward knowledge of the Atman. And this is followed by the highest aim, the perception of ultimate truth. Tat Vijnana Artha Darshana.
The constant pursuit of the highest reality.
And these 20 traits, from humility all the way to this final pursuit of truth, they collectively define what jnana is. If you lack them, the text defines your state as ignorance.
This provides a magnificent transition. We now know how to prepare the mind and the lifestyle to receive knowledge. Now we have to ask, what is the object of this supreme knowledge? What is the ultimate reality we are seeking? Mm-hmm. And that takes us into segment 3, the object of knowledge, the jnana, which is the para-Brahman, the supreme element. If we realize this object, the text promises immortality, amritam.
A destination worth pursuing.
Well, absolutely.
It's the ultimate goal. And Shloka 12 introduces the jnana by first defining its transcendence. It is beginningless and aditya. And more profoundly, the text says it cannot be defined as either sat grossly existent or visible, or a sat non-existent or totally void.
That is the ultimate paradox. In simple terms, why can't we just say God is sat, that he exists?
Because our human definition of existence is so limited. We define existing things by their form, their time, their material boundaries, all of which are components of the field, the kshetra.
Right.
Brahman is the fundamental source of all existence. It is not merely another object within existence. If we called it sat, we would be limiting the unlimited.
And calling it a sat, non-existent, would be just as wrong.
Equally wrong, as it is the root cause from which everything springs. It exists, but it exists beyond the reach of our current senses and definitions.
It's like trying to describe the computer's operating system using only the language of the application that's running on it.
Exactly. It requires a transcendent language. And this is why Shloka 13 uses such powerful mystical imagery to convey Brahman's all-pervasiveness, the omnipresent paradox.
The text describes Brahman as having hands, feet, eyes, heads, mouths, and ears everywhere. Sarvata Panipadam. If Brahman has no physical body, what does this literal ubiquity mean for us practically?
It's a description of infinite capacity and function. It means the supreme consciousness is the power that enables all hands to grasp, all feet to walk, all eyes to see, and all ears to hear.
So it's the conscious principle behind every single perception and action in the universe.
It encompasses the entire creation. The action you perform is driven by the energy of the field, but the awareness that sanctions the action and makes it possible is the supreme.
Which means every sensory experience I have, every action I take is, at its root, powered by the supreme. Yet, Shloka 14 immediately introduces this stunning contradiction, the unattached sustainer. How can something be everywhere and power everything, yet remain completely untouched by it all?
This is the critical teaching of non-attachment, but applied cosmically. The supreme is the illuminator of all sensory experiences. It enables the senses to function. Yet, paradoxically, it is devoid of physical senses itself. It operates outside the rules of the field, which it created.
It's the ultimate puppet master who isn't attached to the strings.
Perfectly put. It is described as unattached, asaktam, refusing to be involved in the mundane actions of the world. Yet it simultaneously sustains and supports everything, sarvabrit. It is the maintainer of the cosmos.
And what about the material qualities, the gunas?
It is inherently beyond them, nirguna.
But the shloka then adds a baffling qualifier. It experiences or governs the gunas guna bhoktri. How can it be beyond the gunas but also their experiencer?
This refers to its function as the impartial witness.
Yeah.
It is nirgunam because its essential nature is pure, transcendent, untainted by material qualities. But it is guna bhoktri in the sense that it is the ultimate principle that allows the material play of the gunas to happen.
The movie screen analogy?
It's like the movie screen. It's pure white and unaffected by the film, but it is the surface upon which the movie's drama, the gunas, plays out.
This makes the Supreme sound like both the most distant and the most intimate reality possible, and Shloka 15 confirms this, far and near.
It is inside and outside all beings. It is present in both the immovable, the rock, the mountain, and the movable, like us. But there's a catch. Due to its extreme subtlety, suksmatvat, it is utterly unknowable to our gross, ordinary senses.
So it's hidden in plain sight, protected by its own subtlety, but the text then provides an application for the learner. Where do I fall in relation to this distance?
It is distant for the unfaithful, the attached, the unenlightened, those who spend their lives focusing only on the field. But for the devotees and those with purified intellects, it is described as being very near, antique, resident in the heart.
So the distance isn't measured in miles, but in spiritual realization.
An internal focus, yes.
Yeah.
This leads beautifully to the concept of the undivided divider in Shloka 16. If the Supreme is one, how do we explain the incredible diversity and multiplicity of life we see?
It seems divided.
Brahman is fundamentally undivided, avipaktam, among all beings. There is only one underlying consciousness, one reality. However, due to the limiting influence of the field and the illusionary power of Prakriti, that single consciousness appears to be divided.
The sun and the water pots analogy is key here, isn't it?
It is the perfect analogy. The single sun is reflected in countless pots of water. If a pot breaks, the reflection disappears. But the sun remains unaffected and whole.
So our bodies are like the pots.
Exactly. Individual bodies create the appearance of separate souls, the reflections, but the source, the sun, remains whole. And the text reaffirms this undivided reality as the ultimate creator, sustainer, and destroyer of creation.
And finally, Shloka 17 returns to this idea of Brahman as the source of all illumination, the light of all lights.
Jyotisham apitat jyoti. If the sun illuminates the world, the Supreme is the source that illuminates the sun. It is situated beyond the darkness of ignorance.
It resides in the core of our being.
In the heart of every person, Hrudi Sarvasya Vishtikam, guiding us internally.
So if the field is the temporary vehicle and the Supreme is the transcendent power source, what is the connection between the two? That's where Purusha and Prakriti come in, explaining why we, the individual knowers, get trapped in the field in the first place. So we've established the nature of the field and the nature of the ultimate knower. Now let's get into segment 4. The dynamic of Purusha and Prakriti. This is where we analyze the specific mechanism, the spiritual physics, that causes our individual bondage and suffering.
And this is so critical for the learner to understand the why of suffering. Shloka 19 establishes the eternal duo. Prakriti, material nature, and Purusha, the consciousness or soul. Both are declared beginningless anadi.
They have always coexisted, so let's clarify their distinct functions. If they're both beginningless, what is the role of each?
Prakriti's role is entirely material and generative. Think of it as the raw, unconscious energy of the universe. It is the source of all the modifications we discussed, the body, the mind, the senses, and crucially, the three gunas.
So Prakriti is the agent of transformation.
Yes, and Purusha's role. Purusha is pure, immutable consciousness, the principle of sentience. It is the observer. It provides life and awareness to the field, making the composite body animated and sensitive.
And Shloka 20 then clarifies the crucial division of labor in the cosmos. This distinction between who acts and who experiences is really the philosophical core of this entire chapter.
Absolutely. The text states that Prakriti is the cause and agent for all actions, effects, and transformation in the world. The body, senses, and mind, all products of Prakriti, do all the performing. The field is the actor.
And the individual soul, the Purusha.
Purusha is the agent of experiencing happiness and sorrow. The soul doesn't perform the physical actions itself, but it sits in the field and identifies with the body's actions, and therefore it experiences the results, the joys, the fears, the pains.
This leads us directly to the cause of bondage in Shloka 21. If the Purusha is pure and eternal, why does it get trapped in the cycle of birth and death?
The trap is identification through attachment. The individual soul suffers because, while residing in the temporary body, it gets attached to the qualities, the gunas born of Prakriti. This clinging, this gunasango, is the mechanism that forces the Purusha to take repeated births.
Can you give me a modern, practical scenario for how gunasango operates? How does this play out?
Certainly. Take a high-powered executive. They are highly driven, achieving massive success, a manifestation of the rajas, or passion, quality.
Okay.
Their Purusha, their soul, is naturally pure, but it becomes deeply attached to the guna quality of success and status. The attachment says, I am this successful status.
Oh, the identification.
Yes. This identification traps the soul in a cycle of striving, stress, and anxiety. Even when the body breaks down or the career ends, the underlying attachment to that quality remains, forcing the soul back into another body to try and replicate or maintain that feeling.
So the soul doesn't suffer because it acts, but because it clings to the temporary emotional and material feedback loop generated by the action of the gunas within the field.
Exactly. The action itself is neutral. The attachment to the action's quality or result is the binding force.
And this brings us to a major distinguishing point in Shloka 22, differentiating the bound individual soul from the supreme Purusha, the Paramatma.
This hierarchy is vital. The individual soul is the experiencer, but the supreme soul is eternally free and superior, dwelling within the heart of every being and performing 6 functions simultaneously.
Okay, what are they?
First, the observer-witness, upadrashta. It observes all actions of the living entity, without ever interfering, judging, or becoming attached. It is impartial clarity.
Okay, the silent witness.
Second, the permitter, anumanta. This is key to free will. The individual soul, driven by gunasango, proposes an action. The paramama grants sanction for the experience of the results to occur.
It doesn't force the action, but it enables the consequence.
Correct. Third, the sustainer, bharta. It maintains the physical and conscious integrity of the body and the universe. Fourth, the enjoyer, bhokta, the ultimate true enjoyer of all bliss. Fifth, the great Lord, Maheshvara. And sixth, the supreme soul, paramama.
If the Paramatma is the impartial witness, the Upadrashta, residing right there in my heart, observing every mistake, every success without judgment, how does recognizing that internal presence fundamentally change the way I approach my daily decisions?
It creates a distance between you and your actions. If you know that every thought, driven by passion or ignorance, is being calmly observed, it becomes much harder to commit fully to the illusion of I am the doer.
It changes the whole game.
It shifts your energy away from fighting the field's modifications and toward aligning with the immutable stillness of the witness within. The very fact that this impartial entity resides within us is what allows for the possibility of liberation.
So that is the ultimate conclusion of the analysis. Suffering is optional, rooted in attachment, which transitions us into our final segment, the paths to liberation and the final vision. What do we do with this understanding?
The result of truly internalizing this distinction is freedom from rebirth. Shloka 23 gives us the promise. The one who truly understands the nature of the Purusha, Prakriti, and its gunas is never born again.
The knowledge itself is the antidote.
It is the ultimate antidote to karmic bondage.
So how does one attain this state, this vision of the self within the self? Shloka 24 provides not one, but three distinct, equally valid paths.
This is the inclusive nature of the Gita. No single path is mandated for everyone. First, there's dhyana yoga, meditation. This is for those inclined toward deep inner work, realizing the Atman through focused contemplation and direct experience.
This contemplative path.
Second, Sankhya Yoga, knowledge discernment. This is the path of intellectual analysis and philosophical understanding, precisely what we are doing in this deep dive.
Okay.
And third, Karma Yoga, action duty. This is realizing the truth through dedicated, selfless action performed without attachment to the results.
But the text doesn't stop there. What about the person who feels overwhelmed by Sankhya, struggles with dhyana, and finds Karma Yoga daunting? Shloka 25 highlights the power of faith.
And this is one of the most reassuring passages in the entire chapter. Even those who cannot pursue these intense paths on their own can still attain liberation.
Oh.
They achieve it by listening to the scriptures and respected teachers and acting with sincere faith, Shruti Parayana.
So, if you are a sincere listener, diligently following the guidance of a trusted source, that dedication itself is enough to cross the ocean of suffering.
It is. The power of Shraddha's sincere faith is affirmed as a legitimate path. It makes liberation accessible to everyone, regardless of their immediate intellectual or meditative capacity.
The text then gives this universal summary in Shloka 26. Every single entity in existence, moving or unmoving, is born only from the union of the Kshetra and the Kartrishna.
This final reiteration just confirms that the manifestation of life, in all its diversity, is a result of this necessary partnership between the inert field and the conscious knower.
And realizing this leads to the highest form of understanding, the vision of oneness, or samadrishti.
This is the hallmark of the enlightened individual. True sight means seeing the Supreme Lord residing equally in all perishable beings.
Seeing the immortal in the mortal.
Recognizing the immortal, unwavering soul within every mortal body. Seeing the same divine thread running through all creatures, high or low, successful or suffering.
And this vision of oneness has to have profound ethical consequences.
It does. The text says that by seeing the Lord equally everywhere, the wise person ensures they do not degrade or destroy themselves. Since they see the self in all, they cannot harm others without harming their own spiritual nature. This leads inevitably to the highest destination.
This realization also radically redefines our relationship with action, which is picked up in Shloka 29. The soul is the non-doer.
Akartamam. This is crucial for severing karmic ties. The wise person sees that all actions are performed entirely by Prakriti's forces. The body, the senses, the gunas, the products of the field, are the instruments performing the work.
And the soul.
The soul, the pure observer, is recognized as the non-doer.
Now, if the soul is the non-doer, does that mean I'm not responsible for my actions? Isn't that a dangerous idea?
Not at all. You are responsible for the attachment you develop, the guna sango, and for giving sanction to the action. But the realization that the soul itself is a Kartaram frees you from the identification with the field's activities.
So the body works, the knower just watches.
When that sense of ego-driven ownership is gone, the action ceases to bind the soul with new karma.
And this culminates in this vision of non-duality. The enlightened person sees that all these seemingly distinct beings are actually situated in the one supreme reality.
And that all expansion and diversity ultimately originate from that single source. When the seeker perceives this inherent unity, they attain Brahman.
To help us internalize this subtle distinction, the text concludes with two beautiful, powerful analogies. The first, in Shloka 32, uses the analogy of the sky.
The sky, Akasha, is the perfect metaphor for the soul. It's all-pervading, yet due to its extreme subtlety, it is never contaminated or attached to anything that occurs within it. Not the smog, the clouds, the wind, or the pollution.
It's there, but untouched.
Similarly, the soul, residing within the temporary body, remains pure, subtle, and unattached to the body's sickness, sorrow, or actions.
And the final, most vivid analogy in Shloka 33 compares the Kshatrajna to the sun.
Just as a single sun illuminates the entire world, every object, every shadow, every corner, the single knower of the field illuminates the entire body with the light of consciousness.
It enables everything to function, but it isn't affected by the world's activities.
The soul provides consciousness, enabling the body and mind to act, but it remains unaffected by the field's joy, sorrow, or decay. It is the conscious light source of the entire operation.
So what does it take to utilize this profound knowledge and attain liberation? The final shloka gives us the ultimate summary.
Attaining the ultimate state requires using the eye of knowledge, Janana Chakshusha. The spiritual insight must be used to understand two things simultaneously. First, the clear functional distinction between the field and the knower, and second, the process of liberation from the material cycle.
Knowing the problem and the solution.
Knowing both the problem, which is bondage to Prakriti, and the solution, the distinct pure self, leads to the supreme destination.
What an incredible deep dive into the architecture of consciousness and existence. This chapter really does deliver on its promise of being a shortcut to self-knowledge. Let's briefly recap the 5 core insights for you, the learner, to carry forward.
We covered 5 fundamental takeaways. First, the body, Kartara, is a temporary composite changing field of 24 elements. It is the vehicle, not the passenger.
Right.
Second, the soul, Krishajna, is the immortal, pure witness, separate from the body's actions, like the sky remaining untouched by the smoke within it.
A third, bondage.
Bondage arises solely from gunasango, the attachment of the individual soul to the temporary qualities and results of Prakriti.
And fourth, true knowledge, jnana, isn't just facts.
It's defined by the practical cultivation of inner virtues like humility, detachment, and equanimity, fueled by the objective recognition of life's inherent suffering.
And finally, liberation, moksha.
The liberation comes from seeing the Supreme as the undivided, equal presence within all beings, achieving the vision of oneness, samadrishti.
We've spent this time establishing that the material world, your anxiety, your age, your pain, your success, are all temporary modifications of the field, the kshetra. And you, the true self, are the eternal, unaffected knower.
And this realization is really about shifting your focus from the drama unfolding on the stage to the purity of the audience seat.
So here is our final provocative thought, built directly on the chapter's closing instruction. We have been told that true freedom requires the use of the eye of knowledge, jnana chakshusha, to distinguish the field from the knower. If you look at your life right now, at your biggest worry, your strongest desire, or the greatest pain your body is currently experiencing, how does focusing your eye of knowledge, the awareness that you are the eternal, impartial Kshatrajna, change your emotional reaction to the field's inevitable rise and fall? Think on that distinction, and perhaps your suffering will become an object of neutral observation, rather than a self-defining truth.
Welcome back to The Deep Dive, the show engineered to take the world's most profound wisdom, cut through all the complexity, and deliver pure, actionable insight right to you.
Today we are going, a little bit past conventional history and science. We're doing a deep dive into the very fabric of existence itself, using some really incredible philosophical sources that detail these 3 primal energies, or gunas.
Goodness sake.
And these gunas, they fundamentally structure, everything, the entire universe. They determine your character, they guide your choices, and ultimately they shape your destiny.
And our mission today is, it's far from just theoretical, We're really looking for the blueprint for human action. These 3 forces, as the sources say, they bind the eternal soul to the material world. And grasping their subtle, really complex mechanics, is considered the ultimate shortcut, not just to, say, self-improvement, but to genuine self-mastery, to freedom.
It's called the highest knowledge. The source material actually labels this understanding jnana jnanamuttama.
It means
the supreme wisdom, the best of all wisdom. And it confirms that those who truly, digest this knowledge, the sages, the munis, they attain liberation or moksha.
Moksha, hope.
And the supreme state, parasiddhi, they are, in effect, they're escaping the entire karmic system.
Wow. Okay, that immediately raises the stakes beyond, well, almost anything we usually cover. Is there a distinction we should make right away between moksha, liberation, and parasiddhi, the supreme state?
Yes.
Are we talking about an internal realization versus, an external permanent reality?
That's a really powerful distinction, and the text implies it's both. Moksha is that internal release, the end of suffering, and the realization of your true, unconditioned nature.
So that's the aha moment, but on a cosmic scale.
In a way, yes, and parasiddhi is the final consequence of that. It's dwelling in that absolute truth, moving beyond the whole cycle of creation and dissolution. The text says that those who adopt this knowledge, they aren't born at the beginning of creation, and they're not even disturbed when the universe dissolves.
They're completely outside the system.
They've found a permanent, unshakable foundation.
Okay, let's unpack this then. If we're aiming to understand the forces that bind us, we first have to understand the environment they operate in. What is the fundamental architecture of existence that these gunas are structuring? Where does reality even begin?
Okay, so we have to start with the two fundamental principles that make up all of creation. First, you have the foundation. It's called the Mahabrahma.
Mahabrahma.
And this is declared as the original nature, or prakriti. The easiest way to think of it is as the passive fundamental substance of reality. It's the cosmic womb, the yoni for everything that is ever created.
So it's potential.
It's pure potential. It's matter in its most primal, unmanifested form. The potential for everything from a thought to an entire galaxy.
So Prakriti is the cosmic clay, the inert substance. But the question that immediately comes to mind is, what does that substance look like when it is inert? What happens if the divine, doesn't inject the seed?
It just remains. It stays in a state of perfect, unmoving equilibrium. It's all potential with absolutely no kinetic energy.
So it's just dark, silent.
Dark, silent, without form. It's the perfect passive field. It only gets definition and movement and qualities, the gunas, when consciousness acts upon it. It's like a field just waiting for the farmer.
And that's where the supreme source, the divine, steps in and kind of kicks off the whole process.
Precisely. The source states it very clearly. I inject the seed, Garbhadadamaham, into this original nature. So the divine is the catalyst. It injects consciousness, the soul, the jiva, into this otherwise inert matter, and that gives rise to all beings. Sarvabhutanam.
And this is where that great analogy comes into play, clarifying the ultimate parentage of all life.
It's a beautifully simple, really clarifying model. Prakriti, the Mahabrahma, is the mother. She's the generative source for all physical forms, all bodies, or murtaya. She provides the container, the genetics, the physical hardware.
And the supreme source, the consciousness itself.
The supreme is the Bijaprada Pita, the seed-giving father. The material, the body, it comes from nature, but the consciousness, that spark, the imperishable soul that animates the body, that comes directly from the divine.
Right.
And this establishes a singular spiritual origin for every single living thing, no matter what its physical form looks like.
So even if the forms are infinitely varied, a person, a bacterium, a star, every single one of them shares the exact same spiritual origin. The vessel is made of clay, of prakriti, but the light inside that vessel is singular.
Absolutely. And that common pure origin is essential because the soul itself is described as inherently pure. It's imperishable, avyam, yet it finds itself trapped within the material framework by the qualities of the container it's in.
Which finally brings us to those qualities, the three gunas. What are these forces, and how on earth do they manage to bind something that is inherently free and imperishable?
These are sattva, rajas, and tamas. You can think of them as the very texture of nature. They are prakisamhava, born of nature. They are the fundamental components of all material reality. They're not some external influence. They're the very substance that makes up your mind, your thoughts, your body, your actions.
And the critical takeaway, the reason we're calling this the triple bind,
is that these three forces, they bind that imperishable soul, the dahinam avyayam, to the body and the material world. They function like chains, but chains made of qualities, of energies. The soul, which is inherently free, gets tied down by the properties of the physical and mental environment it inhabits.
So our journey of self-mastery, then, it has to begin by understanding the composition of these three chains, so we can learn how to unfasten them.
That's it, exactly.
Okay, so let's start with the one that's probably the most often misunderstood, sattva guna. This is usually translated as goodness or purity or illumination. It feels like the one we should be striving for.
And it is. It's the most refined. It's the highest of the three gunas. Its nature is pure, nirmalatvat. It's illuminating, prakashakam, and it's described as faultless, anamayam. When sattva is dominant, you experience clarity, mental peace, or shanti, intellectual focus, and a natural pull towards compassionate, righteous actions.
Right, so when you're in a sattvic state, your senses are sharp, your mind is settled, you feel buoyant and light. The sources say the symptoms of its increase manifest as the light of knowledge shining through all the body's doors. So, mental clarity, concentration, purity.
And the results of actions you perform under this light are, well, pure and beneficial results, nirmala phalam, and these actions generate true knowledge, jnana. It's really the only guna that creates a positive feedback loop towards spiritual refinement.
And this is the central, delicious irony here, the part where we really need to slow down and unpack it. If sattva is so high and pure, why is it still a chain? Why is the golden cage still a cage?
This is the absolute crux of the philosophy. Sattva still binds the soul through attachment. Specifically, attachment to mental happiness, sukha sangena, and attachment to knowledge or wisdom, jnana sangena.
Okay, let me push back on that a bit.
Yeah.
If I dedicate my life to scholarship, to spiritual practice, and I reach a state of deep, lasting internal peace, why is that satisfaction, that sukha, why is that a problem?
Because that comfort, that very satisfaction, can lead to spiritual complacency, or worse, to intellectual arrogance. If you become so content in your state of knowledge or your inner peace that you stop striving for the absolute reality,
The state beyond all conditions.
the state free of all conditioning, even the good conditioning, you halt your journey. You start to identify with the quality, I am a wise, peaceful person, rather than your true identity, which is, I am the pure soul unconditioned by any guna.
So let's look at some modern examples of this. The spiritual consumer who buys every book, attends every retreat, knows all the philosophical terms, but never actually applies the wisdom. They're bound by jnana sangena, right?
Yeah.
The pride in their intellectual status.
Absolutely. Or think about the person who masters meditation. They achieve these deep states of tranquility, and then they become attached to that specific feeling of peace.
Right.
So the moment external circumstances disrupt that peace, they become miserable because they were attached to the effect of the guna, not the freedom from the guna. They were striving for a feeling, not for ultimate truth. The satisfaction itself becomes the anchor, stopping them just short of the destination.
That's a really powerful distinction. You can't stop at the golden chain just because it feels comfortable. Okay, let's move to the next force then, Rajas guna, which is the force we are, I would argue, most saturated in modern Western society.
Oh, without a doubt. Rajas is the fever of activity. Its nature is described as passionate, ragatmakam, and it arises intensely from desire, titin, and attachment, sangha. This is the engine of the material world. It demands immense activity, pradviti, competition, striving, and just materialistic longing.
This is the ceaseless hustle culture, the constant urge to do something, to build, to acquire. So what's its specific binding mechanism?
Rajas binds the soul through attachment to action itself, karma sanjana. It compels the individual into constant motion. This activity, it fuels the ego, the idea that I am the doer, I am the achiever, and that ensures the soul remains locked in the cycle of karma.
So you're driven by ambition, acquisition status.
And the desperate need to see the fruit of your labor.
If we look at the symptoms of an increase in rajas, they sound, terrifyingly familiar for anyone navigating a modern capitalistic environment.
They are. They're the symptoms of a burning fever. You see overwhelming greed, lova, excessive activity, pravaldi, undertaking these ambitious, often self-serving or even unethical works, karmatsamaramba, mental restlessness, ashama, and an insatiable craving spa.
The mind just cannot settle.
It can't. Rest is seen as a weakness because the entire value system is based on external output and achievement.
Let's talk about the nuances here, though. When rajas mixes with sattva, you can get highly productive, ethical, ambitious people who build hospitals or lead humanitarian efforts.
Right. That's an essential clarification, yes. Pure Rajas drives self-centered activity. But Rajas that's refined by sattva, that results in passion directed toward beneficial ends, although the individual is still, somewhat bound by their attachment to the success of the outcome.
But when Rajas mixes with tamas, you get something much, much darker.
Oh, yes. That's selfish, deluded, destructive ambition. That's the person who works tirelessly to acquire power or wealth, but their methods are reckless and harmful because of the ignorance, the tamas. That's driving the desire, the rajas.
And what's the inevitable consequence of all that striving? All those actions rooted in ever-increasing desire in Dampa.
The sources are clear. Rajasic actions ultimately result in pain and suffering. In Dokam, they generate greed, lobha. Because the root is this intense desire, satisfaction is always fleeting. The moment a goal is achieved, the mind immediately latches onto the next thing.
The next acquisition, the next achievement.
Exactly. The individual is never content. They're perpetually chasing a receding horizon. The activity itself becomes the punishment. It's the brass chain of ceaseless toil.
So if Rajas is this burning fever, what happens when that energy just runs out? Or when the passion curdles into apathy? I guess that brings us to the third and perhaps the most insidious state, tamas guna.
Tamas is the darkest. It's the most difficult to overcome because it's born directly of ignorance, ajanaja. The text calls it the deluder of all embodied beings, mohana sarvadehem. It's a force of inertia, of dullness, of darkness that pulls consciousness downward into lethargy, into jahata.
So while sattva is illumination and rajas is that restless movement, tamas is just absolute stagnation. What are the specific chains here, the mechanisms of binding?
Tamas binds the soul through heedlessness, pramada, idleness, alaja, and excessive sleep, nidra. It just obscures the truth. It makes the mind foggy and heavy and incapable of discerning reality.
We often equate tamas with just being lazy. But that concept of pramada, heedlessness or carelessness, that seems really crucial here.
It is. Pramada is the refusal to engage in meaningful effort, and it's often cloaked in distraction or simple carelessness. It's that mental dullness that makes you hit the snooze button 15 times, or, endlessly scroll through social media instead of tackling important work.
The person is just paralyzed.
Paralyzed, directionless, and emotionally numb.
So what does that look like when tamas really dominates a person's psychological landscape?
The signs are very clear. There's a lack of illumination, a prakasha. A total lack of motivation, a pravati. Overwhelming carelessness, pramada. And a profound delusion, moha. The individual starts to believe their confusion and their misery are just how the world is, rather than recognizing it's a self-imposed state of inertia.
They're just stuck.
Stuck in a state of confusion and chronic apathy.
And the consequence of actions performed under this heavy veil of ignorance.
Tamasic actions result solely in more ignorance, anyana, and they generate more heedlessness and delusion, pramada and moha. It is the most severe downward spiral. The mind becomes duller, less receptive to knowledge, less capable of productive action, and it leads to a life defined by confusion and increasing suffering. It is the iron chain of dullness.
That clarifies the three gunas perfectly. I mean, there are three distinct types of chains. The gold of contentment, the brass of ceaseless work, and the iron of sloth. But the sources are absolutely clear. All three must be transcended because all three limit your freedom.
Absolutely. And we have to remember the dynamics between them. They aren't static categories that you just fall into. They are in constant, intense competition with one another.
They're literally wrestling with each other inside us every single moment.
Every moment. The text explicitly states they are always trying to overcome one another. Raj and tamas try to overpower sattva, or sattva tries to overpower the others. This fluctuation is the source of all our mental restlessness, our inconsistency, our confusion. 1 minute you're sattvic clear, focused, and the next a rajasic ambition takes over, and by evening, tamas has sunk you onto the couch in a state of apathy.
Wow. The moment you realize that your internal state is merely a reflection of these three competing forces, that gives you a massive degree of separation.
It changes everything.
So if the gunas are constantly struggling for dominance, that has to imply that the final outcome of our life, our destiny, is dictated by whichever force is victorious at the most critical time. Let's move into the consequences at the time of death, because the wisdom here is incredibly specific.
This is where this whole philosophy becomes intensely practical. The state of your consciousness, the dominant guna, at the very moment the body is dropped, determines the environment, or let's say the trajectory of the soul.
Okay, let's analyze the three exit strategies, starting with the optimal one, the sattvic exit.
If the embodied being dies when sattva is predominant, when the person is tranquil, knowledgeable, and pure, they attain what the text calls the pure and excellent worlds, uttama vida lokan. These are realms of spiritual advancement, environments where the obstacles to further spiritual growth are minimized.
They move upward for the Vagachanti. It's like an acceleration toward their goal.
Correct. The momentum created by that purity and knowledge carries them to a higher plane. Now, contrast that with the Rajasic exit. If one dies dominated by Rajaso, full of desire, ambition, attachment to worldly work, they're reborn among those attached to action. Karma Sijil.
So their desire for ceaseless activity is basically granted. They get thrown right back into an environment that perfectly matches their mental state. Highly active, ambition-driven families or societies continuing the exact cycle of effort and consequence they were so attached to. They're just running in place.
They remain in the middle. Majiti Hanti. They're not advancing, but they're not necessarily regressing either. They are stuck in the eternal loop of cause and effect, because their primary desire was for the effect of action itself.
The tamasic exit, however, is a clear and, well, painful descent.
Very much so. If one dies in tamas, in a state of overwhelming ignorance, sloth, delusion, unrighteousness, they are reborn in what the text calls the wombs of the deluded, muhayonia, or even lower forms of life. Tamasic souls move downward, adhogachanti.
That idea of being reborn in the wombs of the deluded sounds incredibly harsh. Is the source implying a literal regression to non-human forms, or is it more of a metaphor for living a dull, mechanical, unreflective human existence that spiritually is basically equivalent to a lower form?
Well, it certainly accommodates both interpretations. The literal reading speaks to transmigration into lower species, where the capacity for spiritual awakening is just severely diminished. But for the modern learner, I think the metaphorical application is maybe more relevant. It means a life trapped in maximum confusion and minimum awareness. It means a human life lived with the sole consciousness of, say, a rock-heavy, dull, and completely unaware of its own potential or its own reality.
So what does this all mean for someone listening today who is not necessarily focused on the next life, but on the trajectory of this one?
The relevance is absolute and it's immediate. The source teaches that the state of your consciousness today determines your next environment, not just over eons, but in every single immediate endeavor. If you start a new project driven by rajas, by greed and ambition, the result of that action will inevitably be dissatisfaction and pain.
And if you approach a complex problem in a state of tamas, dullness, mental heaviness, delusion, the result is just going to be increasing ignorance and confusion. Your dominant guna determines whether you ascend to clarity, stay trapped in busy work, or descend into confusion right now, this afternoon.
Exactly. The gunas are the psychological filter through which you create your immediate reality, your micro-destiny. If you want to change your life, you can't just change your actions. You have to change the fundamental guna that is performing those actions.
If to escape the consequences, you have to escape the gunas themselves.
Yeah.
And this brings us to the ultimate behavioral standard outlined in the sources.
Yes. Arjuna asks the critical question, and this transitions the whole conversation from abstract philosophy to practical realization. He asks, what are the distinguishing marks, Kailinga, of the one who has transcended the three gunas? What is his behavior, Kimakara, and how does he do it?
Right. We're looking for the tangible behavioral blueprint of the truly free individual, the gunatita, the person who is beyond the qualities. What does that person actually look like day to day?
The first, and I would argue the most important mark, is a profound emotional and mental non-reaction. When the effects of the gunas arise, whether it's the elimination of sattva, the passionate activity of rajas, or the delusion of tamas, the gunatita neither hates them when they appear, nor craves them when they cease.
They're just unconcerned with the arrival or departure of these states.
They're completely unconcerned with these fleeting material states.
That's incredibly difficult to even conceptualize. So, they don't hate the darkness of tamas, but they also don't get addicted to the crystal clarity of sattva. Most people spend their entire lives chasing clarity and running from darkness.
They recognize the gunas for what they are, just temporary weather systems passing through the consciousness. The ordinary person thinks, oh, I feel happy and productive, this must be me. The gunatita thinks, sattva is dominant right now, I will use this clarity, but I am not this state.
So how do they maintain that detachment? What's the practical method for inhabiting this non-reactive witness state?
They abide in the witness state. The source says they sit as a neutral observer, udasina vadasino, completely unperturbed by the storm. They know with absolute certainty the core truth we established earlier. Gutana vartanta itive. The gunas are merely operating.
It's just the machine running.
It's just the machine running. They understand that their physical and mental instruments are moving, but the true self is not the actor, nor is it affected by the drummer. And therefore, they are unshaken by the changes. Navikalyate.
The true ultimate freedom is found not in avoiding suffering or seeking pleasure, but in avoiding the reaction to both. It's a foundational shift in identity.
And that profound internal shift yields a radical change in external behavior, and it's all defined by equanimity. The sources provide the staggering list of what the transcendent person views with equality.
Let's explore this list deeply, because this is the practical measure of liberation. We start with pleasure and pain.
The gunatita is equal in pleasure and pain. Samaduha sukha. They don't try to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. They just observe both as the inevitable results of material existence. They are self-composed and steady, svastha, because their stability doesn't rely on external sensory feedback.
Then we have that classic example of ultimate detachment, viewing dirt, stone, and gold with equality.
Samalishmakanikana. Now, this does not mean they're suddenly unable to tell the material difference between dirt and gold.
Right, they're not delusional.
Not at all. It means they have zero attachment to the perceived value that the material world assigns to them. Gold is a tool or a commodity. Dirt is a substance. Neither one holds the power to inflate their ego or shatter their internal peace. Their internal state is not leveraged on the fluctuations of the stock market or their material possessions.
And they are equal regarding the pleasant and the unpleasant, tuya priyapriyo dira, which applies to sensory input, emotional states. But the next one is maybe the most difficult for anyone active in public life, equal in censure and praise.
This is the ultimate proof of non-attachment to ego. They are not inflated by praise, nor are they deflated by criticism. They recognize both as just external reflections of the gunas at play in other people, the rajas of admiration or the tamas of judgment. Since they're detached from the idea of being the doer, external opinions hold no emotional weight.
And that detachment extends beyond objects and opinions into relationships and motivation, equal in honor and dishonor, and equal to friend and foe. How does one functionally treat a friend and an enemy equally?
It's not really about emotional warmth. It's about neutrality in action and perception. They recognize that the friend is bound by sattva or rajas, and the foe is bound by tamas or some negative form of rajas. The gunatita sees all beings as souls bound by gunas, deserving of compassion and detachment, regardless of their role in the gunatita's own life drama.
So they don't cling to the friend out of attachment or seek to harm the foe out of hatred.
Exactly. And finally, the ultimate behavioral indicator, they renounce all selfish undertakings.
Renouncing all selfish undertakings. Savaramba perichi.
This is the key. And it emphatically does not mean ceasing all action falling into tamas. It means renouncing the actions that are driven by the ego, by selfish desire, or the expectation of personal gain, the core drivers of rajas. Their actions are performed out of duty or dharma, out of compassion or devotion, never out of a selfish impulse to bind themselves further through the results.
They act, but they are not the egotistical doer.
They move from being the agent of action to merely being the instrument of a higher purpose. And that ensures the action is no longer creating any karmic debt.
So we have established what the gunas are and what the liberated state looks like. Now we have to address the how. How does a person move from this constant psychological fluctuation of the gunas to the transcendent, steady state of the gunatita?
Right.
Is there an ultimate shortcut? Do we have to conquer each guna individually, or is there a way to just bypass the entire system?
There is a single, non-negotiable method provided in the source, and it's this. Serving the Supreme with unwavering devotion. Avyapikariyan Bhakti Yogina Savet. This path is declared as the simplest, most direct route to transcendence.
Unwavering devotion of Avyapikariyan to Bhakti Yoga. Why is this path, which is rooted in relationship and service, why is that the ultimate tool for transcendence? Why does it surpass even the refinement of knowledge, sattva or rigorous meditation techniques?
Because devotion automatically provides the complete detachment that's required to bypass the gunas. If your sole motivation for every thought, every word, every action is serving the divine, which is the ultimate non-guna reality, then the actions are no longer rooted in ego, which is rajas or lethargy, tamas, or even intellectual pride, which is sattva. The foundation of your existence shifts completely.
So instead of trying to control the gunas, which are these material forces, you just transfer your allegiance to the source that's outside of the material forces.
Exactly. You are changing your foundational address. If you try to achieve transcendence through sattva alone, through knowledge and purity, you are still operating within the field of prakriti. And so you are still susceptible to the bind of that golden chain. Devotion places you immediately beyond prakriti by aligning you with puro, the supreme consciousness.
And what's the immediate consequence of adopting this unwavering path?
This path elevates the devotee beyond the gunas. It makes them fit for the state of Brahman, Brahmabhyakapate. True devotion leads to immediate liberation from the binding forces because the devotee has shifted their foundational reality from nature, from the gunas, to the supreme source itself.
Speaking of the supreme source, the final wisdom of this chapter confirms the identity of that foundation, and it just ties the entire philosophical argument together perfectly.
This is the mic drop moment. The Supreme declares, I am the foundation, pratitya of Brahman. This is crucial. Brahman is often understood as the impersonal, absolute reality, the ultimate, unchanging truth. By declaring himself the foundation of Brahman, the Supreme is asserting that he is the source, not just of the temporary, fluctuating creation, but of the absolute reality itself.
He is the source of the source. And what else does the Supreme embody, according to this declaration?
He is the source of immortality, amitasya, the imperishable of yayasya, eternal dharma, shiftasya ka dharmasya, an absolute exclusive happiness, akantikasya sukhasya, everything the soul longs for, permanence, righteousness, truth, and joy. It all resides in this one singular foundation.
So let's synthesize this ultimate truth then.
If the Supreme is the foundation of absolute reality, the source of unchanging truth and happiness, then unwavering devotion to him is the most direct route to escaping the guna bind. By shifting your loyalty and your focus entirely away from the fluctuating temporary material realm, the domain of the gunas, and placing it entirely on the ultimate unchangeable source, you achieve the transcendent state.
You stop trying to polish the chains and instead you just walk away from the prison entirely.
That's it. You're free.
This has been a truly phenomenal framework for, psychological and spiritual analysis. We learned that the universe operates through these three constantly competing forces: sattva, purity; rajas, passion; and tamas, ignorance, and that all three of them are chains binding the soul to the cycle of action and consequence.
And the necessity remains to move beyond even the purity of sattva. The goal isn't merely to be good or to be knowledgeable, but to be free. Free from all conditioning. If you stop at sattva, you're merely happy and wise in the material world, but you're not truly liberated. You're just comfortable in the prison.
We learn that sattva is a chain of gold, rajas is a chain of brass, and tamas is a chain of iron. The binding material differs, but the objective is unified. The chain has to be broken. Our deep dive reveals that the most reliable tool for this transcendence is unwavering devotion, which radically shifts the foundation of your existence from temporary nature to the eternal source.
And the practical application of this wisdom lies in constant, rigorous self-awareness. Since the gunas are constantly competing for dominance within you, and they shift minute by minute, reflecting on your current state is really the only way to avoid generating new, binding karma.
Which leads us to our final thought for you to mull over. Since the gunas are constantly competing for dominance within you, sattva striving for clarity, rajas for activity, tamas for inertia, which guna right now in this moment is performing your actions, and what is the potential result of that single specific act? Are you acting out of selfless clarity, restless desire, or just simple careless inertia?
That is the daily work of the learner, to identify the quality and consciously choose transcendence.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We hope this supreme knowledge brings clarity and light to your own continuous journey upward. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back to the deep dive, the place where we sift through the sources, extract the wisdom, and make you instantly the most knowledgeable person in the room.
And today, we are embarking on a truly a monumental journey. We're engaging with one of the most concentrated sources of wisdom in human history, the Bhagavad Gita.
Specifically, we're zoning in on Chapter 15.
That's right.
Yeah.
Our focus is Chapter 15, which stands alone as Purushottama Yoga.
Okay, let's unpack this immediately because the title alone it's very telling. If you're familiar with the Gita, you know it's structured like this massive philosophical and ethical roadmap.
It is.
But Chapter 15, despite being relatively short, what is it, just 20 verses?
20.
It's consistently cited by commentators as the most profound and maybe the most cryptic section. It's where we finally get the definitive breakdown of all the relationships.
That's absolutely right. It addresses the ultimate quartet.
Mm.
You've got the material world,
Yeah.
or samsara. then the universal spirit, Atma, then the individual soul, the one who's struggling, the Jivatma, and finally the master of all, the Paramatma, or the supreme soul.
So it's a complete, concise philosophical package.
It is. It really synthesizes the entire Gita's teaching into one very potent chapter.
So our mission for this deep dive is to really define Purushottama Yoga. I mean, the name translates literally to the knowledge of the supreme person, God.
Yes.
And this knowledge, it isn't just general philosophy, is it? It's about piercing the illusion to reveal what's actually real.
Exactly. This chapter's significance really lies in its clarifying power. It doesn't just describe the world you live in. It reveals its true, temporary, illusory nature.
And your place in it.
And your place in it. It clarifies your position within that structure, the nature of the Jivatma, and it establishes the absolute, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Supreme Being.
So if the whole book is about knowledge and detachment and devotion, why do the sources elevate Chapter 15 so specifically? I mean, they call it the essence of the Gita. What's that core nugget we're extracting here that makes it so vital?
The core nugget is synthesis and ultimate clarity. Look, the Gita lays out three major paths. You have jnana, which is knowledge.
Okay.
You have bhakti, which is devotion. And you have vairagya, detachment.
The big three?
The big three. And Chapter 15 forces them to converge. It basically says you can't achieve liberation just by knowing the truth if you're still attached to the lie.
That makes sense.
And you can't truly surrender to the Supreme if you haven't first achieved some measure of detachment from the material world. So this chapter provides a single, unified vision of reality that demands all three be practiced at the same time.
I appreciate that the introduction immediately it thrusts us into a complex metaphor. It signals that reality is not what it seems.
Yes.
We aren't starting with simple, direct definitions. We're starting with an optical illusion that demands a total shift in perspective.
The imagery is powerful precisely because it's meant to shake you, the listener, out of complacency. The primary analogy used to decode reality, and this is one we must dive into immediately, is the universe being likened to an upside-down sacred fig tree.
The Ashvatha Vriksha.
The Ashvatha Vriksha, exactly. It tells you from the very beginning that the source of everything you experience is. Well, it's not where you think it is.
Let's dive deep into this tree metaphor then, because it's the key to understanding the cycle of existence, or samsara. Krishna describes this world, our life, everything we know as the Ashvatha tree, but it's entirely inverted.
Completely.
Now, for many people new to this, starting with an upside-down tree, it just sounds confusingly cryptic. Why not start with simple definitions? Why must the roots be above and the branches below?
Because the inversion is the entire philosophical message delivered in a single, powerful image. It communicates transcendence. The phrase urdhvamula means roots above.
Okay.
And this points directly to Brahman, the absolute truth, or Paramatma. It's pointing to the ultimate spiritual, transcendental source of the universe. The point is, the source isn't found here, in the material world we see and touch.
The source is always higher.
Always higher, always preceding the effect. It's a fundamental principle.
So the material reality we interact with daily, the physical realm, our daily actions, our experiences, those are the adhashakram, the branches that extend downward.
Exactly.
So the entire physical universe is just the canopy and structure of a tree that's actually rooted in the divine spiritual source. It's a reflection.
It's a reflection, precisely. I mean, think about it. If you're looking for the source of light by studying the shadow, you're going to fail every time.
You have to look up.
You have to trace the shadow back to the source above. The very nature of the material world is that it is always an effect, never the cause. And our sources really stress this fundamental reversal. When we assume the material world is the foundational reality, we're getting it completely backward.
Now here's the second paradox, right in the first verse. Krishna calls this Ashvatha tree Avyayam.
Avyayam, yes.
Which means indestructible, eternal. How can the material world, which we see constantly decaying and changing, be defined as eternal?
It's a great question. It's not eternal in the sense that the matter itself never changes. That's obviously not true. It's eternal in the sense that the cycle of existence, samsara, persists endlessly.
The cycle itself.
The cycle itself persists. As long as the individual living entity, the jiva, remains bound by the illusion of maya, the structures of suffering and rebirth are just perpetually renewed. So the cycle itself is enduring until that bond is finally cut by that one soul. It's an eternal trap, not an eternal substance.
And then there's mention of the Vedas as the leaves chandamsi. The leaves of any tree are, vital for nourishment, for photosynthesis.
Right.
So the sources note that the Vedas, the hymns and scriptures, provide the necessary sustenance, the dharma and knowledge to guide those within this perpetual world cycle.
It's a fascinating detail because it indicates that the system is kind of self-contained. The very texts that provide the map for escape are also part of the structure that sustains the environment. They keep the world cycle functioning by providing moral guidance, rules, rituals. They nourish the tree. So the person who truly understands the structure, the origin, and the paradoxical persistence of this samsara tree.
The why.
The why it's upside down, why it seems eternal. That person is the true knower of the Vedas, the Vedavit. They don't just know the rules, which are the leaves. They understand the entire ecosystem, including the root.
Moving on to the second verse, we see how the tree continues to grow and expand. It's stratified. The branches spread both upwards and downwards, symbolizing different planes of existence, different states of being. The yonis, this shows the complexity isn't static at all.
Oh, the complexity is infinite because the branches are always growing. And this stratification is based entirely on the quality and the direction of your consciousness.
So the branch is spreading up.
But those represent higher states of being achieved through virtue. So you get the realms of the gods, devatas, the sages, rishis, and, virtuous souls, punya-atmas. But, and this is important, they are still just branches of the same tree.
Meaning even a heavenly existence is temporary.
Exactly. It's temporary, and you're still subject to return. You're still in the system.
And the branches spreading down then represent the lower planes. Humans, animals, and beings in lower states of consciousness, what's called atagati.
Yes, and that structure is a constant reminder that the soul's destination is always in flux within this system. It's not fixed.
So what fuels this incredibly complex, branching, sprawling growth?
It's the three guna, sattva, rajas, and tamas. They act as the tree's internal nourishment system. They are the subtle forces of material nature that condition every single experience and action.
I think we need to slow down on the gunas. This is a concept that often gets rushed in summaries. So how specifically do these forces develop and nurture these material bonds?
Okay, so the gunas are the essential drivers of material behavior. They're what push the branches in specific directions. Sattva is the force of goodness, of purity. It pushes the branches toward light, toward knowledge, and virtue.
That sounds good.
It does, but importantly, it is still a bond. It's like a golden chain. For instance, being attached to your identity as a good person or a spiritual achiever still keeps you firmly rooted in the material world. You're proud of your branch.
Right. And what about the fuel for, most of modern life, action and ambition?
That's rajas, the fuel of passion, action, desire, and worldly enjoyment, or bhoga. Rajas is the energy that causes rapid, sprawling, aggressive growth in the tree.
It's the hustle.
It's the hustle. It drives ambition, constant striving, the seeking of external validation. It's the force that makes the branches shoot out everywhere, trying to find space and light, and in doing so, it entangles the soul even further.
And finally, tamas.
Tamas is the force of inertia, ignorance, darkness. It leads toward decay, confusion, and those lower planes, the ahagati. When a soul is dominated by tamas, its branch points heavily downward. It represents apathy, deliberate ignorance, destructive behavior.
So the entire tree is constantly being shaped by the mix of these three forces in every single action we take.
Every moment of every day.
We also get this concept of Vishaya Prabala, the idea that sense objects are the new sprouts or shoots of the tree. I find this detail particularly insightful because it connects this massive cosmic structure directly to our tiny moment-to-moment experience.
This is the mechanism of entanglement. It's how it works on a practical level. The sprouts are the objects of our senses. Sight, that beautiful painting, sound, that addictive song, touch, physical comfort, taste, the craving for a certain food.
So every time the soul, driven by the gunas, attaches itself to one of these sense objects,
a new desire is fostered. A new sprout emerges.
So that momentary craving I get for something I see on a billboard, that isn't just a fleeting thought. In this model, it's a tiny new shoot emerging from the branch of attachment.
Yes, and if you feed it, that sprout hardens into a full branch, deepening your soul's entanglement.
It's a powerful image.
It is, because attachment to sense objects is the primary way this illusion reinforces itself. The senses feed the mind generates desire, vasanas, and that desire strengthens the secondary roots of karma.
And those secondary roots, the mulani, they spread downward into the human world, the manushaloka. These are what bind the soul through its actions, its karma.
And this is a critical distinction from the primary root, which is up in the transcendental realm. These secondary roots below are not transcendental. They are purely functional. They bind the soul through cause and effect.
And the human realm is where this happens most intensely.
It is. The human realm is where karma has the greatest effect. It is precisely in this minutiae loka that the soul has the agency, the choice, to make conscious decisions that either entangle it further or begin the process of liberation. Your actions here determine whether your future branches spread up or down, or if you can cut the tree down entirely.
So we have this massive, complex, endlessly growing, inverted tree of existence, fueled by our cravings and conditioned by the gunas. But how on earth do we escape something that permeates every layer of our being? That brings us to Shloka 3, the path to cutting the tree.
Well, first, the Lord establishes just how profoundly difficult this task is. He states that this world tree has no fixed form, no rupam, no beginning, not adi, no end, not anta, and no firm foundation, not cha sampradishta.
It's not something you can just study and catalog.
Exactly. It's constantly changing, Parivartan Shila. It's like a phantom. You can't get a grip on it.
And the sources stress that this phantom-like tree is deeply rooted. Suviruddhamulam. It's not some superficial shrub you can just pull up easily. It's anchored by these deep foundational layers of maya, illusion, our previous lives' actions, sanskara, and our present attachments, asakti.
The sanskara part is so important.
Give us a practical analogy for those deep roots. What does that feel like?
Think of those roots as deeply ingrained habitual neural pathways, or muscle memory for the soul. If you spent 3 lifetimes believing that personal fame is the ultimate goal, that tendency, that sanskara, is an incredibly powerful root. It's the subconscious programming that automatically generates desire and attachment, even when your intellect is telling you they are futile.
So since these roots are so deep, you can't just intellectually understand them away.
No, not at all. They have to be actively severed, and with a very specific tool.
The weapon of detachment.
Precisely. The Lord specifies the tool as the strong weapon of vairagya detachment, or non-attachment, paired with bhakti, which is devotion. The term used is asanga shastrina, the weapon of non-association. It's a fierce, active process.
How does vairagya differ from just simple indifference or, giving up? If I feel detached from my work because I don't care anymore, is that vairagya?
No. That is often a tamasic indifference, which is a form of ignorance or apathy. Vairagya is active dispassion that is rooted in deep knowledge. It means you recognize the true, temporary value of the world tree and its fruits, and you choose to act, to do your duty, without that psychological dependence on the results.
So you abandon the illusion that the fruits of that life are the ultimate reality.
Yes. And by doing that, you refuse to water those secondary karmic roots.
You have to understand, this world is ephemeral before you can truly cut it down. But you also mentioned bhakti. Why is devotion necessary alongside detachment?
Because if you attempt to cut the tree only with knowledge, jnana, and detachment, vairagya, you can create a kind of spiritual vacuum.
And nature abhors a vacuum.
It does. The deep roots of sanskara and desire will most likely spring right back up. Bhakti is the essential positive force. It means you redirect your attachment, the very lifeblood of the soul, from the temporary branches to the eternal root to the Supreme Being. Only that unwavering devotion, paired with fierce non-attachment to the temporary results, is strong enough to keep those bonds permanently severed.
So once that magnificent yet temporary tree is cut down using this combined sword of knowledge, detachment, and devotion, the great philosophical question emerges: where do we go, and who is actually capable of making that journey?
The next step, defined in Shloka 4, is to seek the Parampadam, the supreme abode. And this is not another material heaven like Svarga. This is the spiritual ultimate reality.
The final destination.
It is the state where, upon reaching it, the soul does not return to the cycle of birth and death. Nani Vartanti Bhuya. This is the definition of mukti, or moksha. Liberation.
For you, the listener, the ultimate promise here is the end of the wandering, the end of the karmic cycle. But to attain this state, the source specifies a requirement: surrender to the Ajya Purusha, the primal person.
Yes. And this is a very clear statement that confirms the supremacy of Bhakti Yoga, even in a chapter that's dealing with such high metaphysics. The Supreme Lord is the Adi Srat, the original source from whom this ancient creation flows.
So if you're trying to escape the flow of the creation,
you have to surrender to the origin point itself. You have to acknowledge your dependence on the source to help you escape.
Now we look at the character who achieves this. Shloka 5 outlines a very specific spiritual and psychological checklist, the essential prerequisites for moksha. It starts with being free from the 2 primary psychological binders, ego and delusion, nirmana moha.
Freedom from ego, ahankara, and delusion, moha. This means recognizing that the I that performs actions is just a conditioned instrument, not the ultimate agent. The sources also emphasize conquering the faults of association or attachment. Jita Sangha Dosha.
So, attachment to the wrong things, to the wrong people, the wrong ideas.
Precisely. Your environment matters profoundly. Our sources really emphasize that seeking good company, satsang, is vital here, because association with those who are deeply rooted in that world tree will inevitably pull a struggling soul right back down into the branches of desire.
And furthermore, the liberated soul must be adhyatma nitya, constantly fixed in the nature of the self. This implies much more than just setting aside an hour for meditation.
Oh, absolutely. It's about maintaining a continuous spiritual focus right in the middle of daily activity. It is the shift from sporadic practice to a constant state of being.
And paired with this state of fixed consciousness is probably the most difficult aspect for the average person. Vinivrita kama.
Complete freedom from all worldly desires and craving. Kamana.
If these desires are the fuel for the tree we just discussed, then if the desires are extinguished, the branches can't regrow. Is this a call to become emotionally dead or just inactive?
Absolutely not. It is the end of selfish desire. Desire that's rooted in the egoic, temporary self. The desire for selfless duty, the desire for devotion, the desire for the welfare of others, these are actually elevated and they're non-binding. The liberated soul is active, but its motor is pure duty and love, not personal gratification.
The ultimate sign of this liberated state is freedom from the dualities, Divan-Bhavimukta. Give us a relatable example of what that mental state actually feels like.
It is equanimity in the face of the world's inevitable ups and downs. Liberated souls are unaffected by sukha-dukkha, pleasure and pain, gain and loss, heat and cold, attraction and aversion, ragadesha.
Oh.
Imagine you receive a major promotion at work and then an hour later you suffer a trivial injury, like stubbing your toe. The non-liberated mind experiences a dramatic spike of joy and then a crash of irritation.
Right, your whole day is ruined.
But the Divan-Bhavimukta experiences both events, and the internal self remains steady, fixed in wisdom, amoha, free from the confusion, moha, that one state is fundamentally better than the other.
So only these individuals, wise, stainless-hearted, and free from external influence, can achieve that immutable and eternal supreme abode, the Padam Avyayam Tats.
Yes, the spiritual status is attained by radically changing your relationship to external experience. And Shloka 6 then defines the nature of the destination itself, the Lord's Paramdhamma, and it's defined by what it lacks in material terms.
It has no need for the light of the sun, natat pasayati suryo, the light of the moon, nashashanko, or the light of fire, napabaka. Why is this negation so crucial?
This is a crucial theological marker. In our material world, everything is borrowed light. The moon reflects the sun. The planets are warmed by the sun. Our fires require fuel. They're all dependent.
Oh.
The supreme abode, however, is purely spiritual. Its radiance is self-manifested, the Brahmajyoti. It isn't dependent on any cosmic or material source of energy. It's full of eternal peace, bliss, and knowledge that is inherent to the location, not generated externally.
It's the ultimate self-sustaining destination. It's pure, peaceful, and most importantly, it guarantees non-return to the cycle of birth and death. For a soul that has spent millennia cycling through that Ashvatha tree, this place, often called Vaikuntha or Golokadhamma, is the final end of wandering.
Exactly. The spiritual realm contains no gunas, no ignorance, no suffering, and no temporary worldly bonds. Everything there is nitya, eternal, and anandamaya, blissful. It is the final resting state where the soul realizes its full potential.
So having established the illusory world and the liberated destination, we have to address the individual. Who is this traveler, this wanderer, constantly caught between illusion and liberation? Shloka 7 addresses the nature of the Jivatma, and here's where we get that powerful foundational declaration. Every living entity is his own eternal fragment, mamaiva ansha sanatana.
This is perhaps the most democratizing verse in the entire chapter. It establishes the inherent divinity of every single soul, regardless of its body or its circumstance. The Jivatma is pure, blissful, and full of consciousness, eternally part of the Supreme. It is not created. It's an eternal emanation.
But that word fragment is interesting. Does that imply the Supreme can be divided?
Philosophically, no. The fragment doesn't diminish the whole, any more than the sun reflecting in 1,000 puddles diminishes the sun itself. However, the moment that soul enters the material world, the Jivalok, it associates with Prakriti, material nature. And that's where the struggle begins. It forgets its wholeness and its purity.
And the mechanism of the struggle involves the senses. The soul becomes bound and struggles due to the mind and the 5 physical senses, a total of 6 senses.
The mind, the mana, is the key here, is the processing center. The 5 knowledge-gathering senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, they gather the data, but it's the mind that takes that raw data and colors it with attachment, fear, and desire.
So it's the most powerful sense.
By far. It's the sense that both binds the soul by allowing attachment to sense objects, and also the one that possesses the potential to lead the soul toward liberation through discipline and self-control.
The soul is essentially attracted by Maya, forgets its divine nature, and gets tangled in the cycle. This attraction is the struggle, the material realm constantly pulling this pure fragment down by offering fleeting enjoyment.
And that struggle is what necessitates the cycle of transmigration, which is detailed in Shloka 8, using that wonderfully clear analogy of the wind. This explains what happens when a soul dies.
The Lord explains that when the soul leaves an old body and acquires a new one, it takes its senses, indriyas, and its mind with it. It's like terminating a temporary lease on a house, but taking all of your intellectual and emotional baggage with you to the next place.
It's the transition of the subtle body, the linga sharira. When the soul departs, it carries the sanskara, the deep ingrained impressions and habitual tendencies, and all the karmic effects of its previous life.
This is the crucial point.
It is. If a person was deeply attached to, say, competitive power struggles or a specific artistic expression, those inherent psychological tendencies remain fully effective in the next life, and they shape the type of environment and the body it seeks out.
The wind analogy makes this process instantly relatable. Just as the wind carries the scent of flowers from one field to another, the soul carries the subtle body, the blueprint of the mind and senses, and all its cumulative impressions to the next existence.
This confirms that death is only the cessation of the physical body, the gross form. The journey of the jiva continues uninterrupted, driven forward by the weight of its past impressions and its desires. The soul, that fragment of the divine, is always moving, but its direction and destination are dictated by the quality of the karma it collected in its previous stopping point.
And Shloka 9 details the specific instruments of experience that the soul then controls in its new body. We're back to the 6 instruments: hearing, sight, touch, taste, smell, and the all-controlling mind.
The soul is the conductor of this biological orchestra. It experiences, or as the text says, it consumes the objects, vishayanopassavate, the material sense objects through these instruments.
The key word there is consumption.
It is. It's not just observing, it is intensely identifying with and enjoying or suffering the sensory experience. If the mind is agitated, the senses just wander aimlessly, feeding the cycle of desire, the vasanas.
So if the mind identifies a beautiful sight as mine, or a pain as something I must eliminate, that very identification is the consumption that causes further entanglement. The instruments are neutral, it's how you use them that dictates bondage or freedom.
And this brings us to a huge philosophical question that's addressed in Shlokas 10 and 11. The perception gap. If the soul is constantly transmigrating and carrying all this invisible baggage, why is this movement and struggle invisible to most people?
Right. The Lord states that when the soul leaves the body, utkramantam, or remains in the body, ishitam va, or enjoys sense objects under the influence of the gunas, punchanam va gunanvitam, the ignorant person, the vimudha, cannot perceive any of this.
They can't see it.
They see the body as the ultimate reality, and they see death as the ultimate end. Why the blindness?
It's a spiritual blindness that's rooted in a material focus. They are fixated on the gross, the external, the transient reality, the visible branches of that ashvatha tree. And they believe that is all there is. They're only looking at the screen, not the electric current powering it, or the subtle code running the program.
Because they identify completely with the temporary body, they miss the eternal occupant.
Completely. But the wise, the jnanachakshusha, those endowed with divine spiritual knowledge, they can clearly see the state of the soul and its process of movement and embodiment. This knowledge grants them a perspective beyond just physical appearances.
And Shloka 11 clarifies the absolute requirement for achieving this self-realization.
Yes. Only striving yogis, yatanta yogina, who have a pure consciousness, can perceive the soul situated within themselves. It emphasizes that this vision is an internal experience, not just external study.
This is the distinction between external effort and inner purity. The source material notes that those who strive but have an impure heart or mind the akratapana. They cannot perceive the soul, regardless of their external efforts.
It doesn't matter how much asceticism they practice or how many texts they study.
It won't work.
It won't work. If your consciousness is still choked with desire, anger, greed, and ego, the vision is blocked. Inner purification through bhakti, dhyana, and jnana is mandatory to gain the clarity you need to see the subtle, eternal self. You can read every word of the Gita, but if your heart is impure, the knowledge remains merely theoretical, and you remain blind to the reality of the soul's passage. That a truly humbling thought.
So we have discussed the soul, the fragment, and the world, the temporary tree. Now, Krishna shifts from his position as the ultimate transcendental root to demonstrating his presence as the active, sustaining force within the material universe. This establishes his profound immanence.
And this starts with the spectacular cosmic radiance in Shloka 12. The Lord reveals that the brilliance that resides in the sun, the light that illuminates the entire world, Jagat Pasayata Akalam, is his energy, his teja.
And that energy extends beyond just the sun to all the sources of light we rely on. The light that shines in the moon, symbolizing coolness, beauty, and peace, and the energy that resides in fire, Agni, symbolizing warmth, power, transformation. All of it is a fragment of his divine radiance.
The implication for you, the listener, is enormous. It means God is not some remote deity who just created the world and then stepped back. He permeates all of nature's vital energies and sustains them second by second.
So when you feel the warmth of the sun or see the glow of a fire,
you are experiencing the direct, fragmented energy of the Supreme Being sustaining the cosmos. His energy is the substratum of all natural law and vitality.
He then moves from cosmic energy to planetary and biological sustenance in Shloka 13. The Lord enters the earth, Gam Avisha, and sustains all living beings by his power, Ojas. This refers to the stability, the gravity, the life-giving energy that holds the planet together and makes life possible.
This is fundamental stability. But the connection to life continues when he states, I become the moon, Somo Brutva Rasatmaka, and I nourish all vegetation and medicinal herbs, Ushati Sarva.
Wait, how is the moon involved in nourishing vegetation?
This links the celestial bodies to biological life through a kind of subtle energy. Our source notes explain that the moon's cool, subtle rays are believed to be responsible for creating the essential life-giving sap or essence, the rasa, in plants. This is what determines their nutritional power and their medicinal properties.
So all life-sustaining elements, from the gravitational stability of the ground beneath your feet to the exact nutritional value of the food we eat, are directly driven by the Lord's grace, channeled through these cosmic forces.
That's the idea.
This shifts the focus from the grand cosmic scale, the sun and the earth, to the intensely personal biological level in Shloka 14, the digestive fire, Vaishvanara. We just discussed God holding the planets together. How does it leap from a cosmic force to the incredibly small physical process of digesting a piece of fruit in my stomach?
It is the ultimate statement of immanence. The Supreme is everywhere, inside and out. He states, I am the Vaishvanara residing in the bodies of all living beings. This digestive fire is the metabolic energy, the Agni that maintains the life force. It's the capacity to process energy and sustain life within the most complex biological system, your own body.
And he details how this is achieved by balancing the essential life airs, prana, the air moving upward, and apana, the air moving downward, which are necessary for metabolism.
And the list of foods in the sources is highly specific, which demonstrates the totality of this divine function. The 4 categories of food digested by the Lord's internal power are bhaksha, that which is chewed, solid food; boksha, that which is drunk, liquids; leya, that which is licked, like soft foods or pastes; and chosha, that which is sucked, like juices or sugars.
Why categorize them so precisely?
To remove all ambiguity, it demonstrates absolute comprehensive control. No matter how the life force is sustained, whether through a solid meal that requires chewing or a subtle liquid that needs absorption, it is sustained by the Supreme. So even the most fundamental, mundane process of bodily maintenance,
the ability of your body to turn an apple into energy,
is a direct, ongoing, second-by-second function of the Supreme.
The takeaway here is profound. The body shouldn't be treated merely as a machine or a source of sensory enjoyment. It should be kept pure, because it is literally the Lord's moving abode, sustained by his own fire.
And that leads us to the most intimate presence of the Lord in Shloka 15, the dweller in the heart. The Lord is situated in the heart, Ridi Senevishcho, of every creature, acting as the ultimate source of all consciousness.
This is where the cosmic energy connects to our psychological reality. From him come the 3 critical faculties that dictate our experience of the world. Smriti, memory, Jhanan, knowledge, and apohanam, forgetfulness.
This means that the Lord is the internal administrator of our consciousness. He dispenses these based on our accumulated karma and the soul's readiness. Your ability to remember what you learned yesterday, the intelligence to process information today, and even the tendency to forget painful or binding lessons, apahanam, are all governed by this inner presence.
So forgetfulness isn't arbitrary.
No, it can be a divine masking based on past attachments or a karmic necessity.
And this verse provides the ultimate mission statement for all sacred literature.
Absolutely. It states clearly, all the Vedas and Shastras are ultimately meant to know him. He's the composer of Vedanta, Vedanta-krit, and the true knower of the Vedas, Vedavit. External study is insufficient. One must seek inner realization, because the subject of this study, the ultimate truth, resides right there in the heart of the seeker.
So we've established the world is temporary, the soul is an eternal fragment, and the supreme is the immanent sustainer. Now, Krishna uses these final verses to categorize existence into three distinct purushas, or beings, providing the necessary hierarchy to understand our place. This starts with Shloka 16.
This is the core teaching that gives the chapter its name. The Lord states there are two types of beings, or purushas, that you encounter in the material world. The Kshara Purusha, perishable, and the Akshara Purusha, imperishable.
Let's clarify Kshara. This includes all material creatures, bhutani, all bodies, physical structures, ecosystems, everything that is subject to birth, change, and death. It's the temporary dissolving reality.
Right. And the Akshara Purusha is the spirit, the individual soul, the Atma. It is eternal, stable, and unchangeable. The term used is kutasto, meaning fixed or standing firm, like an anvil.
So this duality confirms the body is temporary, but the essence within is eternal.
Exactly. If the Kshara is the hardware that constantly breaks down, the Akshar is the independent, unchanging observer, the pure operating system that gets transferred from one machine to the next.
But then in Shloka 17, he introduces the third and superior category, the Uttama Purusha, the supreme person. This is declared to be a distinct entity from both the perishable bodies and the individual imperishable souls.
This is the Paramatma, the supreme soul, the ultimate reality. The Uttama Purusha is superior because he is the one who enters and sustains the three worlds, the Triloka, earth, heaven, and the lower realms. He is the imperishable Lord, Vyaya Ishwara, who maintains the entire cosmos and supports both the perishable and the imperishable realities.
I have to pause here. If the Jivatma, the Akshara, is also defined as eternal and imperishable, why is the Paramatma, the Uttama Purusha, superior? This seems like a subtle but crucial theological difference.
It is. It's the distinction between independent and dependent existence. The individual soul, the Akshara, is eternal, yes, but it is still dependent on the Supreme for its existence, its movement, and its consciousness. More importantly, the Akshara is prone to illusion, to Maya, and is still bound by karma to potentially return to the material world.
Whereas the Supreme Person is not.
The Uttama Purusha sustains the entire creation, is never bound by karma, is never subject to illusion, and is entirely self-sufficient. He is the source. The individual souls are his expansion.
This culminates in the ultimate declaration in Shloka 18, where the Lord explicitly declares himself, Krishna, to be Purushottama, the Supreme Person.
This is the climax of the chapter. He says he is beyond the Kshara, beyond the perishable bodies, and fundamentally superior even to the Akshara, the eternal soul. Since he is free from all material and karmic bonds, and is the sustainer of all, he is supremely liberated and the cause of all causes. He establishes his identity as the ultimate truth.
Because of this ultimate superiority and independence, he is famous in the world and in the Vedas as Purushottama. This chapter is named after the very truth that Krishna establishes about himself, that he is the Supreme.
And knowing this truth has an immediate and absolute reward, which is detailed in Shloka 19. This knowledge is meant to be transformative.
The person who knows the Lord as Purushottama, free from delusion and ignorance of samudra, attains complete knowledge. Sarvavit.
And true knowledge is not just intellectual. It removes moha, delusion, at its root. And this elimination of ignorance naturally inspires surrender. Such a knowledgeable person then offers the Lord devotion with their whole being and every feeling, sarvabhavena.
So knowledge leads to devotion.
The source emphasizes that knowledge is incomplete, maybe even dangerous, without devotion. And devotion without this profound knowledge of the hierarchy of Purushas might be blind or misdirected.
So the true test of understanding the nature of Kshara, Akshara, and Purushottama is that this knowledge eliminates all remaining ignorance and fuels unreserved, complete devotion. It's the perfect integration of the three paths.
This brings us to the conclusion of the chapter, summarized in Shloka 20. The Lord calls this entire teaching the Guryakamam Shastram.
The most confidential teaching. Why most confidential? I mean, after all, it's written down for everyone to read.
It's not confidential because it's a secret, but because it is so subtle and profound. It reveals the deepest secrets of the cosmos, the soul's origin, the temporary nature of the world, and the precise dependent relationship between the individual and the Supreme. It clarifies the goal and the path in one concise framework. It really serves as the capstone for the entire philosophical text.
And what is the result for the listener who truly grasps this knowledge, moving it from theory to realization?
Knowing this knowledge makes one truly wise, buddhamansyat, and perfectly fulfilled, kritakritya.
Kritakritya.
To be kritakritya means one has achieved the ultimate goal of life and has nothing left to accomplish in the material realm. They are freed from the cycle of rebirth. Their mission is complete.
That is the ultimate promise of this deep dive. So the final key takeaways we've distilled from these 20 profound verses are simple, yet profoundly powerful.
First, the world is temporary. The soul is eternal. The Kshara body is subservient to the Akshara spirit, and the way to cut the bonds of the temporary is through the sharp sword of Vairagya non-attachment.
Second, God, the Purushottama, is the superior, independent cause, basis, and sustainer of all creation. He is actively maintaining everything, from the stability of the earth to the light of the sun, and even the vital functions inside your own body.
And third, moksha, liberation, is achieved only by recognizing this ultimate hierarchy, severing the illusory attachments and surrendering completely to the Supreme Lord, recognizing Him as the ultimate source and destination.
It completely redefines one's perspective on where we come from and where we should be heading, using the structure of the cosmos to explain the structure of the self.
It does. And I want to leave you with a final provocative thought, building on the knowledge of the Lord's immanence. We spent a good amount of time detailing how all light, planetary stability, and even that metabolic Vaishvanara fire that sustains life within you are declared to be fragments of the Supreme's energy, constantly supporting you.
Right, the digestive process, the power of recollection, the simple act of sight, all declared to be supported by the divine.
Exactly. So what fundamental aspect of your everyday, taken-for-granted reality, the one thing that seems completely passive and automatic, might actually be the most direct, subtle sign of the divine presence described in these ancient verses? Is it the unbidden memory that guides a difficult decision? Or maybe the fundamental fact of consciousness itself, the simple involuntary awareness that continues without conscious effort, that vital, subtle breath that sustains the subtle body? Consider where the divine is most intimately and closely supporting your life right now, in the things you never even notice.
A profound thought to carry forward, shifting the focus from seeking the divine externally to recognizing its constant presence internally. Thank you for diving deep with us.
It was a pleasure.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we are taking one of the most profound texts in human history, the Bhagavad Gita, and we're going deep into what is essentially its manual for spiritual psychology.
That's a great way to put it. We're not just looking at history.
No, not at all. We're looking for the exact mechanism of self-improvement that's laid out.
And our source for that is the 16th chapter, which is traditionally known as Dawasur Sampad Vibhag Yoga.
Right, which translates to what exactly?
You could think of it as simply the yoga of the division of divine and demonic natures.
Okay, let's unpack that. Because the context here feels incredibly direct. It's a radical simplification of the path to spiritual progress.
It is. The source presents this staggeringly clear dichotomy. It's an inventory, really.
A comprehensive inventory of qualities that elevate the soul towards liberation, which is moksha.
Right. And on the other side of the ledger,
you have a detailed list of traits that lead only to degradation, adhogati, and spiritual bondage. It's like the ultimate spiritual scorecard.
Precisely. And so the mission for you, the listener, is not just academic understanding.
No, this isn't a history lesson.
Not at all. It's about rapid, thorough knowledge acquisition that leads to, ideally, immediate self-recognition.
So by the end of this deep dive, you should have a very clear idea of which of these two paths, the divine or the demonic, you are, currently walking.
Exactly. Based on the qualities that are dominant in your own life and in your own mindset.
And what's the big picture significance here? This isn't just some ancient morality tale, is it?
Far from it. The text positions this chapter as a timeless manual, a guide for achieving a peaceful, a virtuous life, which it then says is the pathway to spiritual upliftment.
So we are analyzing the criteria for success and failure in the most ultimate sense, the fate of the soul itself.
That's the scope. And to begin, we have to establish the foundation for success. We have to start with the traits that lead to moksha.
This is the inventory of divine qualities, or daivi sampada.
Correct. It's all detailed across the first 3 verses of the chapter.
So when the source describes this divine nature, this daivi sampada, what psychological function is it really serving? What's it for?
Think of the divine nature as the collective of sattvic, or pure qualities. It's like you're cultivating the internal environment necessary for spiritual growth to even happen.
Like preparing the soil before you plant the seed?
Exactly. The text is insistent on this point. These qualities are non-negotiable prerequisites for any true spirituality. Without them, any religious act, any charity is fundamentally compromised at its root.
Okay, so let's start with that foundational internal operating system laid out in the very first verse. The first quality mentioned is abhayam.
Fearlessness.
We translate it as fearlessness. But what is the specific spiritual meaning here? It's not just, being a hero in a battle.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
This is existential confidence, not just physical bravery. The text defines abhayam as the state of one who walks the path of truth, or dharma. That person knows the soul, the atma, is eternal. They understand they are acting in alignment with the ultimate cosmic order. So, if that's your worldview, what is there really to be afraid of?
So most worldly fear, then, comes from what? Attachment.
The source suggests it stems from attachment to temporary things, your possessions, your reputation, your body, or from guilt over unrighteous actions. Spiritual fearlessness is freedom from that deep gnawing anxiety.
That flows perfectly into the next quality, sattva samshuddhi, purity of mind. If abhayam is the confidence, then this purity must be the engine behind it.
It's the absolute basis. The text is so emphatic here. True spirituality cannot even begin until the mind and the heart are pure.
This is where we move beyond just external practices, right? Like rituals or going to a temple.
Exactly. It becomes an internal commitment to purifying your intentions, your motives. Without that pure filter, every action you take is, in some way, contaminated by ego or selfish desire.
And once the mind is pure, we have to lock that foundation in place with jnana yoga vyavastiti. That's a mouthful.
It is, but it means steadfastness in self-knowledge.
Okay, so unwavering focus.
Yes, it means being firm in the knowledge of the soul, the Atma, and the supreme reality, Brahman. You make the ultimate spiritual reality, the prominent thing, the fixed point of your life, rather than being constantly thrown around by the material world, which the text sees as just, inherently temporary and fluctuating.
So we've established this powerful internal state. You're fearless, you're pure, and you're focused on self-knowledge. But the daivi sampada also demands external actions that, in turn, purify the inner self.
Right. It's a feedback loop.
And that starts with dhanam, charity.
Yeah. And the source materials are very, very specific about the nature of this charity. Yeah. It has to be nisworth dan.
Meaning?
Giving without any self-interest whatsoever. This isn't transactional giving like, I'll donate if I get my name on a plaque.
Right.
This is philanthropy, paropkar, purely for the welfare of others. When you give without expecting any return or recognition or even validation, the text says that action profoundly expands and purifies the heart. It actively chips away at the walls of the ego.
And to maintain that pure heart in a world that is, full of temptations, we need Dhamma, self-control.
This is your internal governor. Dhamma is the strict restraint of the mind and the senses, the indriyas. It's about achieving a fundamental self-mastery so that external things, stimuli, don't dictate your internal state or your actions.
It's the ability to just say no.
The ability to say no to the desires that lead you down the wrong path. Yes.
The text also lists 2 essential practices for continued development, yajna and svadhyaya.
Yajna, which we often translate as sacrifice, in this context refers not to some ancient fire ritual, but to offering every single action, every duty you perform to the divine.
So your job, your family life.
All of it. It transforms your daily life into a continuous spiritual practice. And svadhyaya is the focused study of spiritual texts like the Vedas. This constant engagement with authoritative spiritual knowledge ensures your intellectual understanding keeps pace with your internal purification.
The final core foundations mentioned in verse 1 are tapa and arjavam.
Tapa is spiritual endurance, austerity. It's maintaining patience, discipline, and a commitment to truth, even when you're going through suffering or difficulty. It's what keeps you on the path when life gets really hard.
And arjavam, simplicity.
This one is profoundly important. It is the supreme quality of living truthfully and without any deceit, what the text calls shalkapat.
So no scheming.
Zero. It demands absolute congruity. Your inner thoughts, your outer speech, and your physical actions must all align perfectly. No masks, no pretense, no hidden agendas.
That is an incredibly demanding internal foundation. So now the second verse seems to shift focus to how these qualities actually manifest in our relationships with the world.
That's right, how you interact with others.
It begins with ahimsa, nonviolence, but the source seems to provide a definition of this that is much more challenging than simple pacifism.
Absolutely. The source insists that ahimsa must be practiced through the mind, through speech or vani, and through your thoughts, your vicharan.
Through your thoughts.
Yes. True nonviolence means zero malice. If you are sitting there harboring ill will towards someone in your heart, or if you use sharp, damaging words to cut them down, you have violated ahimsa. It doesn't matter if you never raised a hand to them.
That standard is incredibly high, especially when you pair it with the next quality, satyam, truthfulness, and the need to adhere to the truth in every single situation.
And the text says this must happen regardless of the difficulty or the personal cost. The true test of satyam is when speaking the truth is inconvenient for you, or maybe even dangerous. It's about integrity under pressure.
So if truthfulness governs our speech, then akrodha, the absence of anger, governs our emotional response. Why is anger considered such a fundamental obstacle?
Because the text explicitly calls anger the cause of spiritual downfall. Patana.
The cause?
The cause. Why? Because anger instantly destroys viveka, our faculty of spiritual discrimination, our wisdom. In a moment of rage, all that self-control, that dhamma, and all that purity, sattva samshuddhi, that you've worked so hard to build up, it can be wiped out.
And you end up saying or doing things.
Regrettable things that create negative karma and spiritual bondage. So controlling anger isn't just a nice to have, it's an existential spiritual necessity.
Following that, we have tyaga, or renunciation. Now, if we're not expected to give up the world entirely, what specifically are we renouncing here?
We're renouncing the mental drivers, selfishness, swarth, and deep-seated attachment, moha. It's about abandoning the ego's claim to ownership and control over people, outcomes, and things.
And the energy that's freed up by that.
You use that energy to engage in selfless action, or parupkar. It's the psychological mechanism that allows a person to move from being totally self-focused to having a universal, compassionate outlook.
And when all of these restraints and disciplines are practiced, the resulting state is shanti, peace.
Exactly. Shanti is the internal and external peace that comes from being aligned with Dharma and having conquered the internal senses. It's the stillness you achieve when your mind is no longer perpetually agitated by desire or by anger.
Let's discuss a concept that feels highly relevant in our modern, hypercritical, social media-driven culture. Apaishunyam, the absence of fault-finding.
This is such a powerful injunction. Apaishunya means never speaking ill of others, never engaging in slander or ninda.
So no gossip.
Zero. The text views fault-finding, gossip, and this constant desire to point out others' flaws as a major pollutant to the mind. If your goal is sattva samshuddhi, purity of mind, then consuming or spreading negativity about other people directly compromises that goal. It's crucial for mental hygiene.
Then we have daya, compassion, and aluptvam, which is lack of greed.
Daya is simply universal goodwill. It's love and sympathy toward all beings. Sarapranyan. It means recognizing that divine spark in all life, not just in the people you like.
And aluptvam.
That's the specific control over worldly desires, the vishaya vasanas. It's self-mastery over gluttony, over sensory temptation, and over the endless, empty pursuit of just more stuff.
And finally, two important internal checks in this verse, atri, which is modesty or shame, and achapalam, unagitated steadfastness.
Hidri is fascinating. It's not just modesty in the sense of being demure. It's the capacity to feel spiritual shame when you perform an unrighteous or improper action.
So it's like a built-in moral compass.
A very sensitive one that constantly guides your conduct. It's the absolute antithesis of the shameless ego that boasts about its misdeeds. And achapalam just confirms the need for patience and steadiness. Maintaining emotional stability is key.
That brings us to verse 3, which feels like it synthesizes the resulting power that comes from mastering the qualities in the first two verses. The first quality here is teja, vigor or aura.
And the source is very clear. This is not about physical attractiveness or external beauty.
Right. So what is it?
Teja is spiritual radiance. It is the brilliance of your inner consciousness, your antarkchetna, and your soul power, your Atma ball.
So it's something that emanates from a person.
Yes. When a person truly masters these divine qualities, they radiate a profound spiritual energy that can inspire and uplift others. That is teja. It comes from internal purification, not from any external effort.
That spiritual strength is perfectly exemplified by the next quality, kshama, forgiveness. We often see forgiveness as, a passive act, but the Source describes it as a power.
It's a supreme act of spiritual strength at Makabal. It's the power to forgive others without any malice, dvesha, or even an expectation of reciprocity.
And what does that do for the person who forgives?
It frees them. It frees them from the spiritual burden of carrying anger and from the debilitating weight of the ego. When you hold on to hatred, you are spiritually bound to the person you hate. Forgiveness is freedom from that bond.
And doing that requires driti, fortitude, patience, and self-control, especially during difficult circumstances.
Fortitude is the mental toughness required to persevere in the spiritual life. The path to moksha is long, it's challenging, and driti ensures that you don't abandon your principles the moment you're faced with hardship.
Then we come back to shak, purity. How does this concept of purity in verse 3 build on the purity of mind we discussed earlier?
Shak is the full spectrum of cleanliness. It requires external cleanliness, of course, but critically, it demands a constant, vigilant, internal purity of the mind and thoughts. The text states it very clearly. True devotion is impossible without a pure mind.
So it's an ongoing process.
A commitment to continually cleaning that internal space, removing every trace of malice, selfish desire, and negative thought patterns.
We wrap up the divine qualities with adroha, absence of malice, and natamanita, absence of arrogance.
Adroha is maintaining a spirit free from hatred or jealousy. It connects right back to ahimsa and apaishunyam. It's about a fundamental state of goodwill.
And natamanita. This seems to be the final, crucial instruction on the ego.
It is. The Source warns that arrogance, ahankar, distances you completely from the Supreme Being, the Paramatma. Humility, on the other hand, is the bridge that brings you closer. The moment you believe you know everything, or that you are superior to others, your spiritual growth slams to a halt.
So we have this profound inventory, a complete manual for sattvic living, and the Source explicitly states that possessing this Daivi Sampada leads to liberation, moksha, and a life that is rooted in peace and true success.
It's the rigorous, yes, but ultimately rewarding path of ascent.
No. We have to flip the manual. Let's move to section 2, where we unpack the mindset that leads to the exact opposite outcome. The demonic qualities and mindset, or Asuri Sampada, this is where the narrative tension really ramps up.
It certainly does.
Verse 4 immediately throws down the gauntlet, defining the nature of this degeneration. And the list starts with damba, hypocrisy or ostentation.
And notice the contrast. If the deity path starts with internal purity, satsang-shuddhi, and simplicity, arjabam, the Asuri path starts with pure pretense.
So it's all about appearances.
Exactly. Damba is performing good deeds purely for the external show, for social honor, or to maintain a public image, while internally your heart is filled with deceit or chal. It is the performance culture of spirituality.
And the degeneration escalates quickly with darpa, excessive pride, and abhimana, arrogance. The text specifically labels arrogance as the biggest obstacle to self-development. Why?
Because it's a spiritual blind spot, a total eclipse of self-awareness. Arrogance prevents a person from accepting correction, from learning from others, or even from acknowledging their own mistakes.
And if you can't see your faults,
you can't possibly correct your path. This single trait acts like a lock on a door, ensuring that all the subsequent negative behaviors go completely unchecked.
We round out this initial list with krodha, anger, parsham, harsh speech, and ajnan, ignorance.
And these are the direct results of that unchecked ego. The anger we saw as a spiritual downfall on the divine path now becomes a foundational quality here. Harsh, cruel speech replaces truthfulness and compassion. And ignorance is the philosophical basis, a complete rejection of spiritual truth.
So these 6 qualities together,
they ensure the person is squarely on the path of arma, of unrighteousness, which leads to their inevitable downfall, their patan.
Here's where the analysis becomes, I think, truly profound. The Asuri condition isn't just a collection of bad behaviors. It's a corrupted intellectual framework. Verse 7 describes their failure of a moral compass.
Yes. The Source notes that Ajuric people do not know what should be done, pravritti, and what should not be done, nivritti. They have completely lost the ability to distinguish right from wrong.
And this is coupled with a lack of purity, good conduct, and truthfulness.
They're completely disconnected from those values.
But how does a person actually lose the ability to tell right from wrong? It seems so fundamental.
The text explains that they become completely gripped by greed, by delusion, moha, and by their own ego. Because their internal system is so corrupted, they begin to mistake unrighteousness for righteousness.
Can you give an example?
Sure. Their desires begin to rationalize their actions. So, for example, acquiring wealth through illegal or unethical means is rationalized away as just being smart or being an aggressive business person. The moral line ceases to exist because the ego has convinced them that their desires are the paramount law.
And if that lack of an internal moral compass is the starting point, verse 8 defines their entire fundamentally nihilistic philosophical viewpoint. This needs detailed attention because this is the intellectual basis for all their destructive actions.
Absolutely. The Azuric worldview is a complete rejection of the structure and purpose of the universe as it's taught by Dharma. They assert 4 key things about existence that form a kind of chain of spiritual corruption.
Okay, what's the first assertion? The universe is untrue or false. Asatyam.
This is a form of radical skepticism. It's ultimate relativism. They believe there is no ultimate objective governing reality, no param satya or ultimate truth.
So it's all meaningless.
Everything is fleeting, coincidence, or illusion with no higher purpose. They only accept the tangible material world as real, and even that is seen as fundamentally chaotic and without meaning.
Second, they view the universe as being without foundation. Pradishtam.
This means they reject the idea that any divine power or intelligent design or a controller established creation. They believe the world just arose spontaneously, purely from the random interaction of physical elements, without any spiritual basis or order or an underlying mechanism of justice like karma.
Third, they believe it is without a controller or God, Anishvaram.
This is the explicit fundamental denial of God's existence or authority. The world, in their view, is governed purely by chance, by physical laws, and by the strong preying on the weak.
And if you reject that spiritual authority,
it means you are accountable to no one but yourself, or, more accurately, to your own ego.
Which leads to the inevitable fourth conclusion, that the universe is caused only by desire. Kamahetukam.
Exactly. Since there is no foundation, no truth, and no God, the only remaining origin of life is the union of man and woman, driven purely by physical pleasure and sense enjoyment, or kama.
And that conclusion defines their entire motivational framework.
Completely. Life, for them, has no purpose beyond the immediate satisfaction of material and sensory desires. It is pure, unconstrained, hedonistic materialism.
So if a person fully adopts these 4 assertions, that life is meaningless, has no divine structure, and is driven only by lust, what is the inevitable result in their actions? Verse 9 gives us what you call actionable destruction.
Right. Clinging to this wicked view, this drishti, the text says these individuals have lost their soul, nashtatmano, and possess a limited intellect, alpabuddhi.
And because morality holds no intrinsic value for them.
Their actions become hostile, ahita, cruel, ugrokarma, and self-serving to the absolute extreme.
The source states with chilling clarity, they are born to destroy the world, jagat ka vinash.
Yes, and it's important to understand why. When a person operates with an absolute commitment to nihilism and self-interest, their actions are inherently chaotic and destructive to the social order, to relationships, to the environment. They become agents of cruelty and imbalance.
So the destruction is a consequence, not the goal itself.
It is a direct consequence of their philosophical blindness. They destroy because they recognize no value in anything beyond their own immediate gratification.
Now we delve into the chaos this mindset creates internally. We're moving into the Azuric psychology, what you call the trap of desire, in verses 10 through 12. And despite their constant striving for pleasure, the result seems to be profound suffering.
Their mental state is one of perpetual lack. They are filled with unquenchable desires, dushpuram kamana, and delusion, moha. Because they reject any spiritual guidance, they adhere to false doctrines, asatyodharana, which leads them to engage in impure and unethical actions, ashuchivrata.
And this traps them in continuous anxiety.
Yes, the text notes they are constantly surrounded by innumerable anxieties, chinta aparimiyam, that torment them right up until their death.
Why? Why so much anxiety if they're getting what they want?
Because the cycle of desire is endless. It can never be satisfied. The text says they are bound by hundreds of ropes of desire, ashapasha shataya, and are completely ruled by lust, kama, and wrath, krodha. Contentment is simply impossible when desire is your only master.
And wealth acquisition becomes their sole focus, their only measure of success.
It's the only one they recognize. Their primary goal is the accumulation of wealth and resources. through unrighteous methods. Anyayena artha sinchayan.
Through any means necessary.
If you believe there is no divine judge, and the world is only about pleasure, then the fastest, most effective way to gain pleasure, which is wealth and power, is justified, regardless of how unethical the means are.
This feeds into a continuous, boastful internal monologue, which verses 13 and 14 detail perfectly. This is the voice of ego.
This is the sound of narcissism. It is a continuous feedback loop of self-aggrandizement. First, it focuses on acquisition. I obtained this today, and I shall achieve that desired fruit next. I have this wealth, and in the future I will have even more.
There's no gratitude, no stillness.
None. Only the next acquisition matters.
And this extends into their relationships, which are defined by hostility.
Yes, the thought process continues. I killed that enemy, and I shall destroy the others too. This demonstrates the endless cycle of vengeance and conflict that's driven by pride and a complete lack of forgiveness. They view other people not as fellow beings, but as obstacles to be eliminated or resources to be exploited.
And the peak of their pride is this supreme arrogance where they effectively deify themselves.
They look in the mirror and they declare, I am the Lord Ishvaroam. I am the enjoyer Bogi. I am successful Sedoham, powerful Balavan, and truly happy Suki.
It's self-deification.
It is. Placing themselves above any external spiritual or moral law, the ego has become the one and only supreme authority.
And this sense of supremacy is often tied to external circumstances, isn't it? Like birth or wealth, as we see in verse 15.
Yes, the ego is constantly comparing and defining itself by these external metrics. They think, I am rich, Adhyay, born in a noble family, Abhijanavan. Who else is equal to me? This mindset is fundamentally diametrically opposed to the humility, the nati manita, that is required for any spiritual progress.
Interestingly, the text anticipates that these individuals might still perform religious acts. The source describes the specific hypocritical nature of their devotion.
This is the performance aspect that Dhamma we started with, coming back in verses 15 and 17. They will perform religious acts, yajna, charity, giving, but it is done solely out of ego, pretense, and for social honor. They are seeking prestige, not purification.
They are using spirituality as a tool for their own vanity.
Exactly. They have no true devotion, and they disregard the prescribed scriptural methods of vidhi purvakam. The act is spiritually fruitless because the motivation is completely rotten. It's a public relations exercise, not a purification process.
So we've cataloged the traits and examined the psychology. What does verse 18 define as the resulting ultimate spiritual conflict?
The Azuric individual is defined by 5 consuming pillars of sin. Ego, ahankara, misused strength, bala, pride, darpa, lust, kama, and anger, krodha. They are completely saturated in these forces.
And this leads to a profound hatred, not just of other people, but of the divine itself.
Yes, the hatred is multi-layered. They despise the Supreme Being, and critically, the text says they despise the divine element present in their own bodies and in the bodies of others.
The text for that is,
Mamatmapada deho prabhyanta vyasyaka. This state of complete internal and external malice is the ultimate rejection of spiritual life. They are at war with the fundamental reality of existence, making any kind of spiritual progress impossible.
That is a staggering conclusion, a mentality of self-imposed, perpetual spiritual toxicity and conflict.
It is.
So we transition now to the final section, destiny, warning, and the final guide. If the deity path leads to moksha, what is the ultimate, inescapable consequence of embracing this Asuri path?
Verse 5 gives us the clear bifurcation again. Divine qualities lead to liberation, moksha. Demonic qualities lead directly to bondage, nibbandhaya. The text then details what it calls the divine censure in verses 19 and 20.
What fate does the source describe for those who are cruel and God-hating?
The text calls them cruel, cruer, God-hating, and the lowest among men, Naradhaman. Because of their actions, it says they are repeatedly cast into inauspicious Azuric births, Asuraveva Yoni.
So it's a direct karmic result.
An inevitable one. They are forced to reap the fruits of their own negative actions.
Let's clarify this concept of Azuric Yoni, the lowest state. Is this purely a mythological concept of being born as some kind of monster?
Well, the spiritual context suggests that while it certainly includes literal interpretations, the primary message is about the state of mind and the state of existence.
So it's a psychological state, a self-created hell.
Yes. Azuric Yoni signifies a perpetual condition of suffering and spiritual depravity, a life that is constantly afflicted by sin, anger, and delusion.
And verse 20 describes this fate as a perpetual cycle of misery.
It does. These ignorant souls, these muta, are caught in the repeated cycle of birth and death, janmani janmani, in these conditions of suffering. They fail to attain God, lamaprapya, and they reach the lowest state, adamam gati,
And they remain perpetually deprived of spiritual progress.
enslaved by the negative karma that was driven by their unchecked desires and malice.
Given this dire consequence, the text then offers a critical, urgent intervention. If the goal is to avoid this lowest state, verse 21 identifies the three immediate practical actions we must take. The triple gate to self-destruction.
This is the absolute priority list for anyone seeking self-improvement. The source identifies the three specific doors to hell, or the destruction of the soul, nashanam atmana. These three must be recognized and abandoned immediately before anything else.
And those three doors are kama, krodha, and lobha, desire, anger, and greed.
Let's analyze why these three are singled out as the destroyer of the soul. It's because they are the root emotional and psychological forces that fuel the entire Asuri mindset.
So let's start with kama, excessive desire or lust.
Kama leads to perpetual dissatisfaction. As we saw, the Ajuric mind is filled with unquenchable desire. This drives unethical action and ensures continuous anxiety because desire, by its very nature, can never be fully satisfied. It blocks the path of contentment, of shanti.
Next, krodha, anger or wrath.
As we mentioned, krodha instantly destroys viveka, our wisdom and discretion. It forces the individual into violent or destructive actions, whether physical or verbal, leading directly to negative karma and violating ahimsa. It is the engine of conflict.
And finally, lobha, greed or avarice.
Lobha is what drives the anyana arthasanchayan, the acquisition of wealth through unrighteous means. It makes the individual selfish, svarth, and prevents tyaga, renunciation, and dhanam, charity. It turns the focus completely inward, away from the welfare of others, directly promoting that ajuric attitude of self-aggrandizement.
So the message is clear. These three are the source code errors that have to be patched first. What happens when an individual is freed from these three gates of darkness? Verse 22 describes the path of freedom.
The individual who successfully abandons these three gates of darkness, the Talmud of Raneh, automatically begins to follow the path that is truly beneficial for the self, Atmanashriya.
So by neutralizing these primary defects,
they naturally gravitate toward Dharma and the divine qualities. It clears the path, enabling them to attain the supreme goal, Param Gatim.
This transitions us to the final critical warning about authority. If we have this detailed list of good and bad qualities, why can't we just use our own common sense, our own judgment, to navigate life?
Verse 23 provides the ultimate warning against kamakarta, acting solely according to personal desire or self-will. The text warns that the person who disregards the injunctions of the scriptures, sastravidim uksiya, and acts solely based on their own desire, attains neither perfection, siddhi, nor happiness, sukham, nor the supreme destination, moksha.
Why is relying on self-will, even if it's well-intentioned, so dangerous?
Because, as the Asuric nature has already demonstrated, the mind, when driven by desire, delusion, and ego, is fundamentally unreliable. It cannot be trusted.
As verse 7 stated, the corrupted mind mistakes adharma for dharma.
Precisely. If our internal moral compass is broken, trusting it will only lead to spiritual failure. We are all prone to rationalizing our selfish desires as righteous necessity.
Therefore, the final command in verse 24 is non-negotiable. The Shastras, scriptures, are the only authority, pramanam, for determining what is right action, karya, and what is wrong action, akarya.
This is the definitive guide. The listener must understand the prescribed methods, the vidhana uktam, taught in the scriptures and perform their duties accordingly. Reliance on self-will driven by kama leads to spiritual failure. Reliance on authoritative, unbiased scriptural knowledge, or jhana, leads to success and peace.
The scriptures provide the objective map that our desire-driven, subjectively clouded minds simply cannot draw accurately.
That's the essence of it.
That brings us to the end of this deep dive. We have analyzed the two profoundly opposing psychological and spiritual paths that are presented in chapter 16 of the Bhagavad Gita.
We established the path of ascent. The deity path, built on fearlessness, purity of mind, forgiveness, and humility, leading inexorably to moksha.
And we mapped the path of descent, the Asuri path, fueled by ego, greed, and that nihilistic belief that the universe is only desire-driven, resulting in perpetual bondage, anxiety, and self-destruction.
The practical mandate for immediate action is crystal clear. Attack the triple gate. You must abandon kama, excessive desire, krodha, anger, and lobha, greed. By shutting these three doors, one begins the journey toward manashreya, the path that is truly beneficial for the self.
And finally, the authoritative map for navigating this whole terrain is external. We cannot trust our corrupted self-will. We have to rely on the spiritual wisdom found in the Shastras to distinguish between what is truly beneficial and what is merely pleasing to our ego.
So here's a final thought for you to chew on, one that really challenges the core of modern performance culture. The source explicitly warns that the ujric individual, driven by ego and pretense, dampha, will perform generous and religious acts purely for show and for social honor, rendering those actions spiritually fruitless. If true spiritual progress requires that genuine purity of mind, that sattva samshuddhi, how do we truly vet our own intentions? When we engage in public charity, when we champion a cause on social media, or when we make a sacrifice that everyone can see, are we acting out of true compassion and purity? Or are we simply seeking the social validation, the prestige, and the honor that feeds our dampa? Which path, in that exact moment of public display, are you actually walking?
That's the deepest dive of all, the relentless scrutiny of our own motivation. We'll see you next time on The Deep Dive. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. Today, we are taking a single, incredibly potent chapter from one of the world's most ancient and powerful texts, the Bhagavad Gita, and we're really going to put it under the microscope.
We are.
Our mission today is to unpack chapter 17. It's titled Shraddha Traya Vibhaga Yoga, which translates to the yoga of the threefold division of faith.
And this chapter is not just philosophy. I mean, it is the ultimate practical self-assessment tool. It tells you pretty directly who you are based on the quality of your belief.
Right.
It isn't just concerned with what you say you believe, but rather the intrinsic, the quality and the direction of that belief, and then how that internal state shows up in every single part of your life.
Every part.
Everything. From
Yeah.
the food on your plate to the way you give to charity.
Okay, let's just jump right in then. We're coming straight off the back of chapter 16, which, it drew that stark contrast between the divine and the demonic natures in humanity.
A perfect setup.
It really was. That contrast gave Arjuna the perfect opening to ask a question that is, I think, fundamentally modern and critical.
Exactly. Arjuna is looking around at the world, and he sees people who are, they're trying to live a good life. They're trying to be spiritual. But they aren't necessarily following all the ancient rules and rituals from the scriptures.
Which is most of us today.
Pretty much. So he asks Krishna, he says, okay, if someone disregards the prescribed scriptural rules, they ignore the ancient ordinances, but they still worship or perform sacrifices with, real sincere intention, what is the nature of their faith? Is it sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic?
That is the perfect hook. I mean, it speaks directly to our world. We live in a time where spiritual practice is often intensely personal. It's often divorced from any kind of institutional dogma.
Mm-hmm.
You might meditate, you might donate, you might follow a set of ethical principles, but you disregard traditional religious structures. So the question is, are those actions valuable?
Are they leading you toward real spiritual progress?
Yeah.
Or is it just, a kind of self-delusion?
Exactly.
And Krishna's answer here is a massive paradigm shift. He says that faith, or shraddha, is not defined by your external adherence to a set of rules. It's defined by its inherent quality and its direction.
And that's determined by what?
By one's essential nature, your svabhava. In other words, your internal disposition, your psychological blueprint, is far, far more important than your external compliance.
So the deep dive agenda for us today is clear. Krishna basically uses Arjuna's question as a launching pad to give us a complete ethical and practical blueprint for life.
That's it.
He details how these three qualities, sattva, which is purity and clarity, rajas, which is passion, action, and desire, and tamas, which is inertia, ignorance, dullness, how they apply across 5 huge, inescapable areas of life.
And those are fundamental belief, the food we eat, the sacrifices or duties we perform, the austerities or discipline we apply, and finally, the charity we practice.
It's a whole system.
It's a systemic view of existence, yeah. And we have to start with the foundation, which is the nature of belief itself. Krishna states it very clearly in the first few verses. Every single person's faith is born from their own nature, their svabhava.
And because of that,
Every person's faith is threefold. It's either sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic.
Okay, and this is where it gets really profound for me. That short, powerful statement in Shloka 3, the person is made of his faith. Shatamayam Purusha.
A huge declaration.
It's a declaration of identity. It's not just that you have faith. It's saying your faith is your true self. If your faith is directed toward power, you become a power-driven person. If it's directed toward pure consciousness, you are that consciousness.
It's the ultimate philosophical statement on identity.
Yeah.
I mean, if you identify purely with the pursuit of money, then that pursuit defines your entire being. Your belief system literally becomes your operating system.
And if that faith is pure, if it's rooted in truth or sattvic,
then it naturally, almost automatically, guides your actions toward spiritual upliftment and eventual liberation, or moksha.
And the reverse is equally true, I assume.
Absolutely. If your faith is driven by intense desire, ambition, ego, the rajasic qualities, it just traps you. It traps you in materialistic attachment and that unending cycle of action and reaction.
You're just constantly chasing results.
Constantly.
Yeah.
And that chasing is what binds you psychologically. And then, of course, there's the worst case scenario. If your faith is rooted in deep ignorance, delusion, superstition, the tamadic qualities.
Tell me what happens.
That leads to spiritual downfall, to mental inertia, to a kind of profound self-imposed dullness.
So I can hear a listener asking this right now. If my spiritual faith is determined by my inherent nature, my svabhava, am I just stuck with it? Is this destiny, or do I have some free will here?
That is such a critical point. And the text addresses it maybe indirectly, but very powerfully. Your shraddha is not presented as some unchangeable birthright you're stuck with. While your svabhava gives you a starting tendency, a kind of default setting, the quality of your faith develops. It's molded, it's refined through sanskara.
Which are the deep impressions formed by?
By your upbringing, your environment, your education, and most critically, through your association, the company you keep, your sangati.
So the company we keep, the books we read, the media we consume, that's all actively shaping the fundamental quality of our soul's belief.
You're programming yourself.
That gives us profound agency then. We aren't just stuck with the nature we started with. We're constantly either refining it or corrupting it based on our conscious choices.
That's right. If you seek out associations in education that elevate your thinking, you are actively cultivating sattvic faith. If you constantly immerse yourself in, low-quality content, shallow pursuits, cynical company,
you're feeding the tamasic wolf.
You're feeding the tamasic nature of your belief, yeah. Your choice of environment is essentially a spiritual engineering decision.
So now we move from the abstract concept of belief to the very concrete ways it shows up in the world. Krishna provides this analytical framework, showing how your guna, your nature, immediately influences your external actions. Let's start with a threefold worship, where we direct our devotion.
What's so fascinating here is how immediately the quality of your belief determines the quality and the aim of what you worship. It's like a spiritual audit of your personal altar.
Okay, let's start at the top. The sattvic worshiper.
The sattvic individual is driven by truth, by peace, by genuine quest for higher spirituality. So they are devoted to the devatas, the gods, of pure forms of the divine, the highest ideals of consciousness.
So their goal is self-purification.
And union with the divine. It's a pursuit of ultimate knowledge.
Now contrast that immediately with rajasic worship. If my motivation isn't spiritual liberation, but, say, worldly success, what does my altar look like then?
The rajasic worshiper is fundamentally focused on achieving worldly power, on immediate success, wealth, fulfilling egoistic desires. They don't seek purification, they seek gain.
So they worship things that give them that.
Precisely. They're devoted to yakshas, who are lords of wealth, often seen as tricky spiritual beings focused on material gain, and rakshasas, powerful, formidable beings associated with immense capability and often self-assertion.
That is a brilliant modern analogy. If your primary driver is accumulating influence, wealth, or fame, your worship will align with entities or, systems that grant those things.
It's transactional worship.
Exactly. You aren't praying for peace, you're praying for the merger and acquisition to go through.
Exactly. It's high energy, it's ambitious, and it is fundamentally self-interested. It keeps you running on that treadmill of passion.
Yeah.
And then we descend to tamasic worship.
This sounds grim.
It is. This is driven by deep ignorance, superstition, and a low, fearful mental state.
And what are they devoted to?
They devote themselves to pretas ghosts, spirits of the dead, or to low, negative energies, unseen powers that they believe they can manipulate through crude magic or fear.
And the text warns that this path...
It warns that it's rooted in delusion, in moh, and leads to inevitable spiritual and psychological downfall. It has to, because it's based on fear and negativity, not on light or purpose.
That makes the connection so explicit. Your object of worship is a direct mirror of your inner state. But Krishna doesn't stop there. He immediately grounds this internal state in the most tangible part of our daily lives. What we eat. Our diet, our ahara.
Yes, and the connection between food and consciousness is presented not as, an optional extra. It's essential. The principle is this. The type of food you eat directly and predictably affects your thoughts, your temperament, your energy, and your spiritual practice.
So diet is the raw material, not just for the body,
but for the state of your mind and your consciousness.
Okay, so let's look at the fuel for the pure mind, the sattvic diet. What qualities of food are we talking about here?
Sattvic foods are those that promote longevity, energy, strength, physical health, arogya, and also joy, sukha, and a pleasant feeling.
It's not just nutritious.
No, Krishna gives very specific criteria. The food must be juicy, rasya, smooth or tender, snigdha, which indicates balanced, healthy fats, not overly dry, stable, stigha, meaning it's easy to digest and gives you sustained energy,
and
naturally pleasing to your constitution.
It sounds like food designed to create physical and mental equilibrium. It sustains you without overstimulating you.
That's the key. And the spiritual outcome is profound. It creates mental clarity, stability, tranquility, a feeling of lightness. It actively helps with deep concentration, with meditation, with spiritual awareness. It keeps the mind sharp but calm.
But let's face reality. We live in a world that thrives on stimulation. The Rajasic diet, the path of passion and turbulence, is probably the most common one in modern life.
Oh, without a doubt.
So what are these foods and what is their real cost?
The text describes them as foods that are excessively bitter, sour, salty, hot, pungent, spicy.
Everything in extremes.
Exactly. And also dry, ruksha, and things that cause burning sensations, vidahina. They're intentionally stimulating. They're designed to excite the senses very quickly. Think highly processed, aggressively seasoned foods or meals loaded with stimulants that give you short, intense bursts of energy.
So the pursuit of intense sensory pleasure in food, even if it's, say, gourmet food, is inherently rajasic.
Precisely. If the motivation is the experience, the excitement, and not the sustained nourishment, it's rajasic. And the outcome is critical.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, these foods cause physical discomfort, pain, grief, and long-term disease.
And what about psychologically?
Psychologically, they create restlessness, akanshal, excessive, insatiable desires, anger, ego. They destabilize the mind, making deep, sustained spiritual progress virtually impossible.
It's the constant need for the next dopamine hit, just applied to your plate.
Yes. The mind gets conditioned to require that high stimulation, and when it doesn't get it, it becomes irritable. That restlessness is the hallmark of rajas.
And finally, the tamasic diet, the path of inertia and ignorance. This sounds like the food of genuine dullness.
It is. Tamasic foods are those that are stale, yatayama, tasteless, spoiled, foul-smelling. The text also mentions leftovers, ukishtam, which signifies a lack of hygiene or respect and impure food, amadyam.
So food that lacks life force or prana?
Essentially, yes. It's the spiritual equivalent of eating garbage.
And the result?
A profound lowering of your physical and mental energy. It promotes sloth, laziness, alaja, chronic negativity, a tendency toward cruelty or violence, because the mind is just dull and uncaring. And general ignorance, Mo, it severely dulls your awareness and your intellect.
So the message is clear.
It's unavoidable. The purity of your mind is directly and irrevocably tied to the purity of your intake. You cannot expect a clean engine if you keep putting contaminated fuel in it.
That connection between food and mind is so direct, so actionable. But Krishna then takes the gunas and applies them to our organized actions and disciplines. Let's pivot to yajna sacrifice, or devotional action basically, the performance of our duty.
This section is a magnificent deep dive into motivation, which is really the core subject of the path of karma yoga. It teaches us how to tell the difference between action that liberates and action that binds you.
The sattvic yajna is the gold standard then, the ideal duty. What defines it?
It's defined by both external conformity and internal purity. Externally, it should be performed strictly according to necessary guidelines, vidyadrishto. Internally, and this is the key, it's done merely as a duty, yajyafamiva iti.
So the motivation is everything.
It is. It must be done without any desire for the fruit or the reward, afalakangshivi.
So the ritual or the duty itself is secondary to the selflessness of the intention. You're performing the action just to uphold Dharma, to please the divine, and it's rooted in that spirit of non-attachment.
Correct. The sattvic person does a duty because it should be done, not because they're expecting a bonus or some spiritual points on a cosmic scoreboard.
Okay, now let's introduce the psychological friction point,
Yeah.
the Rajasic yajna. This is where modern life often traps us. How do we spot the ego-driven action?
The Rajasic yajna is performed with a very clear, calculated desire for results. Phalam abhisantaya. This could be heaven, a great business outcome, fame, whatever.
And it's also about appearance.
Critically, yes.
Nice.
It's performed for show and for pride. Dhammarthameva. The goal is not spiritual purification. The goal is external validation, social standing, or immediate self-interest.
I'm thinking of massive corporate social responsibility initiatives or huge political donations. If the primary motivation for that massive public donation is just to get a huge tax break or to get your name on a plaque,
Then the action itself is Rajasic.
it's just external posturing that completely nullifies the spiritual game.
Absolutely. The act is driven by ambition, not by genuine devotion or compassion, which means it fails to provide any inner peace, and instead just increases the giver's psychological attachment to the outcome and to their own ego.
The spiritual ledger records the motivation, not the size of the check.
Precisely. And then we drop to the tamasic yajna, the corrupt action. This sounds like an anti-ritual.
It does.
It's fundamentally disrespectful and hollow. The tamasic yajna is performed contrary to a scriptural rule, vidhihinam, and it's characterized by a complete failure of integrity. It lacks faith, shraddha viridham. It lacks proper offerings. It lacks the proper mantras.
So it's missing everything important.
Everything. It even lacks proper compensation for those who are helping to administer the rite, the dakshinam.
So it's a sloppy, hurried, and entirely disrespectful formality. It's a pointless, box-checking exercise done out of fear of punishment or just simple social pressure.
Exactly. It is fruitless and spiritually destructive because the core intention, the foundational respect are completely absent. The lack of faith ensures that not only is there no benefit, but the person actually accumulates negative samskara by acting in a state of delusion and inertia.
Moving from action, Krishna then pivots to discipline, tapas, or austerity. And this section is so expansive. It shows that true discipline isn't narrow, it's comprehensive. It's divided into the discipline of the body, of speech, and of the mind.
This three-part structure is essential. It stops us from making the mistake of equating austerity only with physical discomfort, like fasting or sleeping on a hard floor. True spiritual discipline has to govern all three instruments we use to interact with the world.
Let's break that down. The tapas of the body, shariram tapa. What are the practical disciplines here?
This is about refining the body, turning it into a suitable disciplined vehicle for the spirit. It involves basic respect, honoring the divine, the knowledgeable, the guru, the wise.
But it's also about self-control.
Yes, practical self-control, maintaining purity, shasham, simplicity and honesty, arjavam, celibacy, brahmacharya, and nonviolence, ahimsa.
It's a template for maintaining the body as a temple. Not harming it, but honoring it through control and purification.
Absolutely. The effort of self-control is the austerity, not inflicting pain. Then we have the tapas of speech, Vangmayam and Pava. This is maybe the most difficult one for us today in our age of instant communication.
The requirements are incredibly challenging. It says speech that causes no agitation, anudvega karam, and speech that is at the same time truthful, pleasant, and beneficial.
All three.
All three at once.
The profound implication there is that we have to impose self-restraint on our words. It's not enough to just speak the truth. If you deliver the truth with agitation or malice, or in a way that is utterly destructive to the listener, it fails the test of tapas.
So harsh truth is not sattvic truth.
Harsh truth, even if it's factually correct, is often rajasic or even tamasic if it's delivered with ill will, because it generates negativity instead of helping someone change for the better.
So if I see my colleague making a mistake and I point it out in the most aggressive, humiliating way possible, even if I'm technically correct, the action of my speech is not sattvic?
Precisely. It fails the non-agitation and the pleasant tests. And this tapas also includes the regular study of scriptures, svadhyayavyasanam, which means you're constantly inputting pure knowledge to maintain the purity of your output.
And finally, the ultimate discipline, tapas of the mind, manasam tapa, the inner game.
If the body and speech are disciplined, but the mind is a chaotic mess, the practice is worthless. This requires serenity of mind, manaprasada, and gentleness, samyatvam.
And it mentions silence.
It mandates silence, mana, which is beautifully interpreted here not just as physical quiet, but as achieving that profound inner peace, absolute control over the incessant churning of thoughts.
Inner silence, no matter what's happening outside.
And this leads to unwavering self-control, atmavinigraha, and, maybe most importantly, the purification of your inner thoughts and intentions, bhavasajuti.
What does that mean in practice?
It means actively avoiding and uprooting malice, jealousy, and chronic negative thinking. If your mind is a sewer, no amount of fasting or loud prayer is going to get you anywhere spiritually.
Now that we have the full spectrum of austerity, body, speech, and mind, let's apply the gunas to tapas itself. What makes an austerity sattvic?
Sattvic tapas is the harmonious, balanced combination of all three disciplines, body, speech, and mind performed with supreme faith, paraya shraddhaya.
And the motivation is key again.
It's always key. The dedication has to be pure. It's done without any desire for results, phalakangshavim. The purpose is solely self-development, self-purification, and attaining the divine. It's selfless discipline, which makes it inherently stable.
Okay, let's talk about that friction point. Rajasic tapas. This feels like the discipline of our modern hyperpublic era, the desire for spiritual street cred.
That's a great way to put it. This is the discipline of external validation. Rajasic tapas is performed solely for honor, respect, and worship from others, satkarmana pujartham, or simply for show, dhamena.
So the extreme ascetic who makes sure everyone knows how little they eat or how long they meditate.
Not to inspire, but to get praise. That's the one.
But isn't there a fine line there? I mean, what if a spiritual teacher uses social media to share their discipline to inspire other people? Is that automatically Rajasic?
That is the precise line the text forces us to examine. The moment your primary motivation shifts from "this is my duty, may it benefit others," which is sattvic, to "look at me, validate my effort, praise my suffering," which is rajasic, the benefit is nullified for you.
So what's the core flaw?
The key flaw the text points out is that this type of tapas is unstable, shalom, and transient, atruvam, because it depends entirely on external validation, the follower count, the praise, the recognition. When that praise stops, the discipline ends, and your ego has only gotten bigger.
And then we have the darkest end of the spectrum, tamasic tapas. This is where austerity becomes actively toxic and counterproductive.
Tamasic tapas is rooted in foolish obstinacy, muchagrahim. It's discipline without any wisdom. It involves intense self-torture, atmanapajya, or, in an even more shocking application, it's performed with the intention to destroy or harm others.
Wow.
Often through occult or malevolent means.
That's fascinating. The text is actively critical of self-harming asceticism. Why is causing unnecessary suffering to your own body considered a demonic inclination and a suri pravriti?
Because the goal of yoga is not pain. It is control and purification. Krishna teaches throughout the Gita that the divine resides within all beings, and that includes your own body.
So to harm the body is to harm the divine within.
To harm the body unnecessarily is to disrespect and disregard that divine presence. The goal is purification through self-control and balance, not extremism. Tamasic tapas is discipline fueled by ignorance, pain, or malice, and it is universally condemned.
We've covered 4 pillars: belief, diet, sacrifice, and discipline. The last major area Krishna analyzes is dana, or charity and giving. And this section provides a surprisingly strict set of requirements for what truly qualifies as pure giving.
Yes, many people assume that if you give money, the act is automatically good. Krishna forces us to examine the internal calculus of the giver, which is what determines the spiritual benefit of the act.
Starting with sattvic dana, the pure gift. What is the paramount motivation here?
The motivation is that the giver recognizes, it is simply my duty to give. Datavyamiti. That's it. It's done purely out of compassion and, critically, without expecting anything at all in return.
Nothing.
No recognition, no favor, no spiritual reward points. That sense of detached, loving duty is everything.
But the conditions are what really challenge the modern notion of anonymous, unconditional giving. It says the gift must be given to a worthy recipient, patra, in the right place, desha, and at the right time, kali.
This introduces the profound concept of patra, the recipient. The text insists that true charity requires discernment. The receiver must be genuinely needy and vitally capable of putting the gift to good, productive use.
So if you give to someone who will misuse it.
The sources imply that if you give wealth to someone who is known to be immoral or lazy, or who will use the gift to cause harm or increase their own delusion, the charity is considered in vain, or even contaminated, because it lacked proper consideration of the outcome.
That shifts a lot of responsibility onto the giver to be highly conscious, not just impulsively generous. Why is that necessary? Wouldn't focusing on the recipient introduce attachment to the results?
It's about spiritual efficiency and preventing harm. Sattvic action is characterized by wisdom. Giving food to a hungry person is sattvic. Giving a weapon to a murderer is tamasic.
Right.
Giving money to someone solely to impress onlookers, even if they use it well, makes the act rajasic for the giver. Sattvic giving demands non-attachment to the fruit after the action, but it demands attachment to wisdom and compassion before the action.
Let's analyze the Rajasic dana, the transactional gift. This is giving driven by a ledger sheet.
It is pure calculation. The motivation is giving with the expectation of a return favor, pratiprakartham, or with the intention of attaining a specific calculated reward, be it fame, future material gain, or a specific spot in heaven.
And the emotional state of the giver often betrays the motive, doesn't it?
Yes. The text says the gift is often given reluctantly or painfully, pariklayam. The person feels a pinch, a deep regret or distress while handing over the gift because they are fundamentally calculating their loss versus their projected gain. It's a painful transaction.
So even if the recipient benefits, the act is rajasic for the giver because it's fundamentally driven by selfishness and ego. It increases materialistic attachment rather than purifying it.
Absolutely. The lack of purity in the motivation ensures the giver fails to receive that inner peace that comes from selfless giving. It's action that binds. And finally, we have to examine tamasic dana, the harmful gift.
The antithesis of charity.
This gift fails every single measure of wisdom and respect. It's given in an inappropriate place, Adesha, at an inappropriate time, akali, and to unworthy persons, a patravyaska.
And the manner of giving is also critical.
Yes. It's given disrespectfully, asatketam, and scornfully, avijantam. It insults or humiliates the recipient.
So the lack of respect corrupts the action entirely.
It yields zero spiritual benefit. In fact, because it's performed out of ignorance or disrespect, or possibly even malice like throwing scraps at a beggar just to dismiss them, it actually leads to negative consequences. Such an act is rooted in dullness and disrespect.
We have meticulously journeyed through all 5 pillars of human life for categorizing the quality of our actions based on the gunas. But now, Krishna provides the spiritual formula, the universal how-to guide for purifying any action regardless of its original guna. This is the section on Om Tat Sat.
This is such a profound tool for the spiritual practitioner. Om Tat Sat is the tripartite designation of Brahma, the supreme truth. It's the threefold name used to denote the supreme reality and has been used since the beginning of time by the wise in the Vedas and during sacrifices. It's like a code for ultimate reality.
Let's break down the meaning and, more importantly, the application of each syllable, starting with Om, which represents the highest authority.
Om is the primordial sound of the universe, the prime vibration representing the divine consciousness. Its function is to spiritually elevate the action right from the start.
How does that work?
All acts of yajna, dina, and tapa are to be commenced, pravartante, by uttering Om. The purpose is to ensure the action is rooted in the highest spiritual power, receives grace, and is stabilized by cosmic truth. It's an invocation that purifies and stabilizes your mind before the work even begins.
So, saying Om before an action immediately takes it out of the petty realm of your personal ego and aligns it with the divine source.
Exactly. It anchors the action in consciousness. Next we have Tat, which means that, and it represents detachment.
Tat, meaning that all this, the universe, the action, the results, is for the divine. It's the primary symbol of Nishkama Karma. Action without attachment to the results.
This is the critical step for moving any rajasic action into the sattvic realm. Practitioners who desire liberation, mokshakanchavi, utter tat when performing their duties. By saying tat, they signify their non-attachment to the fruit. The action is performed flawlessly, but the fruit is mentally dedicated entirely to the Supreme.
So it systematically removes self-interest from the action.
It excises it completely.
So if I have to perform a difficult work task that feels highly rajasic driven by a deadline and ambition, I can utter Om to start it in a mindful state and then Tat to dedicate the effort, which mitigates the attachment to the outcome.
Precisely. You transform the action from a selfish effort into a sacred offering. And the final syllable is SAT.
SAT symbolizes existence, goodness, auspiciousness, permanence, and purity. It is the quality of truth itself.
Sat is applied to ensure the action is enduring and of the highest quality. It's used in the context of superior or genuinely praiseworthy action, prashasta karmani. It also denotes stability, sthita, in your duties, meaning the action is firm, done with sincere intent, and not wavering.
So Om aligns the action with the cosmic source, Tat removes the selfish attachment to the outcome, and Sat ensures the action itself is pure, lasting, and of good quality. It's a spiritual quality control system.
That is the complete purification mechanism. However, Krishna reserves his final, and maybe most powerful, teaching for the last verse, bringing us full circle back to the power of faith, of Shraddha. He emphasizes the inverse principle, the definition of asat.
Which means unreal or not true.
Yes. The text states that any yajna, sacrifice, dada, gift, taptem, austerity, or kritam, any action at all, performed without faith, ashraddha, is called asat. That is a powerful declaration.
This means that if the dedication, the intention, and the belief are absent, the action, no matter how grand it looks on the outside, is fundamentally rendered spiritually meaningless.
And the consequence is absolute. Actions performed without genuine faith or devotion yield no result, neither in this life, iha, nor in the next pritya.
It's the ultimate inefficiency.
It is. The intention and the quality of faith behind the action are paramount. Pure intention elevates even the simplest actions to satkarma, but zero faith reduces even massive efforts to absolute nothingness.
This deep dive into Chapter 17 has been an essential spiritual audit. The synthesis for you, the listener, is remarkably clear. Understanding and consciously cultivating the quality of your belief, your Shraddha, is the first and most important step.
Because it fundamentally determines the nature of every other area of your life. What you consume, how you act, how you discipline yourself, and how you share your resources.
And the practical application is finding that dynamic balance among the gunas. The core principle of a virtuous life, as Krishna defines it here, is balance and non-attachment. This means actively avoiding the extremes of rajasic hyper-desire and tamasic inertia.
You have to strive to make all your actions sattvic by rooting them in purity, truth, and dedication. That's how you transform duty into devotion.
True spiritual progress hinges entirely on performing all actions, whether it's a huge corporate merger or a small act of kindness, with purity of intention and non-selfish dedication. And that's achieved through that spiritual dedication represented by Tat.
To perform an action with pure intent, focusing entirely on the requirement of the duty rather than the reward of the duty. That is the pathway to stability, to liberation, and to real peace.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought for you to chew on, directly building on the source material's concluding message about asat. If every single action performed without genuine faith, without heart, without sincere intention is asat, meaning unreal and fruitless, we have to consider the spiritual economics of our daily lives.
Think about it. What proportion of your daily effort is dedicated to asat? How often do we perform duties, at work, in our relationships, in civic life, purely out of obligation or fear of repercussion, or just social pressure rather than genuine dedicated intent?
What is the cumulative value of a career or even a life built on thousands of hollow, faithless actions?
If you're deeply resentful, burned out, and just checking boxes, the text suggests that all that effort, all that time, is yielding zero spiritual value here or hereafter.
So consider auditing your actions today. Which duties can you consciously infuse with Om Tat Sat to move them from tamasic or rajasic obligation to sattvic devotion?
Think about that audit. Until next time, keep diving deep.
Welcome back to the deep dive. You sent us the final comprehensive chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, which is very appropriately titled Moksha Sannyasa Yoga.
The yoga of renunciation and liberation.
Exactly. And if you're looking for the ultimate distillation, the core essence of everything Krishna has taught across 17 chapters, this is it.
It really is. The sources call this the Sarda philosophical summary that just ties off all the loose threads.
Right. All of it, duty, devotion, sacrifice, the path to freedom, it's all here.
That's absolutely right. I mean, think of the Gita as an operating system. The earlier chapters, they established the foundational code of karma yoga, bhakti yoga.
Action and devotion.
Right. And chapter 18, it's like the final optimization update. It integrates every single element down to how we think, how we exert our will, and even what we call happiness.
And it brings it all into one coherent, actionable path toward moksha.
Final liberation. So our mission today is really to synthesize that wisdom. We've got to separate true renunciation from the superficial kind of abandonment that just traps us further.
And really get our heads around the influence of the three gunas on, everything.
Every single aspect of what we do. It's unavoidable.
Okay, so let's unpack this. We should start with the big question that anchors the whole chapter. It comes from Arjuna, right in the first shloka. After all this battlefield philosophy, he still needs absolute clarity on two concepts that, to most people, they sound suspiciously similar.
They do. Sannyasa and Tyaga.
He's basically asking for the final shortcut, right? How to live a life of engagement without, suffering the consequences of it.
It is the defining question for anyone today who's engaged in the world balancing work, family, ambition.
Completely.
Arjuna is looking for the ultimate definition of how to live a life of duty without being choked by the results, without the burnout, without the ego.
He just asks, what is the true practical difference between sannyasa, which so many people think is complete, physical renunciation, and tyaga, which is sacrifice or abandonment?
And that question just gives Krishna the perfect opening to summarize his entire teaching. He makes it clear that liberation is an inside job. It's internal, not external.
Yeah, and that's a huge misconception even today. People hear sannyasa and they think you have to pack a bag, move to an ashram, and physically quit everything.
Right, but if you're a parent, an employee, a CEO, that's not a viable path. It might not even be the right path.
So how does Krishna set the record straight right away?
He hits it immediately in Shloka 2. He draws this really sharp, critical philosophical line. He says that sannyasa, according to the learned scholars, is the complete abandonment of actions driven by desire.
What he calls kamya karma.
Exactly. Actions you do specifically for selfish gain, for some material benefit, or because you're wishing for a very specific outcome. The focus is on abandoning the motive.
So let's say I start a new company. If I do it only because I want to get on some 30 under 30 list, abandoning that desire for praise, that will be the essence of sannyasa.
Precisely. You've stopped doing the work for the personal glory. Now, you compare that to Tyaga sacrifice. That's defined differently by the truly wise.
How so?
Tyaga is abandoning the attachment to the results of all actions, even the necessary obligatory ones.
So you still do the work?
You still perform the work with full dedication, but you mentally, completely let go of the outcome. The internal shift is total.
And this distinction, it's the engine for the whole chapter. It leads right to Shloka 11, which makes this almost scientific statement about the body.
It's the ultimate reality check.
Yeah.
It grounds the whole spiritual practice in the material world. As long as you have a physical body, a debuta, you just cannot stop all action.
It's impossible.
Totally impossible. The body requires action. Breathing, eating, thinking, it's all action. So the text is really clear. The complete abandonment of karma is philosophically and physically impossible for us.
So if you think you can find peace just by quitting your job and hiding away, you haven't really renounced anything. You've just swapped one set of actions for another, maybe lazier set.
Exactly. And that brings Krishna to his big conclusion. The true renunciant, the tyagi, isn't defined by what they physically give up,
but by what they mentally abandon.
Yes. The real tyagi is the one who does the necessary things, but renounces the fruits of that action. Karma phala tyagi. True sannyasa is abandoning the ego and the desire for results, not the world itself.
So liberation happens entirely inside your own head, in your heart.
100%.
That makes the whole philosophy useful to anyone listening right now. If you're a surgeon, the Tyagi approach is to do the surgery with perfect focus, but not get attached to the fame that comes with success.
Or devastated by an unforeseen failure. It's that mental release of control.
Right.
And crucial to this, Krishna points out 3 actions that should never be given up, no matter how tedious they seem. He says in Shlokas 3 and 5 that these 3 are essential for purifying even the wise. They're foundational.
The unavoidable duties. Yajna, dana, and tapas. Okay, let's make those concrete for today.
So we have to look at their spiritual essence, not just the old rituals. First, yajna, worship or dedication.
So selfless work.
Yes. It means doing your job not just for yourself, but as an offering to something higher. Your family, the community, the divine, whatever that is for you. Your daily work becomes a sacred ritual.
Okay, second is dana, charity.
Right, but it's way more than just writing a check. It's contributing to the welfare of others, giving your time, your knowledge, your emotional energy. And the key is, you do it without expecting anything back. Not praise, not even a thank you.
And the third one, tapas, austerity.
Or spiritual discipline.
Yeah.
Self-control. It's cultivating mental, verbal, and physical restraint. It's that intentional discipline to control your urges and focus your energy for a higher goal.
And the supreme instruction in Shloka 6 brings it all together. These acts are mandatory, but you have to do them while abandoning attachment and the desire for results.
It's a command, but it's also a pretty severe warning. If you fail to do this, you're not Tyajanam, someone who acts with attachment. You're going to bear the consequences after death. There's no escaping the cosmic ledger.
And those consequences are spelled out in Shloka 12. 3 kinds of karmic fruit.
Ishtam, which is desired or good results. And Ishtam, the undesired or bad results. Or Mishram, which is mixed.
And that's most of life, right? A mix.
It is. And all 3 bind you to the cycle of suffering. If you act with attachment, you create a karmic entry. If it's good, great, you get to enjoy it. But you have to be reborn to cash in that good karma. If it's bad, you suffer.
But the true Tyagi,
the one who renounces the fruit, they're never bound by any of this. Their actions produce no spiritual residue. They're off the karmic treadmill.
What's so fascinating is that Krishna then takes the act of Tyaga itself and breaks it down by the 3 gunas. So the why behind your renunciation is just as important as the what.
Exactly. You have to diagnose your own motivation. Are you trying to give something up for spiritual clarity, or are you just being lazy?
So let's start with the worst one, Tamasa Tyaga. That's in Shloka 7.
Right. This is renunciation driven by delusion mo, sheer ignorance.
So what does that look like in real life?
It's abandoning a core duty, what's called nayat karma, just because you're confused or apathetic. The classic example is someone who gives up on caring for their aging parents, or walks away from a big project at work just because it's inconvenient.
They're not renouncing desire, they're just renouncing responsibility.
Exactly. It's running away from duty out of darkness or inertia, and it just generates more negative karma.
Okay, then we move up to Rajasa Tyaga. This seems a little better, but it's still flawed.
It's transactional. This is giving up on an action because you're afraid of physical hardship or pain. So this person quits a really challenging but necessary job or avoids a difficult conversation purely to make their own life more comfortable.
So they're still bound.
They're still bound because the motive is selfish desire, the desire for ease. They're still making an egoic calculation of profit and loss, trading one thing for another.
Just trading external success for internal comfort, but it's still about them.
And that means they don't get the spiritual fruit of real Tyaga.
Which brings us to the ideal, Sattvika Tyaga.
This is it. Performing your duty simply because it must be done, without any internal resistance or expectation of reward.
It's action without attachment to the results.
Yes, and the Sattvika Tyagi is described as the wise person, the Medhavi, who has perfect balance. They don't hate unpleasant work, and they're not attached to pleasant work.
They're just steady, free from doubt.
Their focus is completely on the quality of what they're doing, not on what they're going to get out of it.
And once you grasp that this person acts without ego, that leads to the next big idea, the complete destruction of the ego itself. Krishna brings in Sankhya philosophy to prove that no single person is ever the sole doer.
This is so critical. Shloka 13 says that every action, good or bad, needs 5 interconnected causes for it to happen. 5 of them.
So to think that I did it all by myself is just arrogance.
It's arrogance, ahankar, a failure of intellectual vision.
Okay, let's use that neuroscientist analogy from the notes to break down these 5 factors from Shloka 14. It really clarifies how absurd it is to claim you're the only doer.
Great idea. So first you have ahisthana, the seat or the body. For the scientist, this is the lab, the equipment, her own healthy brain and hands, the whole physical field.
The infrastructure.
Right. Second is the karta, the ego self. That's the scientist who decided, I am going to cure this disease. The I that starts the whole process.
Third, Karanam, the instruments.
So her senses, her intellect, the microscopes, the computers, all the tools she uses.
Fourth is Cheshta, the effort.
The 80-hour work weeks, the sleepless nights, the focused mental energy, the actual work.
And then the 5th one, the wild card, Devam.
The divine, or fate, the cosmic variable. Maybe the funding came through at just the right second. Maybe a rival lab missed something that yours caught by chance. Or maybe a chemical reaction just fails for no logical reason at all.
That 5th factor, Daivam, is the great equalizer. You can have the most brilliant person with the best lab and the best instruments.
And a power surge can ruin the experiment. Or they can stumble on a Nobel Prize-winning discovery by pure accident. You can control the first 4, but Daivam determines the outcome.
And realizing that the result is never fully in your control, that's the key to freedom.
It is. Because the foolish person, the Dharmata, in Shloka 16, ignores all this complexity. They see only themselves as the doer. They take all the credit and all the blame.
And that ego traps you in a cycle of pride and despair.
But the liberated person, in Shloka 17, is free from that I-doer feeling. Their intellect isn't tainted by attachment.
This is the highest expression of Tyaga.
Yes. Because they see the 5 factors at play, their actions don't bind them. Even the destructive actions required by their duty, like in Arjuna's case. Krishna says even if such a person has to destroy, they are not the one destroying and they are not bound.
Because they're just an instrument, a witness.
A witness to the unfolding of destiny and duty. They are free from the karmic consequences.
Okay, so we've accepted that action is unavoidable and the ego has to go. Now we have to look at the quality of everything we do.
Right. And Shloka 18 sets up the mechanism for that. Action is propelled by 3 motivators. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower. And it's executed by 3 elements. The instrument, the action itself, and the doer.
And since everything in the world is drenched in the gunasattva, rajas, tamas.
Krishna then classifies all those key elements based on the gunas. This matrix is maybe the most useful psychological tool in the whole Gita. It's a blueprint for self-diagnosis.
Let's spend some real time on this 3x3 grid then. We have to start with knowledge, jhana, because that's what determines how we see reality.
Exactly. So first, sattvika jhana, the knowledge of unity. This is the highest kind.
What does that mean, exactly?
It's the knowledge that lets you see a single imperishable reality in all the diverse things you see around you. It's realizing that despite all the different forms, jobs, beliefs, the divine spark underneath is one and the same.
So it's the kind of knowledge that eliminates prejudice. It fosters real compassion.
Yes, it's the expansive unifying vision. Now contrast that with the second type.
Rajasa jnana, the knowledge of duality.
This knowledge focuses intensely on the external differences. It sees separate things everywhere. My status versus your status, my group versus your group. It's all about labels.
This knowledge fuels competition, right?
Absolutely. Competition, acquisition, separation. It's the rational, materialist knowledge that's great for getting ahead in the world, but it completely misses the underlying unity. It's spiritually binding.
It's the knowledge of the spreadsheet, the org chart, the competitive analysis. Useful, but it reinforces the idea that we're all separate.
Perfectly put. And then there's the most dangerous one.
Tamasa jnana, the knowledge of delusion.
This is deep, stubborn, narrow-mindedness. It's clinging to one single limited idea as if it's the whole truth, without any reason or scope. The sources call it trivial.
So like intellectual fundamentalism.
That's a perfect way to describe it. Clinging to one tiny, distorted piece of reality, a single conspiracy theory, an irrational dogma, and just violently rejecting any evidence to the contrary. It's born of darkness, and it fuels so much conflict.
That makes perfect sense. Rajasa knowledge sees the differences and tries to profit from them. Tamasa knowledge sees one tiny difference and mistakes it for the whole universe.
And that leads us right into the kind of action, karma, these different types of people perform.
Okay, so let's break that down. First, sattvika karma.
The ideal. It's your obligatory action, performed without attachment, without getting caught up in attraction or aversion, and most importantly, without desiring any specific result.
So this is action from a place of pure duty, service.
Elevated to service.
Yeah.
Then you have Rajasa karma. This is action driven by strong, egoic desire and self-importance. It often takes a huge amount of effort.
This is the hustle culture, right? The pursuit of success, recognition, building an empire.
Exactly. The action itself is usually effective, you get things done, but it's binding because the driving force is ego. It leads to constant agitation, restlessness. The Rajasa person is never at peace. They're always chasing the next goal.
And third, tamasa karma.
This is just destructive, ill-considered action. It's begun out of delusion with no thought for the consequences, the potential loss, or the harm it might cause.
So rash decisions, cruel acts.
Rash investments, cruel words driven by a dark impulse, actions that harm others through pure apathy or ignorance. The sources are clear. These acts come from mental darkness and just generate massive negative karma.
The contrast is so stark. Sattva acts from duty, rajas from self-interest, and tamas from destructive ignorance.
And now we have to ask, who are the people performing these actions? The quality of the doer, karta, defines our whole personality.
Okay, so the sattvika karta, the ideal person.
The truly liberated individual. They're free from attachment, they're non-egotistical, and they're filled with this steady determination and unstoppable enthusiasm.
And the key identifier.
They're completely unmoved by success or failure. Totally balanced and cheerful no matter what's happening on the outside.
Then the rajasa karta, the
Right.
passionate achiever.
Yes. This doer is highly attached, always wanting the fruits of their actions, often greedy. They can be prone to violence or anger if they get frustrated, and they swing wildly between elation and sorrow.
We all know this person. They look successful on the outside, but they're an emotional roller coaster.
Because their identity is fragile. It's built entirely on external results.
And finally, the tamasa karta.
This is the archetype of incompetence and negativity. They're undisciplined, stubborn, deceitful, malicious, lazy, and always negative or melancholic. And critically, a massive procrastinator.
That last one, Durga Sutri, the procrastinator. It's so descriptive of self-sabotage.
It is. The tamasa karta isn't just lazy. They actively cling to negativity. They use stubbornness and procrastination to avoid their duties.
Sure.
It's an inertia driven by despair, and it just drags everyone down.
So this whole framework is incredibly comprehensive. If your knowledge is focused on differences, your action will be ego-driven, and you'll be a doer prone to huge emotional swings. If you want peace, you have to aim for sattva in all three.
And the guna classification goes even deeper into the mind's own filtering system. Krishna then details the quality of our decision-making, our intellect, buddhi, and our staying power, our resolve, dupa.
So if we act rightly, it's because these internal filters are clear.
Exactly. Let's start with the three types of intellect, which is basically our moral compass.
Okay. So sattvika buddhi.
Pure clarity. This is the intellect that can perfectly tell the difference between opposites, what to engage in versus what to withdraw from, duty versus non-duty, rational fear versus true fearlessness, and what binds you versus what liberates you.
So it's the unbiased intellect. It sees the long-term consequences and the moral geometry of a situation.
Perfect. Now compare that to Rajasa buddhi.
Ambiguity.
Yes. This intellect has trouble distinguishing clearly between right and wrong, dharma and adharma. It's driven by self-interest, so it's constantly justifying questionable actions to get a desired outcome.
It rationalizes compromise.
It's always saying, well, it's a little unethical, but it'll be good for me in the end, so it must be okay. It blurs the lines.
This feels like the most common form of intellectual compromise in the modern world. Sacrificing truth for what seems like efficiency or gain.
Absolutely. And then you have the lowest form.
Tamasa buddhi. Delusion.
This intellect is just covered in darkness. It fundamentally gets reality backward. It thinks unrighteousness is righteousness. It misinterprets everything.
This is like intellectual sickness.
It is. Think of radicalized dogma or irrational hatred. Any system where destruction is seen as salvation. The person is completely convinced of their inverted reality.
So if the intellect tells us what's right, then resolve, dirty, is what determines if we can actually stick to it.
It's our perseverance, our commitment. First, sattvika driti.
Steadfastness.
Unwavering resolve, sustained through the practice of yoga. It keeps the mind stable, breath control, the senses in check. It's internal self-mastery that keeps your focus constant, no matter what external chaos is going on.
The unshakable foundation.
Right. Then, rajasa driti. This is motivational resolve. It's strong, but it's tied to worldly things, social duty, wealth, desire. It's motivated by a strong attachment to the results.
So this person is very dedicated.
But only as long as the rewards are coming. Their commitment is transactional. If the results dry up, their resolve shatters.
And finally, tamasa driti, inertia.
This is the foolish resolve that keeps you captive to negative habits. It's the stubborn refusal to let go of excessive sleep, of fear, of grief, despair, and arrogance.
Wow. So it's not a lack of resolve.
No.
No.
It's resolved to be miserable. It's the fixed determination that keeps a person stuck in a cycle of self-pity and paralyzing procrastination.
That is such a profound insight. A lot of people struggle not because they lack passion, but because they have a powerful tamasa driti, a stubborn commitment to their own fear and despair.
They hold on to their misery with fierce resolve. It's an internal resistance to change.
Okay, so to cap off this whole guna analysis, Krishna finally talks about the goal of all this effort. Happiness, sukha.
And he redefines it completely. He says true happiness is something you get through practice, abhyasa, and it's the kind that ultimately puts an end to all sorrow. If your happiness doesn't end sorrow, it's the wrong kind.
Let's get into that famous poison and nectar analogy, starting with the highest happiness.
Sattvika sukha, the happiness of nectar. This is the happiness born from self-knowledge. But it requires discipline, meditation, self-control, which feels like poison in the beginning.
Right, like starting a new workout plan or learning a difficult skill. The initial pain of discipline feels terrible.
That's why people quit. They mistake that initial poison for a sign that the path is wrong. But if you stick with it, that poisonous effort ultimately yields nectar, a stable, deep happiness that's permanent because you generated it yourself.
It's the compound return on spiritual discipline.
Yes. Now compare that to Rajasa Sukha, the happiness of the senses.
The immediate dopamine hit.
Exactly. This is modern consumer life. It seems like nectar in the beginning, it's born from the contact between your senses and some object of desire. But it always ends like poison. It leads to exhaustion, deeper craving, and dependency on the next pleasure. It guarantees dissatisfaction because the senses can never be truly satisfied.
And finally, the lowest form, Tamasa Sukha.
The happiness of delusion. This is just utterly delusive from beginning to end. It's born from sleep, laziness, and just heedlessness.
Total apathy.
Apathy, deep intoxication, intellectual oblivion. It provides no fulfillment, only a momentary escape that leads to deeper ignorance. It's the happiness of avoidance. And by breaking all of this down, Krishna gives us the tools to observe our own lives and consciously choose to shift toward sattva.
We have to anchor all this with the universal truth from Shloka 40. Nobody, not a human on earth or a god in heaven, is free from the influence of these three gunas.
They're baked into nature itself. So since you can't escape them, the best way to manage them is to align your actions with your swadharma, your natural duty.
This brings us to a really contextual teaching. Shloka 41 explains that the division of work into the four varnas is based on the gunas inherent in a person's nation, not their birth.
Exactly. It's a classification of aptitude and inclination. The idea is to match innate qualities to essential social duties to create stability.
So we succeed when we stop fighting our own nature and start operating from our deepest guna. Let's quickly detail those dharmas.
Okay, first, Brahmana Dharma. This is predominantly sattva guna. Their duty is intellectual and spiritual leadership. So their qualities are self-control, purity, patience, wisdom. And the text makes a key distinction between jnana, theoretical knowledge, and vijnana, practical wisdom.
So jnana is knowing the path, and vijnana is having actually walked it.
Perfectly said. Then you have Kshatriya Dharma, mostly Rajas Guna, the warriors, the administrators. They need valor, firmness, skill, generosity, and leadership. Their Rajasic action has to be tempered by sattvic qualities.
And then the Vaishya and Shudra Dharma.
The Vaishyas are the economic engine agriculture, trade. And the Shudra's natural action is dedicated service. Every role is seen as a necessary pillar of society, and the path to liberation is open to everyone through any of them.
And this leads to that huge philosophical breakthrough in Shlokas 45 and 46, that a person attains perfection not by changing their job, but by dedicating themselves to their own duty.
And here's the divine equation that brings karma and bhakti together. When you worship the Supreme Lord through your own natural work, you achieve liberation.
The takeaway there is just profound.
It is.
Yeah.
Your dedicated work, performed without ego, is your highest form of worship.
That just democratizes spiritual life instantly. You don't have to be a monk. You can be an accountant, a farmer, an engineer. If you do your duty with detachment, you're on the path to moksha.
And this dedication is everything. Shloka 47 says it's better to do your own duty imperfectly than to do someone else's duty perfectly.
Why is that?
Because when you're acting in alignment with your own nature, your swadharma, you incur no sin. You minimize internal friction. Trying to force yourself into another's duty, aparadharma, just leads to stress and attachment.
And then comes that essential dose of reality in Shloka 48. We should never abandon our natural duty, even if it has flaws.
Right, because all human endeavors are inherently flawed. Just like fire is always covered by smoke.
You'll never find the perfect job.
Never. Or the perfect partner or the perfect situation. Action is always subject to the gunas, so it will always have defects.
Yeah.
The wise person accepts that and focuses on purifying their intention, not seeking a flawless external world.
And this disciplined, ego-free action is what leads a person to that supreme state of being, the Brahma-Buddha state. What does that feel like?
The Brahma-Buddha soul is stable. They're serene, they don't grieve for the past, and they don't desire anything from the future. And most importantly, they see all beings equally. They've Jivita, Savika, Jnana, we talked about. They see the unity in everything.
And they are finally ready for the final step.
Parabhakti, supreme devotion. Shloka 55 says that only through this devotion can you truly know Krishna, in essence. All the philosophy, all the detached action, it was all just prep work to get you to a place where you could experience that absolute love. And knowing him, you immediately enter him. The journey culminates in surrender.
Which brings us to the path of certainty in the next few verses, a summary of the entire Gita.
The divine promise in Shloka 56 is simple. Take refuge in Krishna, perform all your actions for him, and through his grace, you'll attain the eternal, imperishable state.
And the ultimate instruction is an intellectual one. Fix your mind on him, surrender all actions to him, and take shelter of Buddha Yoga, the yoga of a clear, devoted intellect.
With a stark warning attached. If you refuse to listen because of your ego, you will perish. Because the gunas will make you act anyway, just without divine protection. Surrender the ego and you'll cross over all difficulties by his grace.
This brings it right back to Arjuna's personal crisis. He says, I will not fight, but Krishna tells him that's a false resolve.
Because his kshatriya nature, his prakriti, will compel him to act. He will end up doing what he doesn't want to do helplessly.
It's a powerful message.
It is. The choice isn't whether to act, but how to act. Fight your nature, and you suffer. Perform your duty with surrender, and you're liberated.
And then finally, Krishna gives the supreme secret, the climax. In Shloka 61, he reveals the supreme controller,
The Ishwara, residing in the heart of all beings. This internal Lord is causing all creatures to revolve as if they're mounted on a machine, all by the power of Maya.
So we're like passengers in the machine of the body.
Exactly. Directed by the gunas and karma, but with the Lord as the ultimate driver. And that revelation is why the next command is so absolute.
The final total surrender in Shloka 62. Seek refuge in him alone with your whole being.
Only by his grace can you attain supreme peace.
And then, that incredible moment of freedom in Shloka 63. After all this absolute philosophy, Krishna tells Arjuna he has revealed the most secret of secrets. And then he says,
And reflect on it completely, and act as you wish. The knowledge is complete. The choice is yours.
That is true spiritual teaching. It empowers you. It doesn't command.
Because Arjuna is extremely dear to him, Krishna repeats the most confidential instruction one last time.
And it simplifies everything, right? All the complexity down to 4 acts of devotion.
4 immediate loving acts. 1. Fix your mind on me. 2. Be my devotee. 3. Worship me. And 4. Offer prostration to me.
With the divine promise, do this, and you shall certainly come to me. The final word of the Gita isn't philosophy or duty.
It's the simple, unwavering certainty of absolute love and surrender, of bhakti.
Well, that brings us to the end of this deep dive into the grand finale. The journey started with Arjuna's confusion over action and renunciation.
And it concluded with the most confidential instruction of pure devotion.
I think the central lasting insight is this. True sannyasa is not about where you live. It's the abandonment of ego, attachment, and selfish desire.
And true success is about finding your natural action, your swadharma, and doing it without clinging to the result. That's what turns your work into worship.
For you listening, the practical application is instant. You now have a complete self-assessment toolkit. Every decision, every choice, every feeling can be categorized by the gunas.
Exactly. Use the framework. Ask yourself, when I'm pushing for a goal, is my resolve rajasa, driven by ego and fear of failure? Or is it sattvika, driven by a steady commitment to the duty itself?
When you achieve something, does the happiness feel like that immediate nectar that quickly turns to poison? That's rajasukha. Or is it the lasting, quiet peace that comes from hard-earned discipline? That's sattvika sukha.
The Gita is forcing you to choose the quality of your internal life.
We'll leave you with this final, provocative thought, building on Krishna's ultimate gesture of freedom. Act as you wish.
The true meaning of that freedom is the choice to live either under the unbreakable bondage of the 3 gunas and your anxious ego, or under the shelter of the Supreme Lord.
Since you cannot stop acting, since action is the necessary condition of being alive, who do you choose to be the actual doer in your life? Your flawed, transient ego, or the divine resident in your heart?
Reflect on that, and we'll catch you on the next deep dive.